I got distracted thumbing through vinyl. Sorry.
What's your best collection of old vinyl? I used to have Dark Side of the Moon. I sold it in 1980 something for $30. I wish I still had it.
I don't have Dark Side of the Moon. My brother has a pretty rare German pressing of Dark Side. What's my best single album that I have? I don't know. It's a tough one. Because I say there's probably a difference between best as far as value is concerned, or best in terms of something that I enjoy.
How about that title, Comfortably Numb?
Oh yeah.
Gotta love
That phrase right there perfectly sums up society these days.
Apathy is the new best thing.
Wait a minute, what?
Just how apathetic a large portion of society is, and how willing they are to, I don't know, bend over and do the hokey pokey, the dance, the dance, of course, is what I'm talking about. I'll put a GIF so that everybody understands. Yeah, that one. I always want to make sure people know what I'm talking about.
Well, God forbid they think you're talking about the other kind of hokey pokey.
Yeah. I would never want that, because we gotta keep things on point, above board, scientific. I don't
Little
know
tongue
what I was
twisted
going to say. Yeah, a little tongue twisted. I can't think of the right word. To coincide with the popular opinion. That's what I was trying to say. Because the only right opinion is the popular opinion. At least that's what Discord's terms of service has taught me. So just trying to be a good learner here.
We're talking about comfortably numb gospel.
Comfortably numb.
The tweeters are blown.
You're still doing
the tweeters are blown.
I'll shut up.
262 million views on Pink Floyd's Comfortably Numb. Pretty good.
I just wonder if the distant ship smoke on the horizon comported to the globe metrics.
Smoke on the horizon?
No, it's a line from
A
Comfortably
distant
Numb.
ship's smoke on the horizon, yes.
You are only coming through in waves. Yeah.
Hmm.
I was trying to tie it into Flat Earth there a little bit.
Yeah. I was reading
Still a robot. I'm still a robot.
No, not really. That's better.
I was trying to say real quick, New Perspective's a member here. It's OG, but he wrote a parody of Comfortably Numb for Flat Earth called Comfortably Dumb. I'm not sure if anybody's recorded it yet or not, but thought I'd throw that in.
Nice. I was reading a science.com or whatever, one of those silly websites, and their discussion and how they describe the Terminator line of where dusk turns to night or whatever. And they definitely included in their description the whole light bending around. Yep, they said that. Here's what's really funny about that. Here, I'll drive the point home so that I'm as clear as possible and why that's so funny. So they're including this concept of light bending around the ball in order to explain why there's a dusk zone, the zone in which you can't see the sun, but there's still light. And they say that it's because the light is bending around the ball, right, through the atmosphere, and it's bending around. That's their explanation. Here's why that's funny. Because we all know that you can be in a dark room with a flashlight or any other light source, and there's a zone where it's light, and there's not a hard line where the light stops. The light fades on a flat surface. So acting as though the ball explains this is actually hilariously counterintuitive. Am I making sense, or do I need to try to I don't know that I even
You're
could.
making sense to me, but that doesn't mean
Good.
everybody else gets.
As long as one person gets what I think that they're conveying a contradiction, possibly accidentally, giving them the benefit of. I'm always giving people the benefit of the doubt, even when they don't deserve it, haven't earned it. I'm a super generous benefit of the doubter. Because basically, I don't want to dig anybody's hole for them. I don't know about you guys, and digging holes is not a lot of fun. So, like, I'd rather people dig their own holes. It's kind of like.
What do you mean? I love digging holes.
All righty there. Fun with that. It's not my cup of tea.
There's something great about digging a nice big hole. I'm dead serious. I don't know why I like to dig, but I do.
Well, maybe it's because I grew up in the South where there's nothing but Georgia red clay and rocks, and that's not fun to. That's not fun.
That would probably explain it.
Leonard not listening. You keep on entering and exiting the room to possibly get noticed. Mission accomplished. I noticed you. It means that you were
Now
muted. You were muted at some time, Leonard. What? Oh, so I unmuted and he left the VC. You know what that makes me do?
Mute him again.
Bam. Bam.
Yeah, it makes me want to ban him. It's dishonest. Here's what I'll do though. I'm patient.
Gospel.
Get back in the VC, or I will be forced to handle the situation differently.
Looks like he left the server.
Get out the popcorn.
No. No, he's still got a roll.
Leonard.
Apply. You have 60 seconds.
I think their name speaks for itself.
Not listening. Was that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
Should be snot listening.
Oh, my bad.
No. What, why? Why my bad? Why mea culpa?
I was just joking. I was replying to the joke.
Yeah, you're fine. Thanks for the supporting gifts, guys. I set a timer and I have there's a really useful for anybody that does anything on an interval. There's a really great website, timer-tab.com. All right, time's up. Time is up. Timer-tab.com. It's really useful. All right, so what we're going to do is this right here.
Smell you later.
And we're going to do we'll just do this number. This is a good number. I like that number. This heard the conversation. You did. He did. Didn't come back. And this is the consequence. Alrighty.
Actions have consequences, gospel.
Yeah, actions have consequences. All effects have a cause too. There's no such thing as an effect without a cause.
You know, I was just talking to someone who said, we were talking about the phenomenon of a rainbow, and he said the cause is local, but the effect is not. I don't. Does that make sense to you?
No, that sounds convoluted.
Yeah, because the context is we were talking about the sun. We're talking about it not being a physical orb in 3D space, so we ruled that out. Could be holographic in nature. That's what some think, and I think it's just projected from somewhere we can't see. But what we do see is the, like, say for instance, you're on one side of plexiglass and you shine the light to a person on the other side, they can see the circle of the light. You know, that's what I think. But who the fuck really knows? But the bottom line is, it's like it's projected, but not from. But it's not from. But how can no one can say it's from a physical source? And I'm like, well, why would you think that when it comes to light or energy, like it has to originate from somewhere. If you're going to be projecting light, it has to be projected from somewhere. And I think he said not necessarily. I'm like, I don't. Where would you get the idea that
Okay,
of
so
another? You know,
that's somebody suggesting that the effect doesn't have a cause.
well, but okay, so we moved on to because I was like, well, you can't even use the hold on.
Okay, light. Oh, you did say hold on. Maybe he can't hear me. My argument would be that light is an effect.
So in this case, I was saying no. The rainbow is maybe holographic in a sense that if you move, it seems to move. But the bottom line is the causes from like say for instance, I posted pictures of the circular looking rainbow around me because I had a newly paved street, and because it's so reflective, you can see when the sun is at a specific angle, you can see that this little circular rainbow looking thing. And so I said the rainbow, it's not like it's projected from somewhere else. The rainbow is right there, and it's because of the refraction happening right there in those elements right there on the ground. So that's where it is. And when you move, you just move the angle, and then and that's why it moves. But once you move, it's still where you're looking, technically, because it's emanating from the floor where the light is being refracted and where you see a rainbow. And that's the same thing in the sky. Like, it's physically where the air is opaque enough for you to see the rainbow. That's where it is. Bouncing off of light bouncing off of the particles right there.
But when
Not
you
somewhere else. Uh-huh.
okay, so yes,
I was just trying to say it's different from perspective
what,
phenomena like the horizon, for example. That's not physically somewhere. Unlike a rainbow where the light is physically bouncing from a location that is known.
so wouldn't you say that the the rainbow is within a range of viewability?
Yes.
Because the closer you get to it, the less light.
Mm-hmm.
Once it you never see a rainbow where you're like, I'm inside the rainbow. There's a
Right, right.
certain distance that's necessary to be away from it. So yes, it's
Well,
your
specifically a certain angle, but that doesn't change the fact that the angle's coming from a specific place.
yes, but if you
Yeah.
take a step, okay, so if you are standing somewhere and then your friend is standing 100 feet in front of you, you're seeing quote unquote the same rainbow, but the position of that rainbow is not identical, is what I would
Well,
argue.
we're not seeing the same rainbow though, even though it might be from the same light source, because the light is reflecting off of the air
Uh,
and at different angles to that person that's at a different angle than the other
yeah,
observer.
I'm
So
using same in a
technically,
very
it's
loose.
different.
I know I'm using same in a loose way in that we don't always see rainbows.
Right.
So when there is a rainbow, you're seeing the proper constituent parts for the rainbow to be present are present in a singular way, yet it can be seen from a multitude of vantage points
Mm-hmm. Right.
within the scope of its ability to be
Right.
seen.
But so within that scope, you're always going to have an angle. An
Yeah,
angle is two lines meeting at a vertex. Like, so the angle necessitates there being a specific place that the angle of light is going
is
from
been
the
yeah.
source to that thing to your eye. So
Okay.
that's a specific place that angle is allowing you to see the rainbow. It's not like it's you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, it's physically there, but you can see it because of the angle. It's not I
but
can't really explain it
but
any other way, but I would never say the cause is there because the there being the particles in the air, whatever. So that's the there. However, the rainbows is not local. It's somewhere else. I don't get that.
Yeah. No, the rainbow is wherever it's being viewed from, is how I would phrase that. But in regards to the cause, you can't have a rainbow without some form of light. So there's that. So that means that the propagation of light has to be associated with the cause. But then there's a recipe of a certain level of water, water in the air to be present as well. Because,
Yeah, and the
yeah.
source of the light has to be behind you, right? So when you're talking about looking at a rainbow in the clouds on a rainy day, the source of the light, the sun, would be behind you as you're seeing the rainbow. If you were standing equidistance on the other side of where that rainbow is being projected to you, somebody was standing on the other side and looking towards the sun, they wouldn't see a rainbow.
Right, but 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 the thing that's causing the rainbow is there. They just can't see it because the light is not refracting in the way that would allow them to see the rainbow in the way that, because they're not at the proper angle. That doesn't mean that what's causing it isn't right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the light is still going through the rain from
Ex-
the other side, right? But you wouldn't be able to see the reflection because the reflection is coming back towards the place of emission.
The exception is the sundog, which I put a picture of in the chat.
Sundog's not a rainbow, though, right?
They can diffuse the light and have yeah.
Right. Like I've seen something similar to rainbow. It's different colors. I've seen this different color of a ring around the moon with certain conditions. So that is weird because now that that's where my understanding breaks apart because it's like if it's the angle, then what's the sundog then? I mean, hmm.
Oh, and by the way, sundogs do happen quite a bit in this state. In
Say
North
again?
Dakota, sundogs are very common. So when I was here, we had a conversation about this a couple weeks ago. Apparently, where it gets really cold, supposedly maybe even ice crystals might be related. But then I also heard somebody like, well, I've seen a sundogs in Florida or in Orlando, and it's like, okay, well, maybe not. I don't know, but
Well, if the sun is shining through the dome, you could see a sundog effigy here, there, whatever, depending on how the light's refracting through this, firmament surface. So there's a bunch of different possibilities we could go through.
See, I would think that the only way you could have a sundog is with the light, the cone of light being projected through a flat surface. Because would it appear
why flat?
more like, well, because say if the light is hitting the curved surface at an angle, would it really be a perfect circle?
Possibly.
I don't know. But I do know that if you shine a cone of light through like a flat glass, then you get the circle. The sundog, though, I don't know. I mean, I just think that if it were hitting like a curved surface, that I don't know. I don't know actually.
Yeah, I think people have done demonstrations of domes and shining a light through it and recreating or demonstrating the sundog effect through a dome.
From the observation is taken from the inside, like a camera setup or something.
Yeah, I'll have to see. I think so. I think I've seen that sort of thing, but I'll see if I can find it.
Well, the interesting thing
I'm
about a
just
rainbow
a flat
is,
topper. That's the problem. You know what I mean, that's all. I'm just a flat topper.
well,
Do
the
you have your
interesting,
hair? Do you have the military flat top haircut too, Elijah?
No.
Now that's a true flat topper.
Through that.
yeah, to replicate a rainbow, you need a mirrored surface. So if you wanted to replicate like create a rainbow indoors, you have to have a mirror in order to do so.
It has to be a curved mirror for it to be a rainbow, or otherwise it's a straight line.
No, it doesn't.
Are you sure? Because I've seen it demonstrated.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
There's a picture of somebody that was showing it, and no, the vantage point's not inside, but it does seem to. I don't know why it'd be that different from inside.
Yeah. Well, you're probably right.
A little bit of
But they
that
do need a
six in one,
reflective
half a
surface.
dozen in the other.
There are several observations that, like from old encyclopedias and different things that actually show the firmament. It's real. Shows a kind of a vague dome covering or a wall of some sort. There's more than one observation I've seen. Old pictures of people actually taking photos of the dome from Antarctica as it reaches close to the ground.
Maybe it's both. Maybe it's more complex than I'm even. Maybe it's multi-surfaced, which I do think it's multi-surfaced
It could
because
be. It could be.
when you think of a flashlight, you flash a flashlight, there's the bulb, but then there's that flat piece on the end that the light comes through too. And when you see it on the wall, it makes those circles. Obviously not rainbow circles, but the circle nonetheless. Not just the circle of the light, but the circles within. You know?
Back to the firmament. Isn't there some old government documents, Operation Dominic or Fishbowl or something, where they were sending up explosives into the air to map out the firmament? Isn't there some documentation about that somewhere?
Yeah, Fishbowl and Dominic for sure.
So there's actual government documents stating they were mapping the firmament. I mean, what more evidence do you need than that and the observations of pictures of it showing it, vaguely showing it, but nonetheless, something's there. I mean, there's at least some supporting evidence for it, observational wise. And then when you see the sprites come down from the heavens or the sky, just as they start coming down, you can see where the firmament lights up around where the sprites come out down from the firmament. It lights up the firmament, and just for a brief second, a split second, you can see there's something that it falls out of the sprites. So it's actually in the photos in the additional information down below. If you go to sprites and then watch those and watch real close where they fall out, you can see they're falling out of something. You can actually see the surface for just a brief second. And they're actually downstairs in the information down there. I watched them a few times. Looking at that, I thought that was pretty telling, in my opinion. might want to take a look at it and see what you think. I'd like somebody else's opinion on that as well. If anybody wants to take a minute and look at those and then comment on it.
Did you put something in the chat?
Yeah, I can. I'll go down and find them and put them up in the chat. Sure. Let's see. How do I post something from there into the chat? How do I do that? I just clicked on sprites and it came up on the screen. All you have to do is go down and click on sprites.
Oh, okay. You're talking about a room that we have?
Down below, yeah. And then just
Yeah. Gotcha.
yeah,
Here,
you
I
just have to click on sprites, and then a whole bunch of them come up. And just as they fall out, and some of them you actually see they're falling out of some surface they fall out of. Some of them look better than others, but
weird.
yeah. I mean, it appears to me there's something there. I mean, they're falling out. They just don't appear out of thin air. It's like they're almost falling out of water. Something drags. As they fall out, it kind of drags stuff down with them.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know much about that. That's fascinating.
Yeah, let's see. I put it in the live stream. I posted a link. Just click on the link and then they show up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's like the third one down, second one down. They're not colored. They're just white. They kind of have. They show the surface they fall out of a little more clear to me anyway than the colored ones.
Mm-hmm.
And it does appear that they're falling out of something. You know what I mean? That's what it looks like to me anyway.
What the heck?
Yeah, I don't know anything about this.
So weird.
Weird phenomenon. I've seen videos of this before. It's really cool.
Like fire.
Have you ever heard of ball lightning? It's literally just like a ball of energy in the sky, and it's just floating around like a ghost. Crazy. Really strange phenomenon.
Isn't
Yeah,
that what
I've seen
people?
that too.
Isn't that
Sorry,
when
go ahead.
people said that they saw orbs in the sky? Is that the same thing?
I don't know. I know people call orbs in the sky like UFOs. I don't know if that would even be considered the same thing or not.
But when do these thunder balls show up? Is it at night or is it during the day or during a storm?
I don't know. I don't know. It's
Okay.
been a long time since I looked into it or saw it, the existence of them, and I was like, oh wow, cool. Watch some YouTube videos on it. It was just neat.
Because I heard
Yeah,
some
me
people
too.
said at night they saw like an orb in the sky and they said it was as bright as a star but way bigger. But I've never seen such a thing.
I have once, but it was different. I would classify it as what you would refer to as a UFO. It was just I was sitting at a stoplight, and I looked up, and there's this bright orange fiery ball, just so abnormal in the sky, and all of a sudden, just went shot straight up in the air. I was like,
Oh. I don't
The
know if it was
hell?
like that. It was just something that like sits there.
It was just sitting there hovering, like, and all of a sudden
Yeah.
shut up. And then I thought I was crazy, and my friend sitting next to me, he goes, "Did you see that?" I was like, "Yes." Thank God I'm not crazy.
Yeah. I wonder what that could be actually.
Lots of anomalies we just don't know about. We see them, but we just don't know what they are. Wonder how far that like where the sprites fall out of. What does anybody have an idea what distance that is from the Earth up? I mean, I've heard like 63 miles or something like that, but I don't know if that's right. I think that might be a little too low.
I remember watching some sort of documentary on that where there was people, they may have been in a plane or something like that, chasing this activity and trying to document it. Can't recall. I'll have to try to find it. But it's definitely high altitude.
Yeah, definitely high. But not thousands of miles or anything ridiculous. It's like within it's hundreds, I think, or less than 100. My memory serves me right. I'm a boomer. I'm getting old. I can remember what I had for my first day of kindergarten, but I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. So short-term memory is lacking.
Same.
It's weird, huh?
There's another weird one. Have you ever heard of Marfa lights? MARFA?
No. What is that?
In Marfa, if you drive to Marfa, Texas, there's this area. It's like a big plain with, I guess you could say, hills in the backdrop. And as the sun goes down at night, all of a sudden these lights start appearing. They're called the Marfa lights. Just a big mystery. People have zoomed out there, with high-speed vehicles trying to see and discover what they are. It's like a big mystery.
Where does this observation take place?
In Marfa, Texas. You can YouTube it, Marfa lights. It's crazy.
Hmm. See, whenever the media labels something as a weird, rare phenomena, they just mean something that goes against the heliocentric paradigm. Because there's no explanation. Well, then,
Yeah, they look like orbs.
Verifiable answer, is that the words you're looking for? There's no
no, because like for example, making a rainbow requires more than just the screen, i.e., the crystals or the particles in the air. Like it's not just that. It also requires a solid reflective surface. They just say, well, it can happen because what you're seeing is many micro refractions that make up a large rainbow. No, I don't. Mm-mm. Oh, because light comes in parallel. Remember that, and that's their reasoning for, and we already know that's not true. So
So do you think rainbows are holographic in nature, meaning all of the small water particles that are that the light is hitting and creating a bunch of small rainbows, which viewed.
I don't. That's exactly what I don't think.
You don't think that? Okay, so you don't think it's
No.
holographic in nature.
No, I do think it's holographic in nature. I don't think there's the micro refractions happening at just at the because all of those theoretical light rays, right? They have to be hitting all of the particles parallel, and then all of them at this perfect angle to you to where you experience one big rainbow. Hell no. Hell no. It'd be like a wash. It'd just be like you can't. No, it's not because a rainbow has these bands of different colors. You can't have a whole bunch of because when you have refraction, the light breaks up. So you can't have a whole bunch of light breaking up, making one big
Yeah. A
phenomena with
mosaic. You're
separate
talking about
colors.
the
Yeah.
mosaic. A mosaic of rainbows making one single rainbow.
Right.
That is crazy. I agree.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Do you believe that that phenomenon can take place? Holography, meaning all parts contain the whole?
I don't know if that's
Uh,
another way of asking the same question, but it might be
that's
no.
that's kind of a vague question to me for some reason. It doesn't put anything together. It just kind of a statement. I don't know.
Do you think what? What's the question?
Do you think holograms, right? Holograms can be created by many different pieces containing the full image.
Um, maybe, but then that would require each of those to be larger or smaller and not equal. And then what you would have is a variance of shading. So you would never be able to do that in color, but you could potentially do that in a monochromatic way.
Well, each one of those water particles that the light passes through must be acting similar to a prism, breaking the light, splitting the light into the colors like a prism.
Well, the problem with their explanation is again, remember that the sun is behind you, so the light has to be reflecting back. You know, um, it's just there's just no way. There's just no way. It's
Napalm, do you have an example? Like, for instance, let's say it's the dollar bill, the $1 bill. Could you use uh, millions of various sized $1 bills in order to recreate the dollar bill? That kind of.
I think holograms are typically having to deal um, with light. But
Mhm.
let me see if I can find you an example, because it's my understanding that like a true hologram is actually a bunch of constituent similar or the exact same images that when projected create a full image of what is contained within the smaller parts. But I'll have to try to find an
But
example
we're
for you.
talking about, but we're talking about like something like say a hologram or a projector is. There are different parts that make that up, different mirrors, different angles that you know what I mean? It's not just random, just like our world is not random. It takes a special set of um, things for to experience these kinds of phenomena.
I get what you're talking about on how a hologram is made. Um, But as far as I understand it, based on these graphics, really what you're doing is you're reflecting light off of a part. It's not the whole being conveyed a million times, it's the part of the whole.
Right.
Huh. Speaking of holograms, look at that. Somebody made a globe hologram.
Ah, what's up?
Hello?
You haven't had enough of the Angular Resolution series yet?
Please don't.
It's homework. It's going to be a new release soon of the Optometric Angulizer Omnitron Afire. That's right.
The fire?
No. The Optimizer Omnitronorific Analyzer.
I am unfamiliar with this thing.
It changes names spontaneously, just like the location of the horizon.
Oh, that sounds like a convenient device. Like a Swiss Army knife of sorts, yeah? It's ready to be whatever you want it to be, whenever you need it to be, the thing that it needs to be.
What's that?
This thing, optorific thing.
I can't even pronounce it.
Opterific.
The optical orific explanerometer.
Oh,
Tron.
and with this device, you can prove that the Earth is a ball. Is that what
Nope.
this? Oh, what's the device do?
It's not a device. It's an
Oh,
orthographometric representometer.
okay.
You know, it's like a curve calculator. Only a non-curve calculator.
Mm.
So I've been playing that episodes a lot lately. One, obviously it's good content, but two, just to cement in people's minds that this stuff's been out there for years and years and years and years and years. Yet the Globers are still ignorant, willfully so.
Feels bad.
Yeah, for you Globers listening at the current moment, yes, that means angular resolution limitations as well as other optical effects are a necessary and sufficient cause for the bottoms of things to disappear as they approach 0 degrees in your field of view as they recede away from you on the z-axis. It's been that way for years, and it's been that way for decades, and it's been that way for centuries, and it's been that way for millennia. Get with the program. Okay, if you want to have a globe, fine, but you still need to account for that phenomena inside any of your math, which you never have done. Instead, you present ideal orthographic views or ideal linear perspective, which only exists in artwork, as if that's the reality we live in. Like you guys really are model afflicted and cognitively conflicted. Because the curve you predicted isn't there. Don't send DMs to people. Be like, "Oh, how would you account for that in your representations of what we say?" I don't know. You guys are the ones claiming to have the answers for thousands of years. You should already have this done already. Shouldn't need to be asked. The fact that it needs to be asked is problematic in and of itself. Said this years ago. I said, "Hey, how'd you account for this, and this in your observation?" And I got crickets. And I said, "Okay, your observation's erroneous. Your conclusions are false, axiomatically. Bye-bye now." But that's Earth curve in that picture there. I see curvature riser. What do you actually see? Oh, I just see the bottom of something missing. Oh, so you're inferring curve. You don't actually see curve. Oh, that's true, I guess. You're right. But I have an orthographic ideal model that predicts that the bottoms of things will disappear. Okay, well then why is the horizon behind the thing? Oh, dang, you got me. A refraction. Ah, yeah, demonstrate the refraction necessary for the observation in question. Oh, you can't do it? Oh, yeah, send me to a link to Mr. Hoosier Swatsit that made a Calva-Lugemizer calculator where you just slide a bar until it matches mathematically and think that's evidence that's actually field obtained. Laughable. See, the problem is, Globers, that I've seen with my own two eyes, the bottoms of things disappear with no curvature present. So your games don't work. And if you're honest with yourselves, you could go out and do the same observation. Kind of like Matthew learns. I don't need to do observations to test the model. I'm satisfied in my position. But you should get a camera and go look at the moon, and then maybe you'd understand it. Yeah, really intellectually honest there, buddy. Had like four, probably three. Let's just give it the benefit of the doubt and say four Globers actually attempt to do any of these types of things and produce their results that have come in here. It's really quite pathetic, to be honest. How many refuse to do the practical tests?
Yeah.
Still waiting on M. Scott Veach and Zanuck to come up with a way to do it. Man, I've been waiting for that for like 5 years now.
What's the point of it? Right. For the last 4 years, however long it's been for me, all I've seen before the Black Swan is there was a time where they actually wanted to go out and prove us wrong. Remember that National Geographic
Oh yeah,
video with the CFI
that was
investigators?
that was a
Well,
good
that
one,
was
dude.
specifically them doing a test that their claim was, well, the horizon is geometric. We're going to prove it. Pretty simple, pretty standard thing. They believe that this is what you could do because this is the case because that's what the heliocentric rhetoric tells us. And the bottom line is, for the last 2 years, they've said, why would anyone want to do observations like that? It doesn't prove anything. Oh, so you're admitting that you would come out to the beach with us and see the same thing we saw. So you just decided, let's not do any of that stuff anymore.
Yep. Yeah, at one time the horizon used to be, oh, look at the horizon, it proves a globe. Now it's like, don't look at the horizon, it proves nothing. Science doesn't prove anything anymore. The horizon doesn't prove anything anymore. The sky doesn't prove anything anymore. So where's the globe evidence? Oh, they did it 2,000 years ago. We've known it for 2,000 years. Appeal to duration, that's evidence. A claim has existed for 2,000 years, therefore it's true. Wow, that's really intelligent. How about you give me a first-party source for Eratosthenes? Good frickin' luck. I'll be waiting another 5 years for that. Yeah, I took my son out to a certain spot with really good observations where you could see on almost all days without fail. The bottom of the other side of the lake disappear, and there's definitely no earth curve sufficient to do that in this span. And not only that, but on other days you could see the entire kayaker disappear, and all you can see is like from his shoulder up and his paddle appear every so often. So what, the earth shrink that day to make a 2.5, 3 foot bulge? Oh, just slide a scale on your curve calculator till it says refraction extreme times infinity. Oh, bingo, it's still a globe. See, the problem is, Globers, I already allowed my kid to see with his own eyeballs that your claims are false. So when you tell him that the only way things could disappear is because of earth curve, he's going to laugh at your dumb rhetoric. Nice try, though. You had a bunch of people for a bunch of years because they were all too oblivious, let's say. I don't want to say ignorant or stupid. Ignorant is a fair word, but it has a negative connotation. People are just oblivious. It just never crossed their mind, until it does. And then once it does and you test it, you find out that the claim that the only thing that cuts the things off of the bottoms of things is Earth curve. No, that's false. You could experience with your own eyes things disappearing out of existence where the Earth curve isn't present. Even in the model projections is what I mean, obviously. So your claim that that's the only cause is false. Clearly an optical phenomenon. Maybe you should get out of denial and actually go examine that, because you must include it in your globe projections. If you don't, then your claims are false on their face. I don't even need to hear how you explain it in orthographic ideal geometry with ideal linear perspective. Does that exist in the real world? The answer is no. So any claims you make using that are false. Then you might say, oh, it's close enough. If the Earth was a globe, you would expect things to disappear from the bottom up. Therefore, if you believe affirming the consequent is good, sound reasoning, then you'll believe me. How about you give me an argument that's not a logical fallacy? That would be a start. Let alone the data that supports the premises within the fallacy you set up.
Yep.
And no, you can't borrow your concluded premise from a previous logical fallacy to input in the beginning of your next logical fallacy and expect nobody to notice it. You need to prove the premises first. Snow Glober's in here. There's probably some listening on the live stream. Why don't you do some keyboard warrior and write on there, hey, 24/7, I'm on the YouTube live stream, and here's an argument for the globe. This one isn't a logical fallacy, I promise. Next thing he types, logical fallacy. Just drinking some Globy tears. Don't worry about it. It's delicious. Refreshing. Oh, that's actually evidence that they present that water conforms to a globe floating in space is teardrops and raindrops, because when they fall, they turn into a globule, with like surface tension and cohesion. Ay, ay, ay.
Mic check. Is it working right now?
I hear you.
No.
I'm good.
I just wanted to chime in real quick. Last few minutes you've been talking, it pretty much a good assessment. Motion. It's pretty sad, these globers. Like you said, it's been out there for years, this angular resolution stuff and everything.
Well, there's definitely nothing worth talking about in the damn live stream. Not on the YouTube version anyway.
Yeah, rookie, all the hours those sophists spend out there, they could be doing something productive. That's just my opinion, though. You know. But they sit in our chat and spew nonsense and logical fallacies all day long.
Yep. Welcome to Flat Earth. You've been here the whole time. That's a good one.
Oh, how does my mic sound?
Sounds like your voice.
Probably a lot better than mine. Sound good to me.
Dude, it's just that this is just that little Apple headset for like $15, man. It's like the best deal you can get.
Yeah, I always get the Walmart special. $4.95. Which is way overpriced when you consider.
I'm talking on wired headphones that cost $8.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, fellas, get yourself an amazing girl. Ladies, get yourself a guy that deserves you. Thanks.
And vice versa.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And ain't nothing more precious in this world than, you know, sticking together. Friends and family.
We got a gravity believer in here. Get
Wait, where?
you said stick together.
Oh, no, I don't mean that.
I'm just teasing.
I'm not an idiot.
I'm just teasing, man. Gravity's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the discussion. It's only
Totally is,
relevant
man.
to. It's only relevant to a creation story for the globe religion. Has nothing to do with the actual shape.
And it's just a distraction too. It's like, hey, where's the curvature? Yeah, but gravity. Well, that doesn't make sense. Let's focus. Where's the curvature? Like, come on. Oh boy. It's like they paid attention in school, but they can't pay attention in an adult conversation about their worldview. It's so weird. Don't get mad. Just understand the truth, and can we move forward, please? Flat Earth is entry level. Like, if you can't see that it's flat stationary, at least those two. The enclosed thing, the gas pressure, it might take a second for you to understand that. That's okay. If you can get the first two, no curve, no spin, okay? If you can understand that, right? That is common sense, by the way. That's the definition of common sense. You're using your sense, and it should be common that everybody experiences is, If you can't grasp that, then you have a lot harder lessons in life to learn than this one. A lot harder.
My favorite is when they say, well, I can prove gravity, I just need to drop something. I go, okay, so what have you proven? You've proven that things fall down. Excellent. So thank you for confirming the Earth is flat and horizontal. They'll be like, well, that's not what I meant. I meant it's going inwards toward a floating space ball. I go, okay, cool. I'll drop something here, you drop something there, and then we'll see if they're, at an off angle to each other. Oh, they're not? Oh, yeah, that's right. When I drop something, it goes down. When you drop something over there, it goes down. So in both locations, it goes down. Why would I assume that's inwards to the center of a floating space ball?
Yeah, man, give me a satellite video of someone on the side of the Earth dropping something and it going to the left or the right in the picture towards the ground would be, next to you instead of below you. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way that if you even look into this for 5 minutes, you can still be a globe earther if you take the math right and compare it to the world. So it's a choice out there by both people getting paid to do it and then by people who just cannot drop the lie and the fantasy. They're out there defending something that it just doesn't exist. It doesn't. It's not. It's worse than like me saying that there's a neon green, cat in my freezer. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not happening. Anyway.
Well, they do offer a counter argument, which is, well, if the Earth was flat, then gravity would crush it into a ball. Which isn't true.
How do they know? When was the last time anything else
What if your ass was
physical reality turned something into a ball because of gravity? You can't just leave a rock outside and look, in 6 years it's going to be a perfect sphere.
Well, they're assuming mass attracts mass to the center of mass, and the center of mass would be the center of the imagined floating disk that they have.
Oh.
And of course, the way out of that is to have perpendicular field lines to the plane, which they would assume requires an infinite plane, right?
Mm-hmm.
In order to solve the problem. What they don't understand is that they've already conceded that the gravity of the type of which they're speaking of is Newtonian in nature, and they don't realize that even in their worldview, Newtonian gravity requires an infinite universe. So why are they allowed to have an infinite universe, but a different paradigm is not allowed to have an infinite Earth? I mean, why can you have one and not the other? Oh, that's right. You can't, because if you have an infinite universe, you have infinite stars. And if you have infinite stars, you have an infinite light. And if you have infinite light, it's day all the time, which is why Newton himself recognized very quickly that his model of gravitation could not possibly be true. Why? Because it's not daylight all the time. That's why.
I just want to see something bigger attract something smaller. That's all. That's the only thing I want to see.
I just think the biggest issue is that they think.
I don't know. I tend to believe that skinny things attract other things, not fat things. But I could be wrong.
The tall, skinny dude with the plump girl. I get it.
Yeah, I mean,
They're probably happier than the supermodel couple.
that's what's sad about the world today, is that most men and women think they're ugly or think they're not perfect enough, when in reality, no one really wants perfect. Matter of fact, nobody really wants perfect, because then you gotta. It's a lot of hassle. Trust me.
Yeah, it's keeping up with the Joneses kind of deal.
It's pretty sad though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get it. You know, people pick on you and make you think you're not good enough, and that's just what happens to you. You over time, you build up this wall immunity to it, and you fight against it. It's kind of silly when you think about it.
Well, imagine being born in a world where everybody says everything's figured out. You don't have to figure anything out. Just focus on you. That sounds great,
just focus
right?
on how ugly and dumb you are.
Oh, well, that's not necessarily what I mean, but I do hear you.
Well, it was a joke, of course.
No, I got you. I'm with you. Yeah. So
I know it's hard to argue with rationality, right?
Exactly. You can't argue with it. You can just say, "Whoa, okay. Well, let me know if you ever change that." So it's either, man, I just think it's a choice with everybody. Everybody's choosing to stick with the globe side, right?
Does that mean like a flat earther? They spelled it wrong. Flirt. It'd be a flat earther, right? Not a flurf. What's a flurf?
Glurfer?
These silly words. All these Jolly Pirate chicken nicknames. I don't care what you believe in. Facts are facts. I know.
Hey, are you talking to us?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I was reading a text in here in the
Got it.
chat, on the YouTube chat.
Who's the
Now it's moved up now.
Oh, you're reading the YouTube chat. See, I'm trying to not go in there as often because
well, it's something to do. I mean,
they can't stop talking about me when I go in there, and I'm just like, guys, stop. This is flat Earth.
I found the real photo of Earth.
Where's it at? Let's see.
Nice. Really?
I found it. Yeah, I'm gonna post it in the chat.
Oh my God! Finally,
it's gonna blow your mind, guys.
Hey, wait a second. Where are the stars? I'm sick of asking that question.
Zoom in.
Okay. Why bother? We're never going to answer that question.
No, it's a camera trick issue. That's why you can't see stars or satellites. Sorry.
Zoom in.
Oh, wow.
What the fuck is this? What is this?
It's a NASA troll.
It has to be. This looks like just drawn on a napkin. The fuck?
Look. I
can't zoom in very close. It just turns into nothing. Oh, I get it. Who are these people? You're kidding. So, like, all these people work for NASA or something?
No. All these people participated in a Earth Day global selfie in 2014, and then they assembled the pictures and arranged them, and then yeah.
So did this take longer to make than their other live pictures, or did they have like an app that just does it? Because honestly, this is impressive compared to what they show us.
I think it's an
algorithm. Interesting. Mosaics are insane. Interesting to me. It's like how?
Yeah, I always wonder how they do that stuff.
It makes me question, because everything is recycled in reality, very efficiently. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I don't know if that connected. Sometimes I speak broken logic, but
no, I got you. At least I did.
Just because pictures are pictures, and you put them all together, and it makes a picture. What? Mm-hmm. That's exactly what a TV does.
That's true. Yeah.
Like, how do you? It's crazy.
But that's called a Black Mirror.
There's artistry to making the world.
It has to be. I want to make a song.
Yeah, somebody making a song. It has to be.
Intro beat.
Why my
Those
girlfriend cheating on me? Because she has to.
Those come from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the oceans.
Yeah, and it just didn't look right at the end, so we just changed stuff around. We just kept hitting, Control Z or something.
Hey man, did you see my face? It's Minnesota.
Yeah, that picture is
Minnesota?
hilarious.
Get it? You zoom into anywhere. Hey, look, my face is China.
Yeah.
Big face, I guess.
Interesting clouds.
Yeah,
Okay,
every
that
single
was
one
a
of
big
these.
deal.
Stick bugs. Like, this is what I'm saying. It's like, shit is different, but not really. It's almost like neither the creator put that magic sauce on top of everything that's relatively the same. Because when we play a video game, at first we're like, man, this is lazy as fuck. Like you
Yeah.
see the same coffee cups, the same coffee shop, the same, after you play a game for a while, it's like, oh, this is the same exact thing. And then you think about it and you're like, oh, right. Like the CVS every block and a half in reality. Like my apartment that looks eerily similar to my best friend's apartment. It's just I just put different things in mine. Like it's not really nothing is that different, but we perceive them as different. How many different variations
Especially when someone calls
of
it out and says something's different about it, right?
yeah, it's like look at us as people. It's like, okay, we got eyes and mouth and all this and all that. Like, how many variations of that can you make? Well, when you see a person, you've never seen them. Even though we all have like that's the most insane thing to me. And once you see a person, you see them. And now it's like, okay, that's that person. But when you don't know a person, everyone kind of looks the same. You know what I mean? Like it's weird. Mm. No? All right. Well, whatever.
I kind of followed what you were saying.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. What I find quite interesting is like when you buy a new car or your mate buys a new car, suddenly you see that car everywhere. And before you just didn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the craziest one.
Yep, and that works for pretty much everything. Like I didn't see pregnancy commercials until I was scared that me and my daughter's mother made a mistake. Yeah, the same day, there's this commercial where they got like it must have been water like trickling onto a stick, which is like I don't know why. Like we get it, you didn't have to do all that, but. And then I'm seeing help wanted signs now because I hadn't had a job yet. At
Yep,
like
there you go.
17, 18, was it? The help wanted signs are just popping up everywhere. As soon as I needed a job, help wanted everywhere. But it's always been there, you know?
Because you weren't looking for it.
Dude, I just washed my car and now I see water everywhere in my truck. That was real water, though. I guess I left my door a crack
Guys,
open.
in 2022, people are still using words like space shuttle.
Space Force.
Space shuttle. Ooh. God, it sounds so official.
They should have just called it a shuttlecock.
Yeah.
Well, it's about the only thing that fits the description, right?
I agree with you on that.
And explain to me why every single space mission has a giant, you know what, as the display model.
Oh,
as
it's
the
just a
thing that looks at
coincidence. The
sky.
aerodynamics have to
And
work that
where
way.
did they, and why are there no balls on the end of it? Can you just explain that?
Because they're not aerodynamic enough. But if it looks like a penis, it's perfectly aerodynamic, okay? It's just science.
Good point. I guess you gotta.
Don't question it, okay?
It's science.
Okay? You might as well question your heart doctor, your cardiologist, when he's telling you to stop eating so much fat. Then
You know what I thought
how
of when I
dare
saw
you
the
question NASA?
You know the shuttle that blew up? You know what I thought of when that first happened? I thought of that Eddie Murphy skit.
Which one? There's a few.
About you put your what in there and it just explodes.
Oh, yeah. That's from.
That's for some reason what popped
Raw.
into my head the moment that happened.
You got a strange imagination there, but
thank God I cut school that day.
That's okay. Yeah, at least you went to Eddie Murphy.
Otherwise, I would have had to see that in class, and it would have terrified me. But I knew it was baloney. I remember when it happened. It was funny because everybody was sitting in front of the TV, and I walked in the room, and they're like, "Oh my God, can you believe it? The space shuttle blew up." I started laughing. I said, "Really?" That's funny.
Yeah, it was weird too because didn't it turn into like
horrified.
Didn't it look like a demon head in the sky? The smoke, once it exploded, it turned into like this horned demon thing for a second. It's weird.
That was you asking the questions, right, Rookie?
Yeah, it was Rookie.
All right. Well, maybe you've not been made aware of this.
Uh-oh, am I going to get spoiled again?
Oh, dear God.
Well, there they are. All right, cool.
Send them all.
Nice. I missed that one. How's that work? Is that where you get in and out?
How exactly is that vulva shaped?
I want to know why.
You gotta watch the video.
I want to know why Mary Magdalene's, or why the mother of Jesus looks like a vagina. That's what I want to know.
There's the
Please don't tell me you've never heard of that, because I'm going to slap all of you if you haven't.
Yeah, no, I've heard of it. I just ignore things like that.
I know. Normally I do too, but for some reason it just seems bad.
That doesn't seem to be fixing the problem. Okay, so we've got genitalia going to space. Let's launch more genitalia into space. Great idea.
Yep.
Idea.
That's
like
their solution.
Hey, man.
Representation.
Make them actually, what do they call that? Anatomically correct, though. I think
What I don't understand is why are all these spaceships white?
Uh-oh.
I mean,
Oh
no.
Here it came. I knew racism was going to keep it.
So you know why Globers are Globers, and again, like I don't even know why we called them that. Like, it's not the globe. It's not the globe that's keeping them tied to the religion. The religion itself is space and how things originate in space.
How things originate in space. Yep, you're right.
So when people like, because when you say it's not a globe, they're like, but then they talk about the sky, like as how they know, and it's because they can't fathom out there being this endless, mind entertaining thought quest that they'll never actually be able to experience in actuality. It's so many wormholes, black holes, suns that are bigger than our sun, which is like I don't know how many Earths inside. Like I don't know why. It's just because you can think about the scale of basically how they show you, and then you're like, well, the Earth is big, but even if I imagine it to be small and then think of a star that's like 100 times bigger than that, it's like, whoa, mind blown. Just for thinking about some bullshit on top of some bullshit. The reason that they can't let go of the globe is because they can't let go of what they think the sky is, because everyone imagines going there.
Yeah, they just think the Earth is one of many things that are floating around in this place called space. Equal. possibly equal in every way.
Spaces between their ears. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Yeah.
Butterbean?
So,
Next thing you know, there's going to be a space disease. You watch.
hey, is a globe something kind of like, so oblate spheroid, right? It's got the word sphere in it, so there should be some curvature anywhere. Is that correct? There should be some kind of bend curve, right?
Yeah, I mean.
So where the fuck is it?
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Everything is curved. Even flat is curved. Everything is curved.
This is why they talk about gravity, right? Because they listen. Yeah, space is the religion, but the only reason we exist and have a place to live on is because of gravity, right? So these two things are super linked, and it's like if you don't address these things, they kind of can't imagine that not being the case, because it comes with, I would just float off in the weightlessness of space, not realizing it in the same context you're weightless in water. No, but that's different. No, it's not. But anyway, the point is that I like going about it with, what about Jupiter? Because the bottom line is, you think that it's not just this rock that came together from bits and pieces and fire and whatever the hell else people think, made the planets. You have other things that are purely gas, like Jupiter, right? So it's like that belief would have you think that gas law works exactly opposite to your experience, because gases aren't attracted to each other. That's why you can have balloons and things like this, because they expand to fill the volume. That's what creates the pressure, having more of that. It's like, how can you not understand that gas particles aren't attracted to each other? Because the moment you do and you say, well, the sun and how is that possible in the vacuum of space and all this and that and the third, it should be over right there. Because now it's like, well, if gravity isn't a thing, then what is space then? What is going on?
Oh, but don't misrepresent them, Elijah. They say that Jupiter is probably rock and metal on the inside.
Really?
My two favorite genres.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that gas giant that they call a gas giant probably has rock and metal on the inside, they say.
How the fuck did they know the core inside?
Yeah, exactly. Who went there? Who took a sample?
So
again,
are you saying that
probably.
Did you get a handful of that stuff when you were down there, so we could bring it back and show us how
Sorry.
magnetized?
What?
Are you saying that? Are you saying that it's got metal core?
It says metal core, yeah.
Hardcore. It's hardcore.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
That's stupid, but everything is.
Yeah.
Does that mean a fart has a solid core?
Well, our best guess up until this point, until you have some other better solution, then we're going to continue to believe that. Okay.
Check this out.
Right.
Look at their gravity stuff that they say. 11 times larger than Earth. 2.4 times the gravity. And they say that the air pressure is 1,000 times. The air pressure is 1,000 times, the gravity is 2.4 times, but the size is 11 times. That checks out. I'm sure there's an equation to make that make sense.
Well, if you make it up, you can make it whatever you want, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say
I'm made of pure peanuts. You know how I know that? Geodetic surveying. Changed my
oh
mind.
yeah.
Right.
Are you a Pokemon?
Might as well be because gravity and refraction created me
What was his
solely.
name? This guy. Is this you?
Hold on, let me check.
Geodude.
Oh yeah, that's me. I'm fucking. And my uncle is a piece of volcanic rock with guns. Punch you.
Oh, we got a Schnabel
I like Gardevoir better.
True. Me too.
in the chat.
Michelle Fowler said that you were some complicated rocks.
That's what I'm saying. My uncle is magma from a volcano in Hawaii, and
I had a couple of those in my head. Come on, that's funny.
Globus hystericus.
You guys really hate my tyrannical jokes, don't you?
I
Tyrannical?
didn't realize they were tyrannical.
That sounded like it.
I'm working on it.
Sometimes it's hard to hear them because they're interjected over other people's statements. Just saying.
by the way, I'm going to say this for a while now, especially while it's still in theaters. The best make fun of people who still believe in outer space movie of 2022 is Moonfall. Everybody go ahead and check it out. You will laugh the entire time, especially the parts that we know that people believe this shit. Oh, it's great.
Yeah, how funny is it?
DiCaprio in it?
How funny is it to be at the movie theater laughing when everybody's like, they've got their mouth open and their eyes are 2 times more open than normal, and they're like, "Oh wow!" And you're like,
I can't. I look at him just like holding my mouth, like Butthead when the drill sergeant's yelling at him. Holy shit!
Oh, that's classic.
No, see, I had to watch it at home. I'm not gonna go to the theaters and embarrass myself
That always
and
makes me
everybody
think that
else with that.
Yeah, I totally was at the movie theater when a group of young teenagers, I don't know how young because I forget the rating, but young people at the time watching the movie John Q. And at the one of the most emotionally intense moments of that entire movie, they started laughing and they got kicked out of the theater.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to get mad at it, right? So every day I'll either, I'll just try to laugh at it. I still see people wearing like face diapers, 2 of them in their car when they're by themselves with the windows rolled up. I try to just, you know what I mean? I try to just say, okay, well, somehow they're relevant in other parts of their life, so I just need to let them have this one.
Never know if they could give themselves corona.
That's what I'm saying, like, right? They just, oh man. No wonder they believe in the globe, right? I mean, that's, yeah.
That's a good gift. That's a good video editing.
Mm.
The one Miguel put.
Yeah. I like it, actually.
Looking back, the thing that kind of slaps me in the face when I think about it is when they would describe the greenhouse effect without the greenhouse.
Oh, you don't have one of those gravity greenhouses?
What's that?
Bet you could save a bunch of money in building material if that would actually work,
The gas holder.
Gravity greenhouse? Is that what the gas is contained?
Well, yeah, you're right, though. They did always talk about the greenhouse effect back in the 90s, especially with the whole hole in the ozone layer. And yeah.
It's a nose only.
That's what they called it. It's a layer of O3.
It should have been called the boson. Like,
Well, this alleged layer of O3 gas supposedly was what kept in the heat. That's
dioxides. Oh boy.
that's the story that they told us, is that O3 traps in the world's heat, and if we have a hole in it, we're going to freeze to death.
So yeah. So what happens when the hole? What goes through the hole, man?
Yeah.
What's
That's a good
escaping through
question.
the hole?
Let me guess. A rock.
Heat was allegedly escaping through the ozone hole.
Oh no!
Yeah, our planet was going to cool off, and we were going to go into an ice age.
Ugh.
No,
must be
no, no. It
called
was letting in.
no
It was
zone.
letting in. No, no, no. It was letting in the cosmic radiation that was going to heat everything up.
Oh, it was a both
Oh.
and.
Hey guys,
Cosmic
did the ozone layer close by itself too? But I haven't heard anything about the ozone layer
Yes.
for a
Yeah,
while.
the hole
They
doesn't
renamed
exist
it the
anymore.
clozone later.
No, the hole doesn't exist anymore.
Oh,
They said that it healed itself. Yeah, and they're going to pat themselves on the back and say that it's because they banned chlorofluorocarbons.
Yeah, why not? It wasn't because
those.
they figured
You
out
mean
gas
four?
expands.
Sorry.
I was just saying, it's not because they figured out gas expands in all directions. The idea of a O2 layer is kind of silly.
These people get on my nerves, man. Because the gas has to not. I fucking can't. I can't stand that. I don't like this conversation.
Great.
Like the fact that this conversation has to be had
I
is what
agree.
annoys me. I do enjoy it, but it's also very annoying.
Yeah.
Like case in point, no, I'm not talking to them. Someone posted proof of rotating Earth, no problem. The simple fact that the stars, when viewed at the equator, simultaneously rotate. Blah 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 blah. That's dumb, bro. Like, so in order to detect movement in real life, we know what you will. Either you feel it, or you want to measure the movement versus the the you know what I mean? Like you know what miles per hour is, like that's movement. But when it comes to the movement of the earth, it's like, no, we need a special way to do that, like looking at other stuff. Like I'm tired of it. And then they end it with flat earth debunked. No, level means level unless you can prove that it also means equidistant from the center as you move
Well, if
around
you
the curved surface. Like that's like, bro, no, like level is level. That's the only way to debunk that is if there's an 8 inches per mile square drop and the elevation is changing. Therefore, you don't live on a level surface. So you would have to
hold on.
prove that. Not, yeah, go ahead. I'm just
I was
annoyed.
about to say, no, like if there's 8 inches per mile drop, like whatever, then you can't acquire an angle to do any measurements to assert that it's a sphere. Like that doesn't work either.
Well,
There's no
that's
curve,
not.
no bend anywhere. Okay, that's
Yeah,
it. Bottom line.
yeah. Don't get distracted by the eight. That's a parabolic calculation anyway. It's just a good rule of thumb for doing the calculations, but it's and again, it's accurate up to 150 miles or whatever, but it's not. That's a besides the point kind of thing.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. If it were close enough, you wouldn't be able to acquire an angle from the surface of Earth.
Curvature, go away. I'm serious. I'm so sick of this other stuff. And I'm glad I'm learning about, how gravity can't exist because of the facts of reality and such. That's nice. I want to have that knowledge. But the bottom line is, if it's a ball, it curves. Where's that curve?
Yep.
Like if it was measured to be a ball, then I'd been like, has to be gravity. How the fuck? Like but you gotta prove it's a. Oh man, because you know what gravity is? Is a first law of thermodynamics violation. That's what gravitational accretion is. The ability for matter to change vectors because of some inherent force within the matter itself. Yeah, that's the first law of thermodynamics violation. There ain't no force.
I was just reading an article the other day. Has anybody read up on the zeroth? I know it's going to sound like a joke.
Law?
The zeroth thermodynamics law.
Another Mandela effect.
Zero.
Yeah, here I'll post the article. It's not really, again, not my cup of tea like it is for some people, but it was written last year. We start here with the consideration of a general thermodynamics law that govern all possible processes in the universe. These laws are the fundamental building blocks. Blah, blah, blah. We begin by positing the so-called zeroth law of thermodynamics in a familiar and sensible formulation, which asserts that two bodies in equilibrium with a third are in equilibrium with each other.
What does that mean?
That's a fantastic question. That's why I didn't make it too far through this article, because I don't know.
What does that mean?
It's not a coherent statement to me.
I can tell you what it means. They're trying to wedge those laws into heliocentrism. That's what that zeroth is. They're trying to make it sound like these balls in space rotating around each other are in equilibrium, so they're not violating any of the laws of thermodynamics.
Two bodies in equilibrium with a third are in equilibrium with each other.
Like the sun,
rewriting it.
The Earth and Moon system is in equilibrium, and the Earth and Moon system is in equilibrium with the sun. It's just bullshit.
Okay, so I think this is what they're saying. A equals B, C equals B, therefore A equals C.
That sounds logical.
Well, yeah, but I'm not quite sure what their point is, what they're getting at.
Is that affirming the consequence there?
Maybe a little bit.
No, I think it's just a logical statement, but
no. How? I mean, how?
The issue is determining in the first place how A is equal to B or how C is equal to B in the first place. That's the initial assertion. If those two things were determined to be true, then it would be logical to say that then therefore A equals C. But it starts with validating A does actually equal B and that C does actually equal B.
So then, it is affirming the consequent then. Well, yeah. If the presupposition is because that's a presupposition. It's like A is equal to. Is it or isn't it? Like I don't.
No,
you can't just assert it.
Well, I think the assertion is the first part, not the second part.
Read it again.
A equals B. Yeah.
Who? What?
Read it once more.
Yeah, read it once more. Let's see if we can.
Well, I made that up. The ABC thing, I made that up. So it's not actually coming from the article. That's my interpretation of what. Let me reread their assertion. Two bodies in equilibrium with a third are in equilibrium with each other. My interpretation of that was if A equals B and if C equals B, then A equals C. That's how I'm interpreting their assertion of two bodies in equilibrium with a third are in equilibrium with each other. The zeroth law of thermodynamics, 2021, by Jürgen Honig.
Is this? I guess this is hinting at the sun, moon, and the earth.
I don't know. No, I don't think that they're even invoking space, or I don't know. I read it, and it's just a bunch of words. Mostly, they reference magnetism. They reference temperature. They reference Boyle's law. They reference temperature scales.
I don't see how it applies to any of that stuff. Like, I don't know what the
That's why
how is it
I posted the
related?
link. I
Universe.
posted the link.
Right. I'm working, man.
I know,
Be
me
my
too.
eyes.
I thought it was interesting. I came across the title and I was like, what in the world's going on now? My other fun phrase, and feel free to steal it because I think it's fun. Some people might not think it's fun, but I think it's fun. What from hell? What from hell is this? If anybody should want to steal that one, feel free.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. I do.
What from hell are you talking about? All that sort of stuff. It works. It's a good one.
How hot is it?
Huh?
What's the temperature?
Are you talking about my funny phrase?
Yeah.
Yeah, the heat is kind of besides the point.
That's why I went there.
It's more in reference to just overwhelming subversion.
It's just more of a globy response. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this article is quite technical and just a bunch of gobbledygook to me. But
So what? Moving on from that, because I'm just thinking about like why people think illogically, and maybe it's because we take some of the most precious moments of a child's life for granted. What if once they're logically fucked up or have not been allowed to make logical connections, it is impossible in adulthood? Because what if that development has to take place as a child, which is why they take over? So what if that's the case and we'll never change anything? Because the only reason I wasn't captive is because, well, I didn't listen. I was like, oh, word, I can't do math the way I want to do it, even though I got the same answer as Timmy over there. All right, well, I'm going to sleep. Thanks. Because I don't understand and I don't care to. Oh, I'm getting a failing grade? Okay.
Well, this zero law of thermodynamics,
yeah,
I feel like this could be characterized as like the Captain Obvious law of thermodynamics, right? Isn't that just a pretty obvious
kind of what I was.
statement?
Unless there's something I'm missing, it seems to be is means is. You, wow, profound. It does seem to be kind of a ridiculously unnecessary claim statement. The other ones seem to convey information. This one seems to not communicate any new information at all.
Yes, it's basically stating the obvious. If you have two bodies that are at equilibrium with a third body, all three would be at equilibrium. Ergo, the first two bodies would be at equilibrium with one another. Like, that should go without saying.
Yeah, I agree. Unless there's something I'm missing. And that's why I scratch my head at its relevance.
Because people yeah, people like to just come up with word salad for no reason. You know, sometimes
Well, you get
they'll agree with you, but they think they're disagreeing with you, but they'll say the same thing you said in different words, and it's
You know
like,
how hard it is to come up with a master's thesis or a doctoral dissertation topic? You have to think of something that no one else has done before. So you get pretty creative when you're grasping at the straws of newness. Like, for instance, I wrote on caffeine's effects on mental health, but I had to specify it even more than that because I wasn't the first person to think about such things. So I had to apply it to like generalized anxiety disorder specifically, and I had to kind of like hone it into a niche, which is so when you start reading scientific papers and stuff, oftentimes it's a 21-year-old or a 24-year-old or whatever doing the best they can after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, like, just, I guess I'll do this. Or more often than not, they're fulfilling the dreams of whatever professor that they had. I don't know, the whole higher level of education is super grabbled in so many different ways.
I wonder how much taxpayer money went into funding the grant to figure out that two bodies that are at equilibrium with a third are at equilibrium with one another.
Yeah. Well, Jürgen Honig, I don't know where he went to school, but it doesn't sound super American. Let me look this guy up. Jürgen M. Honig.
Nonetheless, some taxpayer somewhere is probably supporting this.
Mm-hmm. You look his name up and Amazon pops up. He's written a book, Thermodynamics, Principles Characterizing Physical and Chemical Processes.
He got that book promotion grant money.
Popularity. I wish you could find out how many copies a book has sold. Let me see if there's any reviews at all. There's 0 reviews. Nobody has given it a star of any kind. Oof. Sucks to have your book on Amazon for 20 years or however long, because it said 2003 or I don't know. And just nobody ever buy it. Jürgen Honig, 48 works in 222 publications in 3 languages and 4,753 library holdings. This is your 0th law of thermodynamics, man. Not bad.
That's I think that explains a tire rim without the tire air pressure thing, right? Is that what he's trying to explain?
No, I don't think so. So Justin wants us to stop talking about the 0th law of thermodynamics silliness and move back to the mountain of evidence for flatness.
It's the inescapable mountain of evidence of flat and stationary. Preponderance of evidence.
Cornucopia?
Does Glad have a girlfriend?
No, he has a boyfriend.
Sean.
Wait. Say I do. Say I got a girlfriend, then what? Who the fuck's asking?
Kenny's asking. What? You got a
Oh,
girlfriend?
okay. Yes, I do.
Can we have a threesome?
Damn. No,
God
no,
damn
no,
it. See, that's why I don't talk about it.
no, 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 no.
That's the
Fucking
in-body
A.
problem.
Y'all are disrespectful.
Glat Flobness. That's hot.
Yep. Well, now you
I
know.
wasn't talking about your girl. I really wanted to be with you.
I know, I'm just fucking around. I'm poking back. Yeah.
I don't know why Sean, I don't know why they hate you in the chat, man. I don't know, but
They don't hate me, dude. They cannot survive without people like me in the chat. And there's a lot of them. There's Multiton, there's Into the Break. There's a lot of people putting in work, man. For sure. I don't know why they don't attack them more often. I mean, it's fine, right? I can take it,
but it was just funny. I'm watching this chat. I don't know, was it yesterday or last night? I'm like, what the fuck, man? Why are they going after you so hard, man? Fuck.
And yes, I'm going to finish your point earlier. I have the greatest girlfriend in the entire world. And I don't care what you say about it.
She's the flat Earth model.
Oh,
she's imaginary.
Only because of that ass.
Is she a flat earther?
Yes, she is.
I love this,
Justin. That ass.
That ass.
I don't have much of an ass, and I don't think she's even seen it yet. So, there you go. Anyway, none of y'all's business.
It's the surprise of that ass.
Right. But yeah, let's keep talking about the YouTube chat, because it's the only... She said, what the fuck, guys? Exactly. Mind your business.
I knew she would laugh. I knew she would laugh.
Is that what the Globals are hiding? The YouTube chat now?
Okay, so when I finish blushing, we'll talk about the YouTube chat.
Anyway, yeah, you were in there the other night, man. I'm like, they kept calling your name out, but you didn't. You weren't in the chat. There was another name, and I was like, Glad? You're like, yep. And I'm like, oh, gosh. Okay.
There's even a person in there. We know who it is.
I call his name out in my dreams all the time.
Trillion. Well, it depends on the dream, then, doesn't it? Jeez. No, but in the YouTube chat, they're going nuts. They can't. So the thing is, I hold them to task on curvature.
Great, man.
That's the thing I do, and they can't stand it, and so they like try to. All they try to do is hate on me instead of address the topic. And I don't know.
Yep. Well,
they can't stand it, so sit down.
Welcome, man. Dude, man. I used to get that shit all the time, man.
You can't hold them to task, or they're gonna
stand in one fucking corner and say, "Prove me some fucking curvature, bitches. Show me your bendy water, fucker." And they got nothing. We know they got nothing.
No bendy water. Then they'll say bendy light.
Be in, man, when you know they got.
Yeah.
Oh, bendy light.
Right. If it's not bendy water, it's bendy light. And they can do the bendy light thing a little easier in the imagination, right? Because bendy water, well, just let's go try to see that, right? And then there's none, and it's like, okay, case closed. But with bendy light, see, they can say anything they want about what's perhaps happening at the geometric horizon that doesn't exist. They're like, well, it's refraction making it bend upward to make it look completely flat for hundreds of miles. Dummy.
Well, don't forget geodesics, the bendy straight lines.
Somebody was saying last night, like, why can't I see around the side of the building then, if that's happening? What the fuck?
I want to be a spy for, you know what I mean? And like really get down and dirty. I can see around corners.
I know the answer. It's because it's not far enough away.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's not far enough away for you to see around the curve. Or
and it's not over water. It's got to be over the water.
Yeah, there's another one.
Man, if you're a glober, physics are picky, huh? Jeez.
Fucking picky. Fucking picky. No, man. It doesn't work sideways. It only works up and down. That's it. That's all you got. Come on.
You guys realize that you guys all day long, I sit here and just bust a gut over the shit you guys say.
Good.
Should really get that checked out.
And you're not the only one. So many people out there are just cracking up because, it's not a globe, and these people keep coming up with all kinds of circus shit to come, tell us about it.
God, it's the fat tent circus shit,
It's a circus sideshow, right? It's like the
go.
geek. It's like the geek and its whole family came to talk to you about the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should really get that.
I'm serious. You guys know what the geek is, right?
Yeah, that's
Here, let me explain to the audience real quick. There's probably a bunch of people who don't know what the geek is. The geek is the part of the circus where they take like a drunk, right? A knockdown, he can barely speak English anyway, and then they just put him in a cage and beat him and barely feed him until he turns into like a monster. And then they call it the geek, and they say, is it man or is it monster? And they sell tickets. So these are our globers. Or at least the anti-flat earthers. I don't want to pigeonhole all the globers, because globers are willing to learn. Anti-flat earthers are just slime.
What about Uncle Flat Earthers?
Huh? Did you say what about Uncle Flat Earthers?
Yeah.
Oh, don't bring
know.
uncles into this.
Well, there's Uncle Sam, okay, who pays people to be voyeuristic and spy on us. So we got
Uncle
that
Simpson.
one. Yeah.
Uncle Simp.
Why does Arnold Schwarzenegger move to from to his right in order to look around the corner instead of why didn't he just back up to see around the corner?
Oh, I get it, yeah. I don't know. It's weird. It's like, okay, you say all this stuff about the globe, right? So why doesn't anybody act like it?
Yeah.
You say it's a globe, but nobody acts like it. What?
I think when you're that ripped, you can't move backwards, Gospel.
Oh, he's not ripped anymore. He's
like
skin
limited
hanging.
Range of motion, you can only move forward and turn around.
That's true. Well, he wasn't even, let's be honest, at his biggest, he still wasn't like gargantuan, right? Because he was trying to be Mr. Olympia, so you got to slim down pretty good once, you know what I mean? Well, anyway.
Yeah, it's not like world's strongest man or world's fattest man.
Yeah, well, Arnold Schwarzenegger wasn't to be strong, right? He wasn't a strong man. Those strong men would outlift him 10-1.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He wasn't that. He was a bodybuilder.
This is my favorite strong man.
Pujanowski?
Oh. No, Eddie Hall. I like watching him. He's got a great personality.
Yep, he was made to be a superstar like this.
Yeah.
It's cool. And his family too, right? He's got like a really loving family.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a show, World's Strongest Man. I think he was on it one season.
Mm-hmm.
Pujanowski is my favorite. He is so just nuts. Here, let me get a picture of him. Then we should get back to the Earth not being a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they call it the geek of the circus? I
don't know. I don't know that. And actually, I just found that out from a TV show called it's a movie with Bradley Cooper. Just came out. Nightmare Alley. That's what it's called.
Shit, movie with Bradley Cooper, definitely Nightmare Alley. I'm kidding.
He's alright. He's an okay actor. He's not the worst. I've seen way worse. Pretty boys that just can't act. He's alright. Anyway, find the curve, please. Thanks. I will go. Listen, Globers, I'll go with you to where you think the curve is. Right? I'll pay for the tickets, the flights, everything. I'm not even kidding. Yep. I'll do it. Let's go. Let's go. Yep.
Let's go. I'm kicking in.
I'm so sick of sitting here and like, it's embarrassing.
$1,000. Let's go.
Yep. All let's just couple.
The curve's in Antarctica. Not at one of the bases.
I don't want to go to Antarctica.
Pacific Ocean, Atlantic.
I don't like getting in gunfights with the navies of different countries.
Japan. I can go to Japan. You think it's there?
The curve is right underneath the celestial North Pole.
That's pretty far north. I can go to Alaska. I don't know if I can go much farther.
I don't know what that graphic is from that I posted.
Looks like the Simpsons show.
What do you got? Some bendy? You got bendy something?
Yeah, the curve of the road. No big deal, right?
I want to see the bendy. Fuck. Let's see a bendy. There's no bendy. I know a guy that sat on his couch for 3 years, man. Said, "I'm not moving it from my couch until you show me some fucking bendy water."
What? He sat on his couch for 3 years straight?
Yep. Live streaming.
What happened to him? Is he okay?
I know that guy, Poncho Pete.
Oh, yeah. Poor Poncho, man. He thinks everything's transgender.
Yeah, he went full trantard, man.
He did. It's hard. Dude, it's hard, okay? Adam's apples everywhere. Huge shoulders everywhere. Straight shoulders everywhere. Big old necks. Big old jaws. Big old teeth. Sunken in eyes. Get out of here.
Yeah, it's weird, man.
But
I
anyway.
checked it out. It's weird.
Yeah,
I'll move
super
on.
weird. You know what I hate is like when I remember that I was attracted to what I thought was a female superstar, and then I start doing the research. Hanson, those were guys. I think we're supposed to think those are guys.
I'm kidding.
Do you guys know I met Hanson? They watched my band play in Austin once. It was fucking crazy.
Hilarious.
No, there was this really tough kid that was like talking a bunch of crap, and his uncle completely punked him and like was like, "Hey man, you gotta check out these hot chicks," and he showed him the album cover of the Hansons, and he's like, yeah, they're really pretty. And then he just, his uncle busted out laughing. He was just trying to teach him a lesson. This was like, he was probably like 10 or 11 years old, but he was, anyway. Yeah, the Hansons. It's a funny one.
Oh, shit. What a world, huh? Damn.
It was weird, too, talking to Hanson. Like, it was only one of them. I think all of them were there, but I only talked to one of them. But it was so weird, like, such nice guy. And, talking about the bands that were playing on the stage that night and, this, that, and the other. These guys are good this way and all that, and good stage presence. And the whole time I was just thinking, bop, dip bop, bop, dip bop, Right? That's their song. I couldn't focus on the conversation. I was just like, bop.
Were you drunk?
It would be pretty hard to.
I know.
I get it.
That's fun.
Anyway, super nice guy. If you guys ever think that superstars are assholes, well, those aren't. Same with the Counting Crows lead singer. He's also 100 feet tall. Whoa. Big guy. Real big teddy bear. Nice guy.
Right.
That's my story. Anyway, is it curved? Show us.
Oh, here's a scientific representation. Found it.
You got it?
Yep, there you go. That's the scientific proof.
Oh.
All right, pack it up, folks.
Damn, close down the server.
We got what we came for.
Shit. Well, can we
Bendy
start like
space
a
time
audio server or something? Or?
Bendy space time, that's it.
That looks like brightness time.
Yeah, I know. I was like, what is brightness? Are they trying to say that the brightness changes at some point?
Damn. Yeah. You guys are too funny, man.
No, you're funny.
The fucking water monkey thing on a spinning ball is hilarious. Just now looking at the chat, that's hilarious.
But yeah, gospel. I think that thing is just saying that like when something's backlit, it seems darker.
Oh.
Just because of the silhouette, the stronger light in the back is kind of making it more dim in the foreground. I don't know why you have there's a graph for something so simple, but hey.
Yeah, I don't know either. But I found some bendy water, a good bendy water graphic.
Curvy water, man. That's what I always tell. You go to the beach, catch a wave. It's curvy water, and it's not bendy. There's a difference. It's the curl, man. Right? It's funny, man. I mean, you can go out, the slightest imperfection on a car hood that just bends a little bit, man. You can see a little dent, the slightest little dent you can see, man, so easily. But yet we don't see any bendy, nothing, no curvy, nothing. You think that the slightest little thing we should be able to see it, but it's not there, man. I checked it out, and if anybody's got, some place where we can see this little curvature of yours, Glatt and I we're coming. We're coming for it, man. There you go. There's some curvy water. Boom! I've had that happen to me a couple times. The ocean's a badass motherfucker, man. Whew. A lot of people are afraid of that thing, man. I'm always, cautious of it. I'm not afraid of it. But yeah,
you sound a little bit afraid.
Well, you gotta be aware of it. That's the thing, man. The ocean's.
Oh yeah, ocean, no joke. Anybody that surfs knows that.
If you surf or sail or boat, man, that shit can fuck you up quick. You really got to pay attention to it.
You'll learn to respect the ocean really quickly.
Real quick. And the wind. So if you got a sailboat, man, that wind is, it's mean. Anyway, somebody was saying on here the other day about sailing from Australia to South America or whatever. Pretty straight line. And to determine whether, how far it is, really. I'm like, that would be good, man. That would be great, man. If I was a younger man, I'd be all over that shit, boys. So any of you fucking 30-year-olds out there, or 20-year-olds, get off your ass, get a fucking sailboat, and get out there, man. Learn to sail. It's only.
How do you measure with the boat?
Well, you can go, pretty consistent at 10 knots an hour, 15 average. I don't know. 15 is pretty hauling ass in a sailboat, man. But yeah.
And what instrument do you use to determine the speed that you're traveling?
Well, when I had a sailboat, I had this little cool thing, man, on my boat. I think it was called a GPS, and it worked. But I only day sailed out, right along the coast. That wasn't deep water or anything, so I don't know what's out there, but be nice. I think you could average, your days. If you've taken your boat out and you know how far you can go in a day or two here up down the coast, you can pretty much get an average and pretty fucking close.
Okay, yeah. I mean, time is certainly one way.
And just, that would be it. I've been interested. I mean, dude, if I was younger, man, I'd be definitely like, dude, man, you want to go to Perth to freaking whatever, South America. That sounds great, man. But that is part of the that particular leg isn't that part of the around the world sailing competition thing from South America to Australia?
Yeah, but I mean, and I don't know a lot about this, but don't they pretty much try to stick to essentially kind of like they have paths, like roads that they typically stick to? They don't go venturing out into the open ocean like super far from land. They try to stay on routes that take you from port to port, and where it's kind of a beaten path in case something does go wrong. If you were to try to go do what you're talking about, you're not talking about yeah, go learn to sail. Like this is it's a serious job you're talking about.
Oh no, I learned to sail. Anybody can do it, man. I'm a fucking retard, but
Yeah, like would you dare go out like into the middle of the open ocean?
Oh hell yeah! If I'm in my 30s, I'm going, man. I'd have been gone, but I said, man, I'm gonna figure out where the fuck we live, man, and just go for it. But that Antarctic treaty, man, that's a little bit of a bitch, man. I've seen some boats getting popped, and
Do you see how crazy it is where Easter Island is? Anybody ever think about where that is physically, like, or suppose according to the maps?
Oh, yeah, it's way the fuck out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I just posted a little picture. That
way the fuck out
Hongaroa is Easter Island. So if you see that graphic I posted, where
fucking
it says
nowhere.
Hongaroa, it's really, really isolated.
Yeah. Yeah, I've looked at that, man. If you look at the megaliths on Earth, man, I think the sun passes right over all of them. It's pretty interesting. I got a world map at home, and I drew out the megaliths, and this it takes the same path as the sun, man. It's pretty interesting.
So how old do they say those Easter Island heads are?
I don't know.
I can't remember. I mean, obviously ancient, but
this is a foundation though on that island.
Well, based on the decomposition and half-life of the carbon-13 atom, it's been determined that they are your cousins.
Okay. Good answer.
Yeah, that's your cousins, for no doubt about it.
That's some funny
You
shit.
you gonna lock that in?
Yo,
Is that
you
your final
made up
answer?
for your Hanson joke with that one.
Look at this one here. He's just
Fucking, I
sleeping
can't
on the
believe
job.
I can't believe she said that, man. That freaking Mongo. Oh shit.
No, it wasn't manga. It was hanga. Hangaroa.
That freaking
Very
whack.
possible.
I could use some more colorful language, but I'll be nice. I'll be nice. I promise.
There's almost no pictures with scale of these things. I'm looking for like just one with some known.
You're talking about the heads?
Somebody standing next to it or something?
Yeah.
I've heard that like recently, like for a long time they thought it was just these heads sticking out of the ground, but they unburied these things, and most of them have like full bodies and shit too. Like they go down, like some of them go down like 40 feet.
Good. Yeah, Easter Island's that's a mystery, huh? But yeah, I mean,
Or you could say it's a mystery.
Unless the island floated.
Some of you young bucks, man, get up out there and, man, do like, just get that fucking sailboat.
Here we go.
Hit it, man.
Here we
Get that
go. Here.
sailboat and head to Easter Island and figure out the world's mysteries for us.
Well, Australia and South America.
You and Sonny got to come with me. Flatter too. Matt McGregor, man.
I'll help. I'll help pay for this fucking thing, man. But I can't go, man.
You'll pay for me. I'll go in your place.
But
so finally found a picture.
You can live vicariously through me.
Can help pay for it, man. We'll have to do a fundraiser or something, man. Flat Earth golf tournament or something.
Oh no, fuck golf.
Those are some classic old white tourists right there. You found gospel.
Yeah, well, it's the only picture with somebody right next to it. So if I had to guess, they're about 15 foot in length.
Yeah, some of them are smaller, but I've heard some of them are gigantic. Like they come in different sizes.
Yeah,
like there's like
too.
kind of a common size, but yeah, some of them are huge.
And there's just a bunch of them.
Look at the height.
Yeah, they're all over the
husband
place.
And the wife.
Like I heard, because there's like no trees on that island, and there was like some of the speculation, at least at one point, was that these people were so obsessed with carving these damn heads and moving them around that they deforested the entire fucking island to do it.
Yeah.
I find that implausible. I would expect.
Yeah, me too.
I would expect that if there were trees, that there would be trees again, because trees release seeds, and I don't know. Maybe
They were
not.
so preoccupied with making these heads, they never planted any of those seeds when they cut down the trees.
Well, the trees do it naturally, but unless they deforested all of them at the same time.
They were like, look, if we clear all these trees, we'll have more room to put our stone heads.
Yeah, we got heads.
That checks out.
That's some deep, religious shit, man. Like, these are our gods. We got to just destroy our entire ecosystem to build these gods. Like, what? Fuck off. Nah, man, we've been hijacked, man. I don't know what the hell, why they built those things, but it ain't the story they're telling us. I know that. It was aliens, no doubt, from planet Yaga. Fuck off. Assholes.
Or this island used to be a lot closer to possibly South America.
Moving islands.
Yep.
Yeah, floating islands. Could be. And then it just run aground. I don't know, man. I haven't looked into floating islands too much. It sounds interesting, though. Sounds plausible.
Yeah, that island. And then supposedly there's islands that we're not even allowed to see. And that's the part that kind of feels awkward to me, at least. Like that there's islands that you're not allowed to see if you look on Google Maps, Google Earth.
Right. Was it Onassis, man? He owned an island. He had it removed from the map.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, man, really? I mean, that's a serious power, man. You get shit removed from the map.
Yeah, freaking Dick Cheney's house was grayed out from Google Earth years ago.
Yep.
I'm sure it still is.
Yep.
But
Shit
is
like
he even?
that, man.
I forget. Did Cheney die? Didn't he? Or
No, not yet. Not yet. I can't wait till that cock's in the ground. Fuck that guy.
He's got to be going soon, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm putting him in my ghoul pool this year.
Yeah.
When you make bets on who's going to die this year.
Yeah, man. I had somebody in mind. I mean, let me see if I can remember it. It was a couple days ago. I was thinking, man, so and so's got to be going this year for sure. Can't
Bill
remember
Clinton.
who it was, but
You think Bill's out this year? I'm going to give him another few years at least. Yeah, I think that dude's going to live quite a while. Still,
it depends on how many blood transfusions they give him, I guess.
Man,
dude looked pretty unhealthy a while back.
I heard George W. Bush is looking kind of fucked up, but I try not to pay attention to those cocks. Other than if I see them in the news or something, I just say cock next, or I just tell them to fuck off. Yeah.
Some people believe that Hillary has been dead for more than a year.
Yeah,
some people.
She's looking pretty ragged.
This is not
man.
It's not responsible of you to spread this.
How so? I mean, it's a statement of fact. Some people believe that. I'm not spreading anything except the fact that some people believe that. Not saying it's anything besides that's what some people believe. I don't know. I'm not one of them, but.
Well, what was it during when she was running against Trump and she was having her she had her little seizure thing on.
Yeah, little robot seizure thing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They picked her up and threw her in the back of a van.
Let's see here.
She might have died then. I don't know.
Yeah.
In that video too, I don't know where that went, if anybody still has it, but the one where she was getting tossed in the van, man. They literally just threw her in their head first. It was hilarious.
Well, when you have to define what is means, we've reached a new level of fucking retardedness, man. Come on. I mean, people will ask you, what do you mean by is? Fuck off. I'm like, and that was fucking 30 years ago, boys and girls, or close to 30 years ago. I'm like, really? That guy just said, what do you mean by is? Fuck off. But that, look how far we've come since then, man. Shit. Well, I hope you guys stay relaxed and focused, and the distractions, man. We are living in a distraction central world right now, man. There's so many goddamn distractions. You can't keep the fucking heads or tails of shit. And we are on top of it. And we're still, struggling to keep heads or tails of this shit. I mean, from wars to space to gravity to, whatever. There's so many millions of fucking bits of information being transferred every second, And you're like, fuck. How are you supposed to keep up with all that, man? But we keep it to the basics, man. Where's your curvature? Yeah. Where's your Coco 19, man? Where is that?
The thing with the video with the Hillary getting thrown in the van, there was one that had a way better angle. That was that's the one that you can't find anymore. This one you couldn't really see much, but yeah, she looked completely out.
Yeah, it's a weird one. And what's really weird is just how quickly everybody assembles to block the camera. Like 4 or 5 different people
Like they have
instantly.
they have a protocol for every time. Like this is our protocol of how we all block the media when she glitches out. Everybody get into formation.
Yeah.
Did everyone just stop talking?
Huh?
I was just thought, what's going on? People were talking and then there was just nothing all of a sudden.
I started trying to find that different angle.
It's because you showed up. It's because you showed up from wherever you are down under. I don't know. You made the globe spin in the opposite direction. How dare you?
You got something wrong with upside down people?
Upside down people are my friends. Good to see you, brother. How are you, man?
Yeah, okay, thanks. Cool. How are you?
The sun is in my existence right now. It's about 10 degrees past zenith, maybe 20 degrees past. The sun
All
is
right.
just about to come up for you. Is that right?
All right, Miguel, let's get off mute for a second. Let's talk, mano y mano. My wrists are killing me.
Uh-oh. 30
Yeah.
Degrees above.
Mano y mano.
Miguel? Are you there, Miguel?
What's up?
All right, Miguel, let's get into it then. So, belief.
Ding, ding, ding.
Belief is the enemy of knowing. Bing, 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 bing.
I disagree.
Everybody's gone totally retarded.
So you
You
believe
have an actual professor here?
So look, so you believe that if somebody conducts an experiment and they get their results from that experiment, the results that they need, the results that they wanted, and they get those results, it is fact that the result was successful. And they believe that the result was successful and they believe in the research that they did. Why would you say, because what you're insinuating is that any hint of belief just completely makes all that research irrelevant.
So, can you prove the globe? Anybody did an experiment to show the globe works?
Where's CB's soundboard? We so needed it.
You can believe any theories like gravity. It's a theory. You can believe everything.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the
You
sky.
believe in Santa Claus.
Here. Maybe I could clear this up. Watkins, how does belief go from belief to knowing? I wholeheartedly disagree. And it's DOES in apostrophe T, not docent or docent. I don't know what words you're trying to say there. You edited it, or I wouldn't have said anything. Anyway, you don't give a fornication. That's quite peculiar. So you're one of the people with mythology, or you're a mythologist.
I'm sorry, what?
You're a mythologist? I'll post the definition so that there's no confusion. Mythology, mythologist. Here, I'll post. Post. You said IDGAF, so I'm supposing that you are someone who has a hatred for logic or reason or knowledge. Oh, I guess he rage quit. Oof. He came in here, swinging like he was about to really make a point, and then he got asked a very simple question about how does belief go from belief to knowing, and he said it doesn't, which is just profoundly negligent.
It's just pure abstract philosophy.
So I guess you could say his point fell flat.
But I thought that try to do the alley-oop thing, right? I give people the assist and expect them to alley-oop. I'm like trying to help people out all the time, and then they miss the alley-oop, and it was like handed to them practically on a silver platter. I was trying to help him out. That was weird. Is there a fallacy of prejudice? Like, because I'm prejudiced against you, therefore you must be wrong? It's genetic fallacy, I suppose.
I heard him say mono e mono. He probably didn't want to fight with you.
Gospel is pretty threatening.
Yeah. Well, depends on who you are. If you are a person trying to hide, keep a secret, like you got skeletons in the closet, then yeah, I'm probably a pretty threatening person to you.
It's funny how that guy a second ago, he said something I've heard so many times before, which is like, how can you guys say that one piece of evidence, trumps a whole bunch of evidence, loads and loads of evidence for the globe? But he doesn't actually say what it is, but you know what he thinks. You know what he's thinking, what he's implying. Like, oh yeah, these images from NASA, like, how could you say all of this is wrong just because there's one observation falsifying the radius? How could you say it's all wrong?
I like all the discussions that the alleged astronauts have, and they're like, and other alleged scientists, and they're like, we were focusing on the moon, but we never really thought about taking a picture. It just kind of occurred to us that we should take a picture of Earth. They act like it was a novel idea. Like, oh, yeah, about that. We could We could like take a picture of the whole Earth. Yeah, let's. Yeah, they act like that was. It's really.
Our useless rock that's tiny and means nothing in the middle of nowhere. Come on.
Mm. I saw Earl for a second. He dipped out.
Oh, for real? I haven't seen him in ages.
Yeah.
All those years at university studying, wasted.
Completely wasted.
Yeah, all those years thinking to yourself, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get to space. I'm gonna get to space. I'll show those flat earthers. I'll join the space force. I'm gonna be a space cadet.
Space cadet, perfect.
We did. Everybody go.
No, nobody went anywhere.
Why is it so quiet?
So, on the news this morning, locally, what story? There's like two, I don't know, they're probably like 17, 18-year-old kids. Like one was like a black kid, the other was like a Mexican kid. One of them stole a gun from the other one. And they like got into like a Grand Theft Auto, like online, like high speed chase around a neighborhood, shooting at each other, and ended up going head on, driving at each other at like 50 miles an hour each in this residential neighborhood. And freaking, yeah, driving at each other, shooting at each other, and then plowed into each other head on. It got into a huge wreck, and then one of them gets out and runs away. And it was all caught on a Ring doorbell, like the crash, like right there in front of somebody's house, caught on the Ring doorbell. You could hear the shots being fired and everything. I was like, what the fuck?
And it will.
I don't know. I'm just
depending.
feeling better. Yeah, go ahead.
No, depending on how graphic it is, it may or may not wind up being another one of those get a million views for on a YouTube channel that doesn't have anything else sort of situations.
Yeah, all you really, I mean, you see like a huge head-on crash and you hear the shots, but yeah, like, man, freaking dumb people, man. They should both be dead. They're so lucky.
They'd be laughing it off and hugging it out if they had just had a fist fight,
Dude, they might still end up being friends down the road. Who knows? You know what I mean? Like,
I know. It just doesn't last as long, I don't know. Very rarely do you get in a fist fight for like, I don't know, 10 minutes, 50 minutes, 3 hours, it's like, all right, somebody's going to give up.
Fistfights rarely last longer than a minute.
I know. I'm
pretty long one.
I'm being majorly exaggerated here, but
well, I think they should have just hugged it out.
Yeah.
Longest fist fight in history is in the movie They Live.
Yeah, that one was really long. I was definitely thinking of that one.
back in high school, the high school I went to, there was a lot of fights after school. It got turned into almost like an organized event. Like we had or a place where it would meet every day after school. There'd be another set of like 3 or 4 fights lined up at it once it got really going. Like at first it was a fight or two a week, and then it turned into, a fight every day. And then it was, oh, 2 people are going to be fighting. They're going to wait. They're wait in line, to fight. We got a double header coming. So, and eventually, yeah, it got to the point where it's 3, 4 in a row every day after school. And some of these kids, yeah, they were like training for it. Like they were boxing it out. Like it was interesting. The whole school would form like, maybe not the whole school, but everybody who went. It was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. Uh, Everybody would jam pack real tight, elbow to elbow, and the teachers and the vice principal and shit would be trying to get in to stop the fight, and we'd just be boxing them out. Then one day, the vice principal claimed that he got elbowed in the nose, and cops got called in.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But that was in the days before every school had police there already. You know, we didn't have cops up like campus cops. Most stuff got dealt with in house.
The SRO is a. I guess I had SROs at my school, but I had like 3,600 in my high school. School resource officers, I guess, is what that stands for.
But that didn't stop anything. We just stopped doing it on school grounds. We just went to the park down the road. Like 500 people would go and drive down there after school and watch the fights there.
When I went to a private school, we would go to the Jewish community.
Ooh, you couldn't even get that whole word out without
Yeah,
robot.
he said the word. Throttle, throttle, throttle.
You guys, did that seriously just happen like that?
That really happened just like that.
Holy shit. Let's see if it happens to me. Are you guys ready? And I'm
I'm
not even
ready.
going to say the full word. Jewelry. Okay? Jewelry. Let's see. Am I robotic?
No, they're on your antics.
They don't care about me. They're like, that dude is such a loudmouth. We don't care about him.
Okay, Zard.
Trans-apocalypse.
Oh yeah.
Revenge in the Air Falls. Nah.
Oh, it's just great. It's just great. Yeah. Fire, fire. Sorry, I had to get my Beavis out there. Hey, this Call of Duty game says that German scientists sought to harness some forces and made zombies back in World War I. Isn't that crazy?
You're gonna believe the history that you learned from Call of Duty?
Over what I learned in fucking school. Yep.
I also heard that Abraham Lincoln was a vampire hunter.
Abraham Lincoln was a vampire?
Slayer. Vampire Slayer.
Slayer. Oh yeah, and he was black. I just heard that recently too.
Yeah.
Which actually makes a lot of sense, right? It would make more sense than if he was a white guy. So, but that's okay. And then you guys see in Zoolander when it's they had like male models killed him. Did all the assassinations in history. I thought that was pretty good.
Couldn't get past 15 minutes of that movie.
Yeah, I watched.
It was really cringe. I don't think I watched that movie either. Like, just the previews made me fucking sick to my stomach.
There's too much homo shit for my tolerance. Like, it wasn't 2022 yet. My tolerance was no, okay.
I watched it with a certain special someone, and they were nice enough to get through the entire thing with me.
You guys are both very special someones.
Yeah. I'm sure he was proud.
Oh, damn. Nice. I set myself up for that one, didn't I?
Yeah.
Just take me, I'm here. Yeah, terrible. Blue steel. Moisture is the essence of wetness, and wetness is the essence of beauty. It's Merman. I'm not an ambi-turner. Yeah, ambidextrous ambi-turner. He can't turn left.
Yeah.
I think that's funny. There's a lot of funny parts to it. It's just such a goofy fucking thing. Amish Earther, you saw American Pie with your mom when it came out? Whoa, dude. Are you guys still friends, or?
This is a funny story. My friends and I saw American Pie in the movie theaters, and we came back to my friend's house, and literally when we got home, there was a fresh apple pie sitting out on the counter in the kitchen.
Did it have a big hole or a small hole in it?
0 holes, but
Okay.
fucking hilarious because we were
It's pretty
really high and yeah.
I got to admit, I was Stifler. Growing up, I was that guy. Don't know if I was that bad, but definitely, you could come to me for the unruly shit.
You were an asshole. We get it.
I sure was, yeah.
Yeah, we sense that. Just
I'm sure. No, it's there, guys. I know that you hear it. It's fine. I got it. Just know that I'm working on it. And I appreciate you sticking with me through it. Yeah, remember when Sean, whatever his name, started to get ripped? That's funny. Now, I think the movie did with The Rock was a Rundown. I thought that was a pretty decent movie. Not good, not bad, just, watchable. Anyway, what are we doing? So I told somebody in the YouTube chat that, because they were talking about Moonfall, this new movie that came out, and I was saying it's one of the most hilarious movies, and he was like, how can you think it's funny? I was like, because people believe this shit, dude. People actually believe. Okay, and I'm not spoiling anything, because the movie's called Moonfall. People think the trajectory of the moon can change, and we can affect it. Woo! That's all I'm going to say about the movie, guys. That's all I'm going to say. Moonfall. Coming up next, NASA skips the moon, goes right to Mars. All right, I have to say this. What if somebody farted into a glass jar and then labeled it Uranus air?
Wouldn't that be a partial truth?
Right. Yeah.
Dude, you and me should get together because years ago I was talking about just as like a gag gift, like canned puppy farts. Like
Lou, only you would do
that. Like a Red Bull can, and it squirts a little when you open it. It's like,
oh my god! Puppy farts? Are they worse than like grown dog farts?
Yeah, puppy farts are the worst.
They are pretty bad, yeah.
But
Sour and
the
sharp
dog,
and hot.
the puppy is just so cute. Like it makes up for it. So you're just like, oh my god, oh, but you're so cute.
Wow. Okay. Hey, it's more plausible than space ice cream.
Bro, I love that stuff.
Me too. When we went to space camp, I got in trouble for stealing a bunch of it.
Oh man.
From the gift shop.
It was always expensive, and now it's no less expensive. Like one ice cream bar or something or whatever, just one little package is like $9. It used to be $3 used to be crazy. Now it's like $9. I don't buy it. I've gotten it over the years as like birthday presents from my parents. They'll like ship it to me.
Really? Oh no.
Well, no, because
when you were a NASA guy, when you believed.
No, it has nothing to do with that. They just know I like it.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah, it's freeze-dried ice cream. It tastes good and it's fascinating. I like the mint chocolate chip. I like the Neapolitan.
Neapolitan, yeah.
It's all pretty cool. But I also like marshmallows and the crunchy ones, the like miniature crunchy ones.
Oh yeah.
I'm a big
Did
fan
they have
of
like a chocolate chip one or something?
They have the ice cream bar one that's like the two Oreo things with the ice cream in the middle. They did do that.
God, you had a bunch of different. I only had the Neapolitan one.
Yeah. I've got like 20 years of personal experience eating
I guess so.
Something
I only went to space camp once.
I never went to space camp. I just got there.
Dude, I'll tell you, even now thinking back, it was fun. Super fun, man. Yep. Even if I knew it was all fake back, because I didn't even care in the first place, right? I'm 9, 8 years old. I don't care. So, yeah, I'm just glad I'm in public with my friends eating marshmallow ice cream bars. I guess it wouldn't be ice cream. It'd be like, well, they were just bricks in like silver packaging. This packaging is the same stuff they used on the lunar lander.
Freeze drying is a really fascinating process, though.
Wait, say that one more time. I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Freeze drying is very fascinating.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Removing the moisture from stuff. It's nutty.
Yeah. I bought a huge bag of like 25 pounds about 15 months ago or so, something like that, of freeze-dried strawberries, 25 pounds. It came in a really, really big box. And I got a stupid good deal for what should be like $600, $800 if you bought like the equivalents in small packages. But I got the whole thing for like $56 or $57, something like that.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous. But and then I just rebagged it into smaller bags. Yeah, freeze-dried strawberries. Good for oatmeal, smoothies, whatever. Good for long-term storage.
Yep, for sure.
Seeing as how there's doesn't seem to be any globe Earth believers in the chat, I will add to that topic. They've even freeze-dried filet mignon.
Yeah. Did they retain any of the flavor, or? Probably a little bit, you know.
So the channel that I watch is Sous Vide Everything. He's a really fun guy. Freeze dried.
I love you to death, but I'm not going to search for it. You got a link?
Yeah, I'm about to.
Cool. Thank you.
Copy link address. We tried astronaut steaks. And it will make you cringe with them because it's not very good. But one of them was, so they tried like 5 different techniques or something, and one of the techniques stood out better than the rest, and I can't remember which one that was. But that sous vide everything channel he does a lot. He sous vide stuff, which is like the water bath cooking.
I don't know what that is. Water bath cooking.
Yep. So you like put you put a steak in a vacuum pack, and then you put it in a water bath. You cook it at like 150 degrees. It's like you cook it at 150 or even 120.
Whoa! All day then, right? Takes like 5-6 hours.
Yeah, a while. Yeah. And then you take it out. It's not all the way done. Then they blowtorch it to get the caramelized outer edge, and it can be a very, very, very juicy, amazing steak. But yeah, it's an interesting channel. They do a lot of steak experimenting.
So like there's a way to take all the moisture out of a hammer. Right? I'd like to see the difference between a regular hammer and a hammer with nothing, like no moisture in it.
And then hitting against something, would it change? Yeah.
Oh, it'd be kind of like brittle bones, in my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, maybe moisture doesn't have a lot to do with holding it together. Maybe moisture wouldn't help it hold. I don't know. So yeah, it'd be crazy, right? Just dehumidify computer monitor or whatever. See what happens.
I can't find that copy, but I did find this. They froze the hammer in liquid nitrogen, then put it in a hydraulic press. So long.
Anti-flatties, globies, flat earthers, I love you all. I will be back later.
See ya.
You got a weird hot mic going on.
Am I hot micing?
Flatty was. Beavis guy.
No. Oh yeah, he's probably watching that video I posted.
Have we had a new person in here all day long, Gospel? I don't think we have we?
Very briefly, but I think it was during when the bot was playing, and it was a lost opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was really disappointed that guy avoided my question, or just answered it so foolishly.
Professor Latkins.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
He's LARPing, FYI, if you see him around.
Oh, LARPing as a Glober?
LARPing as anything that can be controversial.
Oh.
He's been around as multiple other characters.
What's LARPing?
Live action role playing. When someone pretends to be something that they are not.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
See as well.
I do
It's
that
a
at work every day.
it's probably one of the most common trolling techniques. Is a LARP.
Yeah.
That's why when I first started hearing LARPing, I was like, I don't get it. Like, isn't that just called trolling? That's what trolls fucking do. Like, no, we're getting specific about trolls now.
Yeah. Well, I went to high school in a weird area, and they did something called, oh gosh, not Solara, oh gosh, it was a weird thing where they threw like bean bags at each other and cast magic spells and pretended it was like our real life Dungeons and Dragons meets Magic the Gathering meets some kind of Trekkie convention.
So for real winners, huh? Like basically.
These were some special people. They were special in the school. And every now and then you'd catch them like dodging around corners, even doing it at school. And then they'd tell their stories about what they were doing in the woods. And I'm like, what woods? Where did you go? They'd be like, Kennesaw Mountain. Anyway, there weren't very many wooded areas that were, but yeah, there were some. LARPing. That was my first encounter with LARPing.
Has anybody ever accidentally slain someone for real LARPing at like a freaking Renaissance fair or anything like that? Has that ever happened?
It's a good question, especially if you're using any real. Oh yeah. Isn't his name Alec Baldwin?
I was gonna say that. Dang it.
Oh man.
Allegedly, sometime back in the 80s, I think, at a Civil War battle reenactment, a guy had a heart attack. I don't know if that counts or not.
No, heart attacks definitely do not count for this question.
Okay.
Role play.
Looks like somebody would have died in one of those jousting matches. That looks dangerous.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Oh, dude, because yeah, they really knock each other off the freaking horse and shit, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah,
And
that could be dangerous.
get trampled by the horse. Yeah.
Or just the way you land. I mean, you hit your spinal cord just right. It might be more than paralyzation.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. People have died just from falling a couple of feet or not even. You know, like you can.
Yes. Yeah.
It doesn't take much. It's how you land, not how far you fell.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of LARPing, Lou, my wife finally gave me the thumbs up to start playing ice hockey again.
You had to go through the wife about that?
It's okay,
yeah.
Nathan. It's fine. I get it.
All right, never mind. Whatever. We'll move on. That's cool.
You,
You're doing it.
you realize it's a couple grand to get the equipment together, right?
Yeah,
You know that.
yeah. As far as spending the money, right?
If it was adding another night of soccer where it just cost me $8 to play, probably doesn't need to be discussed.
Okay. No, yeah, you're right. Ice time and equipment is not cheap, so especially probably down there. Ice time.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but she's out of town currently, so I'm going to acquire all the equipment hopefully while she's out of town, so she doesn't see receipts. You know how it goes.
How
There you
popular
go.
can
You're going to tell her you bought lightly used and go get brand new, right?
Scuff them up on the driveway a little bit.
Is there really amateur ice hockey leagues in Florida?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Now is that ice? Oh, sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
I was done. I was just asking if there was actually. I know there's professional hockey teams, a couple of them, but I didn't know there was amateur leagues too in Florida.
Oh yeah, it's since so I live in the Tampa Bay area. So since the Lightning was an expansion team here, hockey's been growing for sure around here. Especially when they won the first cup in 2004, it's grown quite a bit since then.
Does that ice have a flat surface or a curved surface?
Well, they flood it with water, and water seeks and finds its levels. So,
so you're saying there's a chance.
All right, there you go. So the Zamboni driver has to drive over the curve, right? That's cool.
So, are there a lot of rinks around that you can do these leagues in, or I mean,
oh yeah,
just like one big place, like
within an hour drive distance, there's 8 to 10 rinks.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty
and by
good.
rinks, I mean like multiple sheets, but total rinks, like.
Yeah, I'm just like even up here, like as a kid in hockey, or knowing like the high school hockey team, like we got we don't have enough we don't have enough rinks for all the people who want to play. So getting ice time was really difficult. Like it's they have to all do their practices and shit like that. And so I mean the hockey team was often like they were going in and doing their hockey practice at like 4:30 in the morning before school started. Um I couldn't imagine having to do that. Like, wake up at 3:30 so you can go to hockey practice. Fuck that. It was so bad. Like one of the high schools that I went to, it was a lot of rich kids there. I was a one of the rich kids' dads was it was such bullshit that the 4:30 before school thing. He was like, "That's unacceptable." He donated the money for the high school that I went to have their own freaking hockey rink, and then yeah, the Milwaukee Admirals, which is like IHL or AHL, whatever, they've gone back and forth a few times. Like they even practice there sometimes. So like yeah, even like the semi-pro leagues, because ice time can be hard to find. They're coming out to the high school to use their rink now.
Nice. Yeah, there's a friend of mine down here. Her and her husband built like a 3/4 ice rink on their property.
3/4? What's a 3/4 rink?
It's not quite a full size rink.
So is it the full oval, or is it? Do they just cut it off on the blue line, or what?
No, it's just a smaller practice rink.
It's a smaller oval. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of 3-on-3.
Yeah, that's cool. Seen a couple of yards, not too this winter where I don't know. I guess usually it's in people's backyards, but I noticed a couple of them this winter nearby where the dads obviously set it up for their kids. They put stakes in the ground and tarps and flooded that and made a little backyard ice rink for their kids.
Yeah, that's always fun.
If the ground underneath the ice is uneven, would that cause how deep does it need to be to prevent the ice from breaking?
You're going to need probably at least like 4 inches of ice, I would say.
Okay.
To know what you would want. And at the thinnest point. So the thicker part would have to, like if it was downhill a little bit, yeah, it needs to be pretty level. It doesn't have to be perfect, but
yeah. Makes sense. Huh.
Yeah, we always played on ponds growing up when the ponds would freeze over.
My first time ice skating, my dad took me to a river in town where it was right before a waterfall. And where the waterfall was, the waterfall wasn't frozen over. The ice gets really, really thin there. Rivers are not like frozen rivers are. Lots of people have drowned in frozen rivers. They break. I don't know. Now, being an adult now and looking back, I'm like, man, my dad's a fucking idiot. But yeah, he took me to the thin ice right near a waterfall to go ice skating for the first time.
Wow. What month would that have been?
I don't know, probably December, January, maybe
Gotcha.
February.
Yeah, growing up, like my dad had an old pair of skates that he played ice hockey in. So before I started playing ice, I'd put on like 8 pairs of socks to kind of make his skates fit to play on the pond when I was young. He had the old Lang skates. You know what I'm talking about? Lange, Lang.
It rings a bell. I've never had a pair of those, but I think I've seen them before. I had Bauer as a kid. I think my new skates are CCM.
Talking about these, I put in the chat for you.
Yeah, I had CCM Tax when I started playing ice, but yes, those exact skates, Gospel. Yes, 100%.
Nice.
So, Napalm, you gonna be a goalie in hockey too, or you gonna be a skater?
A skater. Goalie's way too expensive in hockey.
Yeah, you're gonna have to crowdfund the pads if they want you to be goalie, dude. You're gonna have to get that from the whole team's gonna have to chip in for those.
Yeah, goalies, there's just way too much, goalie specific skates, like all that crap. Like,
You don't
no.
need necessarily the goalie specific skates. I used them when I was goaltender as a kid.
Yeah. No,
They're the same skates basically. They're just a little bit shorter. Like the blades aren't quite as tall. That's all.
They're flatter blade. Like not rounded on the tips as much.
Was that better for stopping?
It's better so you can kind of dig your toe in and slide side to side.
Gotcha.
The goalie skates more designed to be another. It's shaped more to be another thing to stop the puck with. It's another way to block.
Oh yeah, that makes sense too. Okay.
There's like an extra layer of plastic around them.
I was listening to a couple of years ago. They were doing an interview with one of the I think it was the captain of the Milwaukee Admirals, the team I was mentioning earlier, and they were joking in the radio studio, just about kind of like the one that cut the shit posted there, where the whole team squares off with each other, no, without knocking heads off, but um, like yeah, it's just funny. Like it's an agreed upon like gentleman's agreement. Like somebody like maybe the teams played the last time they played, there was a little bit of a, whatever. Somebody's some bad air, some bad. I don't know what's the right word there. Whatever. It's a rivalry or something. Somebody they weren't
blood.
happy with the last
Bad
time.
blood.
Bad blood. Yes, bad blood. There was a little bad blood from the last time they played or something. And yeah, so they'll just agree. Like these guys are friends, a lot of times that they're playing across from when they face off, but they're just like everybody's on the same page. They're like, so we're gonna fight, huh? And they're like, yep, all right, well, like, all right. As soon as they drop the puck, we know what we're doing. Like it's just funny how it's like a gentleman's agreement that they do that. Those Bowers look pretty fancy.
Yeah, so those are goalie skates. They're just a little less rounded on the ends,
Sorry, I couldn't get to the mute fast enough.
That's all right. And actually, looking at those Lang skates that you posted, the ones I had a slightly different blade setup on the bottom.
Oh, okay.
A little bit older. That might have been a newer version.
that when I was I've told the story before, but when I became goaltender my second season playing as a kid in Squirt after we moved, changed leagues. The team that I was on, it was changed leagues to a much poorer league, basically. Let's say that they were way less organized. The kids were less skilled. They didn't go through all the player development and stuff like that. Like it's just a much whatever low budget league. And nobody wanted to be freaking goalie. I didn't want to be goalie. I was the most skilled skater and puck handler on the team. Whereas I was at the league that I had left, I was like C team. Like the new place, I was the best of the best. And like they're like, well, we need a goalie, and everybody was too chicken shit to get in front of to get in front of a puck. And I'd done it already. Like my dad, like the one who took me to a river to skate, also liked to shoot pucks at me without pads. So I'd gotten over that fear. I was like, yeah, I'll do it. And they were like leery about having me do that. They kind of wanted me up in center, but you can do even more if you're good in goal. Anyway, I played the first 3 games without any goalie pads. They just gave me I had some used the gloves that somebody gave me to borrow and a stick, but otherwise I was in all my regular pads and gear for the first 3 games, and we won 2 out of 3. And then end of the season, then the team got together, all the parents chipped in and bought some goalie pads, and ended up getting I took MVP of the league and best goaltender, which is kind of a crazy combination you don't really get for goaltenders in hockey, but it is just kids.
Yeah, it's similar. So like the first few years that I played soccer, it was recreational, and I was the best field player and the best goalie. So I would start the first half out in the field and then play goalie in the second half. So it was in hopes that I could score enough goals and then save enough in the second half to win the game. So
That's
yeah,
funny.
I was on here the other morning and MJ was on and he's like, "Oh, can you play with your feet? Are you decent in the field?" I was like, "I'm probably better than you, MJ."
Oh, there's no way he took that. He was like, bullshit. No, no. I'm awesome at soccer.
Yeah. I had to knock his ego down a little bit,
Yeah, I played a couple of seasons as a kid of soccer too, and one of them I was goalkeeper in there. I did all right. I wasn't nearly as good of a freaking soccer goalkeeper as I was a hockey goalkeeper. It's a lot bigger net. That net is huge, especially when you're a kid, dude. Like, wait, I have to cover this whole fucking thing? I'm not that big.
Oh yeah, and
I'm not. If they kick it over my head, we're screwed because I can't reach the pole up there. Like, what do we?
Yeah, most of my goalie training was working on diving, increasing my vertical and diving, because I wasn't necessarily short, but I wasn't by any means taller than anybody, average height for my age. So I had to work extra hard, especially competing against, once I got older, goalies that are, 6'3", 6'4", and I'm, now I'm 6 foot, but at the time, just under 6 foot. So constantly had to make up for lack of height with skills with diving. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm excited to get back on the ice, man. I need to get a stick and puck and start getting the hands back.
Have you been going to just like open skates or anything like that at all, or?
You know, it had been about 25 years since I skated, and I skated a couple years ago, and that was the only time I've skated since. So
Little wobbly the first time back on the ice, huh?
No, it wasn't too bad. Better than I thought it would be. I was actually kind of scared. I
Yeah.
was like, oh, I'm going to bust my ass. And then I got back out there and it was like, okay, this is kind of like riding a bike.
Yeah, I kind of did the same thing like a few years back. It'd been a long time, and then I bought skates for my daughter, and I bought new ones for myself, and we went, and I was, yeah, like just the first like 30 feet, it was a little wobbly, kind of almost slipped out once, I'm like, ooh, and then I'm like, all right, here we go. You know, it kind of comes right back to you. Next thing you know, I was testing my timing myself around the quarter-mile track. Friggin' wasn't too bad. I forget what I hit, like 30, like 32 seconds or something around the quarter mile. So 37, maybe something like that.
Gotcha.
That was real.
I don't know.
That was real. I forget what it was exactly that I timed. But it was. I know I was scooting. Friggin', you know when the noobs are out there and you blow by them and the wake of wind behind you scares them and they fall down, like you know you're going pretty quick.
Nice.
And I can still, yeah, I was still doing it too. Like I was skating the full quarter mile faster than like anybody out there. Also, like showing off. I was racing my brother who was out there. I was beating him going backwards, um, as he was going forwards as fast as he could.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. You know, now that I realize I'm going to be back out there, I need to get into some open skates and work on transitioning, you know, forward.
Yeah, no, yeah,
back.
forward, back. You should be just as fast backwards as you are forwards. Basically, you should be able to turn around 180 without slowing down, no matter how fast you're going. Blah 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 blah. Like,
yeah, just need to work on those transitions.
Just a quick shift of the hips, basically on your toes. Swing your ass around.
Yeah, it should be fun. It's the local brewery that I go to all the time that's going to get the team together. So we'll see. It should be a good time.
Yeah, that's cool. So you play a little hockey, then you go out for drinks every week.
Yeah. And we're trying to figure out jerseys, and I found these jerseys where it looks basically the whole middle of the jersey looks like a beer, but you'd have to be kind of like really looking at it to see. It's kind of funny.
Okay, you have to show a picture of it. Yeah, the Admirals around here, I think they're the farm team for the Nashville Predators.
I'm going to post it here in a second, but I got to crop the picture so you don't get info I shouldn't give out.
Northern Rebellion, badass. Is that? What do you mean the farm?
It's a farm that I was playing during the lockdown and QR codes. Not my farm.
Oh, okay. It's a nice outdoor rink, though. Is that up in Canada?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's in the bush.
Yeah, it's only a half rink. We're playing 4-on-4 all year.
In the book.
Thing with an outdoor rink, though, I would guess, because like indoor rinks, they keep it at constant temperature just to have the ice just so, like speed skaters like it colder, harder. On the ovals, and like hockey, they like it, a little softer. Um, Outdoor rinks, I'd imagine, especially in Canada, it probably gets pretty fucking cold, like really hard ice.
Yeah, we were playing in -20, -30. Pretty much, it was a really cold year this year.
Yeah, it looks like a Penguins jersey. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Napalm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's got little beer bubbles and stuff. But you don't see
I
it
like
at first
it.
glance.
I
Yeah.
like it. That's good.
I found it just looking for because the colors of the brewery are black and yellow. So it's like looking at black and yellow jerseys, and I was like, "Oh fuck yeah, that's perfect."
Question for you guys.
Answer for you.
Does anyone know of Christopher James, A Warrior Calls?
I do not.
Nor do I.
He's got a live stream in an hour. He's from Burlington, Ontario. Canadian guy. And he's been spending 20 years trying to get common law back into the courts. And he's doing his best to group up some police to take out the corrupt society known as the bar. And he pretty much tells you a lot of truthful stuff, and he also knows the world's flat.
That's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of people who get into all that law stuff. I personally, it's just such a bore, a lot of it. But I know it's important.
Yeah, well, the thing that he does is he explains it in the perfect way for you to understand it. It's just talking about mandates and acts and just the bullshit, the legal world that doesn't apply to people. But if you want to check him out, I could post like his website and his YouTube channel. And he has like 4 videos, I think, called Foundational Knowledge. And they're not even that long. One of them is probably like 10 minutes, maybe 9. And he pretty much tells you exactly what you need to know to catch you up to speed.
Yeah.
And it's really good stuff. Like
if it's about Canadian law,
no. He says it's that's the thing. He says it's like the unwritten law that works all for everyone, all countries.
Yeah, common law is what all of our systems are built upon.
Yeah, but they don't want us to get that back because a lot of people would be held accountable. And it wouldn't be like legal. It would be actually the man or the woman whose name falls under, I don't know, like let's say the I don't want to get into it because you guys can't talk about it, but like the previous years, you could hold some people liable, especially whoever the CEO is. If you get their name, that's all you need is their name. You could take them to court in common law.
I've got absolutely no doubt in my mind that eventually there's going to have to be some kind of trials for a lot of these people.
Yeah, and he says that it could possibly bring back hangings, which I don't really want to have back, but at the same time, like, if people are going to be mad, they really want to hold someone accountable for their actions.
For the types of crimes we're talking about, that's the penalty. The penalty is death. Like, there's no question about that.
But isn't that like, I mean, isn't that going against like taking out God's creation? Like, do we have that ability to take someone's life? Like, I know, I do know that there's consequences for your actions.
I'm just saying that's the way the laws are written for those types of crimes. Like, that's just how it is.
Yeah, but anyway, I'll link his stuff. Should I put it in the live stream text or?
Yeah, you can drop a link in there if you like.
Cool. I suggest you guys check it out. It's really fascinating. Like, it helps you understand even more about our world. But yeah, it's at 8 p.m. Eastern time to check out his live stream, and you can register for free if you're interested.
So I'm just going to throw this out there, but Jesus was sentenced to death.
Yeah, but that could be
Does
from
that mean it's
corruption.
right? Yeah, does that mean it's right?
Yeah.
If it was his destiny to have that occur,
I guess
be possible.
It's possible, yeah.
Do you think it's the destiny of all the people who were hanged incorrectly over the centuries? That's their destiny, is it, to be hanged incorrectly? I think that justifies it. There's always
Yeah, I would consider it injustice.
There are always cases where the law gets it wrong and someone gets hanged or executed incorrectly. That's why people are on death row for quite a long time, even people who have got apparent crimes, because sometimes they get it wrong, don't they?
Yeah, but in Jesus's case, it wasn't necessarily the state that got anything wrong. Pontius Pilate allowed the people to make the decision, right?
Well, that's all very well and good, but what's that got to do with people in the 21st century being hung or executed for crimes they didn't commit? Does it justify it or make it any better for them or their families?
Are we talking about crimes that people didn't commit here?
The reason that, certainly in Europe, the reason they got rid of summary execution by hanging is because a lot of people were getting hanged. Some people were getting hanged for crimes they didn't commit. It turns out that sometime afterwards they found out that they were innocent and other people had committed the crimes.
Well, that's the very obviously the most common argument against any type of capital punishment. It doesn't have to be by hanging. Like, it's just how do you know for a fact that this person was guilty? Apparently, since they started doing DNA collection and all that stuff, and they've been able to go back and they have found instances where people were wrongly, executed. They were not guilty of the crimes, but it's very, very rare according to their data, according to what they say. But yeah, I mean, there's been people that they've let off of death row that they've been sitting for 30 years waiting for, waiting for their sentence. And all of a sudden, oh yeah, you're free to go. You didn't do it.
Quick question then, because normally that's the first argument people will say, what if they didn't do it? Cool. Let me take it from another angle. Let's just say that it could be proved objectively beyond any reasonable doubt that capital punishment was reducing the amounts of murders of innocent people in the general public. Would that be a good enough reason to keep it?
That would definitely be good enough reason to have the debate.
You wouldn't need a debate. You'd either say yes or no to it, wouldn't you?
If you could prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that just the threat of, capital punishment was reducing crime, then yeah, it would be that would be a reason to have it.
It's not just the threat, is it? It's like, surely the point of it is that you're actually removing dangerous, violent people from from society forcefully as well, right?
You'd
I'm not
have to
even
make
saying that I think it works.
You'd have to show a correlation between people who commit extremely violent crimes or murders are actually the sort of people who would sit down and muse over their own destiny in that way, or whether they're just doing things, because they're insane.
Most murders aren't like premeditated either. Most murders are just like first or second or third degree, where it's either accidental or and those don't usually get capital punishment anyway. But a lot of times there's that temporary insanity. Somebody just freaks out.
It's like escalating.
Yeah, and those often usually aren't going to get the death sentence either. It is typically just like premeditated murders, at least in the United States, as far as I know, that they get the maximum sentence.
I think the question I'm asking hasn't got anything to do with individuals. So, yeah, when you're trying to answer the question, don't have individuals in your mind. Think about the group. So you've got the threat of capital punishment, and then you've got some people actually being killed via capital punishment. And if you can prove that these two things, let's just say that I could objectively prove that it means that fewer innocent people died in general society as a statistical argument, would you at that point say, yes, it's a good thing?
Not necessarily, no.
Why not?
Because there are other factors. You don't just go by. You don't just say, "Oh, there's one facet of it that proves it's probably sensible, therefore let's go with it." That's not how the world works, is it? If you can categorically prove that no one's going to get murdered or executed accidentally because of an injustice or a failing in the judicial system, then that's another factor in it. But there's a load of factors. Can you prove any? Have you got categoric statistics that show that capital punishment reduces murders in the population anywhere?
No, I don't.
No, I'm just not you. I'm not putting you on the spot. Is there any such correlation? I don't know of any.
Well, I would say it's at least logical that if you're removing murderers from society, that fewer murders happen, right?
Maybe it depends if you. I mean,
you got to go back to the individual for that, Crypto. The thing is most murderers, I don't think most murderers go around like just making it a hobby of theirs either. Like it's like one person does it, then another person does it, then another person does it. Like most of these guys aren't going around just killing people on a regular basis unless they're some kind of thug gangster hitman,
Do you think that people are just random events that one day you roll a 1 and you kill someone? Like, this is how you think it works?
They're usually because of like heated personal disputes and stuff like that. Like, yeah, you never know when somebody's going to fly off the handle.
It's definitely a mental thing too. Like
people say, yeah, exactly. People say this stuff. Oh, well, it's a heated debate. Well, I've been in many heated debates and I've never murdered anyone. And other people have been in as many heated debates as me and murdered 3 people. So
do you think? I got a question.
Like, it's not entirely environmental, Lou. Some people want to kill people.
Passa?
I think that may be true, but I think they're probably a very small portion of any of those statistics.
But they are the subject of this debate.
Yes. All right. So I've got a question for you. As an English person, or part of the UK, do you think that Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper, Fred West, Maura Hindley, all these classic cases that are brought up of these people as serial murderers, do you think that if we had capital punishment, they would have behaved any differently? Do you seriously think they would behave differently if they thought that they would have had death rather than incarceration as hanging over them?
It's not actually my argument. My argument isn't about the threat of it preventing people from killing. That was what Lou said. I never said that. What I said is if you can prove a statistical correlation, and I'm not saying you can, I don't know, but if you could prove a statistical correlation that by removing these very violent murderers from society, that fewer innocent people would die, would that be worth doing? And to be honest, no one's answered the question yet. You've said, oh, maybe, and Lou's kind of not really
Oh, sorry. I misinterpreted
yeah, it would be basically. I said it would. That would be our reason. Yeah, but I think it only just opens up the floor for debate on which capital punishment has been a debate for a very, very long time. You know, like it's.
But it
just
normally focuses on the individual, and the individual, to be honest, isn't the point. The point is that the society benefits.
Do you mean like when there's like, let's say, a shooter in the I don't know, like the facility, and then there's like 9 people inside? Like, is it do you want to take out the shooter before they take out anyone else? Is that what you mean?
I mean, that could be one possible scenario.
I mean, I think if people's lives are threatened, then yeah, you should take them out. Unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I think I agree. Yeah.
I misinterpreted your question. Yes, I categorically removing a mass murderer from society results in less mass murders. That's an obvious correlation.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Unless they could be like apprehended without.
I thought you were saying that wouldn't be the case, and I was just like, it couldn't be more causal. Sorry, Crystal. Go ahead. I'll talk over you.
I'm just saying, like, unless they could be taken down non-lethally, then sure, like, don't kill them. But they have like their sights on someone, then yeah, take the shot.
Right, but when it comes to capital punishment, we're not talking about on the scene either. That's just self-defense. Capital punishment, you've already arrested a person. They're not really a threat. If you choose, you can put them behind bars for the rest of their life. They could never see the light of day. You've effectively done the same thing as if you murder them. Now the question becomes whether or not it's affordable to keep them alive for 30 years.
Well, I mean, then you're punishing the society. So you've got this violent mass murderer, say, and he's killed 6 people, so the society's suffered, and now he goes behind bars for 30 years, and you have to pay for him to be housed and fed and everything else. So you lose twice, right? It seems to me that there's only so much punishment you can give to the society for a person that they don't actually want in that society, such as a mass murderer.
Well, that's a subjective conversation. A lot of societies are perfectly happy to incarcerate their mass murderers rather than kill them. So a lot of people don't agree with that.
True. I think there's a lot of people who are in favour of capital punishment. I just think they don't like to say so because they seem like they seem like they're.
It kind of works itself out. Kind of works itself out sometimes. Like look at what happened to Jeffrey Dahmer. You know.
If we talk about like pedophiles here, people always want them taken out.
Yeah,
Jeffrey
exactly.
Jeffrey Dahmer was in Wisconsin. We don't have the death penalty here. He went to jail, and like within a handful of years, I thought it was only like maybe 2 or 3 years later, at most. Some guy in the cell beat him over the head with a freaking bar from the weight room or whatever, and killed him. Like he met his death. He got his capital punishment while in jail. You know, it just works itself out sometimes. You take them. If they're never going to get back on the street, they're not going to, they're just going to see a cell. They're not going to reproduce and teach anybody else to kill or anything like that.
Yeah, but I mean, effectively, you're doing the same thing as killing them. Then you're just taking away their life. What's the difference?
Yeah.
Is the argument that they're useless to society and effectively cost society money for the rest of their lives, and they haven't got any productive part to play in society? Is that the argument for that kind of discourse, do you think?
Well, when it comes to the cost, it's also argued that it's places that do have capital punishment. Apparently, at least in the United States, states that have it, it actually costs the taxpayers more money to put them on death row because they don't just you get sentenced and then they go and take you to the gallows. They sit there in a cell pretty much for the rest of their life anyway, appealing the whole thing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But that's not the argument, is it? The argument isn't let's discuss how lawyers can shaft everyone, because I think we all already know that that's the case. I guess I'm presenting a dichotomy in that you've got, in one case where this guy murders someone and then he spends 30 to 40 years in jail, versus someone who just basically gets taken to death row within, say, 3 months or whatever. And Just call it an efficient process. The third option is obviously just shit for everyone, because now you're killing someone after costing the society, and you've got all of the problems with the crime that he's committed as well. So it's like lose.
It's all fucked up. Everything's all fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, if you're going to have that system, you need to actually have the system or not have the system. You can't have some stupid middle ground.
And the trouble is, like you say, people can be in death row for an awful long time, and then they can be, making a case that they they were innocent, whatever, and eventually it's found out they were. It does happen. But if a society makes a decision, well, yes, this person has committed this crime, we're categorically clear that that's the case, or at least we have a level of confidence, which means we're prepared to commit this person to death, and you do so on the basis that they're no longer any use to society, and society doesn't want to pay for them. That's a dangerous classification to make about people.
Sorry, you cut out for me. I don't know what's a dangerous classification?
If society is effectively saying this person is no longer any use to any purposeful use to us as a society, and we don't want to pay to keep them alive, it's a bit of a dangerous classification.
That's not really what I'm saying, though. I'm not saying that they're no use to society. I'm actually saying that they're dangerous to society. Right? So that's
sure. But if you incarcerate them. But that's not what you said.
How much danger are they if they're in jail making license plates?
That's it.
Oh,
if they're properly incarcerated all their life, then is it a cost issue or is it a danger issue? You can't.
Yeah,
you can't move around.
Most people in this country, they get 30 years and then they get off after 10 for good behaviour. We've got loads of people walking around having murdered someone. So I guess that's the failing of the system again.
Jamie Bulger's killers. They're out and about with their own kids, aren't they?
Well, yeah.
This is what I mean about that A Warrior Calls guy, because he talks about like the trespass, and it comes to terms with if you've been trespassed, and you could take it to court, and it'll be dealt with. And let's say there's like this, like for example, in Canada, it's illegal to have raw milk, but if I use common law, I could practically say, "Hey, I'm a woman. I'm free. God created me. Have I trespassed or caused harm to a fellow man or woman? If so, please provide evidence. And if there's no evidence, then they can't claim I'm their property, so they can't tell me what to do." So I think if we did common law, a lot of the jails would empty, because it wouldn't be focused on who like has illegal weed or who sold raw milk. Like, it would focus on who is an actual danger to society and who needs to be put away to protect us. I think it would help, but I don't know. Like,
yeah, I mean, you're right, but I think that tells you that they don't care who's a danger to society. They care who's a danger to their system, right?
But it's also who makes the most money for them, right? It's like a business at this point. So
it is in the US. In the UK, it's taxpayer funded. But,
yeah, of course, but it's still...
Canadian, actually. Are you Canadian?
Yes, I'm Canadian.
Right. What's the system in Canada? Is it same as the US? Or?
I'm pretty sure it's close. Like, there's some different laws, or legalities, but it's nothing like different. Like, especially when it comes to food, it's different. But America also has their things too. Like, for example, they can't have cheese curds or something, or what is it?
Who can't have cheese curds?
Those
I'm
Kinder
offended.
Surprise eggs. Like, they can't have. I think that's changed now. But anyway, they have certain things that, like, it's. They're both stupid. Like, in like Texas, they could sell raw milk or raw dairy, but then in Canada you can't. But then we have cheese curds, and then you could ferment specific things, but you can't do it in Canada. Like, it's just so weird. Like, it's upside down for both, I think. But yeah, I don't know exactly everything when it comes to the law, but it's just as corrupt as America.
I think it'd be arguable that Canada might be more corrupt than the United States.
How so? Yeah.
What would be the rationale for making cheese curds illegal? Sorry if I stepped on somebody. What's the rationale for outlawing cheese cards?
I
I
think
don't get it.
it's the process and how it's made. It's probably like America considers it like dangerous in travel or something. I can't remember exactly. I'll have to look that up and get back to you. It was
It
something
is.
stupid.
It's always been weird to me, like when you hear like it and all these checkpoints. I mean, I guess I've learned some of it, but they always make you declare. Like you have any produce. Like you're not smuggling oranges or anything, are you? Like
Mhm.
like no, you can check my trunk. Yeah, go ahead. No
Yeah,
oranges back there.
it's very odd, and I think a lot of it is corrupt to the point where it's ridiculous. Of course, it's just a big scam, just to waste people's time, especially like trafficking tickets.
I
Yeah,
think
there's
a
a
lot
lot
of.
of
I'm not so sure about America and Canada, but in around the world, particularly when you fly.
Well, you got a phone call.
No, that isn't me. I think a lot of international, particularly when you fly, the restrictions on food are because of contaminants to the environment and the local ecosystem. Not so much because they're trying to stop people
Yeah,
from.
they claim it's because they want to make sure you're not moving any parasites and shit. Like that's kind of their excuse.
Yeah, I mean,
The milk and
Isn't that a bad
I think
excuse
there's
though?
a
I
way
mean,
around it. Yeah, like that doesn't seem the case.
they
I think
sell
that's an
sushi. They
excuse.
sell raw fish. They still got free peanuts at every Five Guys restaurant. Like, no. Okay, some people have allergies. Okay, some people probably can't take a raw fish because I don't know why. But that's wild. No, you can't. We can't do this because we don't know how. Yeah, bullshit. That's the same thing that they said about this particular, and I can't remember because it was back when I was into politics and paying attention. There was this particular drug that America said wasn't safe, but Canada was just fine taking it. It was the same. It was no, or was it the? It was the no. My bad. It's pricing for the same drug that was like a couple of bucks was like $200+ here in the U.S. for the same exact drug for the same exact ingredients. As a matter of fact, the U.S. sells it to Canada. It's insane. That like all of it is a scam. Everything that you decided I can't do for myself, I'm going to look to society to fall in line to, and that'll dictate my movements. That's all a scam. Not being self-sufficient, figuring out how to get to your own water source, build some shit, grow some shit. Pretty much if you can't do any of those things, you're gonna get scammed.
Yeah, and half the time, especially when it comes down to like farmers markets and a lot of that stuff, you've got FDA coming in and regulating products saying, oh, this hasn't been FDA approved, blah, blah, blah. And it's just organic fruits and vegetables, which are probably a million times healthier than vegetables that have been sprayed down with chemicals, herbicides, all this crap. It's like, yeah, go ahead and eat that shit, but not the stuff your neighbor grew in his backyard.
Do you know that the seasonings that we buy at the
That's what I mean.
and like my friend was telling me he only goes to farmers markets, and even then you don't really know. Like you kind of got to know the people there because he found out that the seasonings that we use have wood fucking shavings as fillers, and I'm like, nah, that's not true. That's not true at all. Like this is when I was gullible about everything. I said, how the fuck you're selling wood shavings for more bulk, and you're talking about nah. We need to check your trunk for oranges because reasons. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's what I mean about that guy. Like he tells you that they don't have like, you don't have to listen to them because it doesn't apply to you. Like, if you grow your own produce or you run your own business, like let's say a restaurant, they can't come in and tell you you need a license. Like, that's just bullshit. Unless you're like, I don't know, like, let's say you learn how to drive a forklift through some commercial corporation, then yeah, you're required to have that license because they need to have some trust so you don't kill someone by accident. And if you do, it's going to go through the corporation, it's not going to go through you. Like, they're liable in a way. And if it does go through you, they're just going to use that person legal world. Whereas if let's say you're just selling, I don't know, like marijuana, or if you're driving your car without a license, they can't tell you what to do because you're not in that legal world. It does not apply to a man or a woman. It only applies to person. So a majority of what they call the law is actually not law, and it's a scam to kind of force compliance without you understanding what's really going on. That's what happened with the mask thing. Can I talk about that or no?
As long as look, it's safest just not to. But if things are worded properly and you're careful and blah 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 blah,
Okay.
like you can get away with some of this stuff. But I would just try to make it brief and not like let a conversation spawn from it or anything like that.
Okay. Well, I'll just talk about, let's say you want to wear, like, I don't know, a potato sack, and you go into a store in a potato sack and they refuse business with you. Well, you could say it's your right to be able to wear this potato sack regardless of, like, let's say they say you need shoes at least because you need to protect your feet in case there's glass that shatters on the floor. Who knows? But they can't tell you to take that off. And the opposite as well. They can't tell you you have to wear a potato sack or you're not welcomed in here. That's against your rights. It's like what happened with Muslims when they were refused at the airport if they didn't take off their face coverings. That's a consent, or like they try to say it's a mandate, like it's required to take it off, but that doesn't apply to a man or a woman. Like I said, it applies to person. And if you know how to talk your way out of it, you could say, I don't consent to this. This is against my religious beliefs, or yada yada.
I just tell them I'm heterosexual.
Yeah, that will just confuse everybody, and then they'll just be too uncomfortable and just let you through, right? So like, okay.
What's the story on rainwater? That's is that a thing or is it not a thing? Collecting your own water, like from rain.
I've never heard of that being.
It's illegal. It's illegal in some places.
That's another ridiculous one. I've never heard any good reason for that. But
Yeah, that makes no
sense.
sense.
A lot of places say you're not allowed to. All right. The reason that they've given is because it makes a place for mosquito larvae to breed. And I think those laws are mostly passed with the whole Zika fucking bullshit. Like when they freaking did the Zika scare. So all of a sudden it was, nobody collect any rainwater that's a mosquito breeding ground.
But until that happens, like, they can't really tell you what to do. And even if it did happen, like, it has nothing to do with you, really. Like, if your rainwater is, like, let's say, I don't know, like, intact and it doesn't have larvae, like, it's just makes no sense not to do it. As long as you don't trespass against your fellow man or woman, you should be fine.
Well, there's places too where they actually passed laws and made it illegal for you to feed the homeless.
Well, there's some places that if you
that stuff's bullshit.
Yeah, they made it illegal for you to feed the homeless. They made it illegal in places for those like little, you'll see them in near parks or whatever else. Those little like leave a book, take a book type thing. The
little libraries, mini libraries.
Yeah, they made that illegal in a lot of places.
What?
Yep.
What? So are you going to get like some kind of?
They don't want people
germ?
freely like sharing any kind of information or anything like that without their like oversight.
Where is that? Like, where'd you see
Like some,
that? Is that in America?
I can't remember. Like there's just different places like kind of scattered around in the United States
Oh.
where they pass this shit.
Well, in Canada, it's like nothing special. People do it
the
all the
United
time.
States, Canada.
You know, illegal for little kids to sell lemonade.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
road.
Cops busting lemonade stands and stuff because they're not paying their.
Why?
Because there's no third party intervening between this transaction. How dare consenting individuals make decisions?
Yeah, that
How
sounds
dare them?
ridiculous. It's just
Does anyone remember?
What kind of an asshole cop? Even if the assholes higher up freaking said, "Yeah, lemonade stands not legal anymore. We're gonna have to enforce this." What kind of
I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing my job.
I'm just following orders. I get paid
doing
for
my
this.
job.
Hey, anybody remember that lady that she planned? She wanted to do a garden in front of her house, and she was getting like fined every day for having a
Yeah,
garden.
I think I remember that.
Yeah.
Did that ever
Also-
happen? Like, did they ever?
That was a thing. That was an actual thing that happened, and that's also like places that if you dig a hole in your property and water comes out, you have to pay some, monthly fee for just using that water.
Yeah, so when it comes to like a garden in your front yard and stuff like that, if there's regulations, if she signed documentation willingly and knowingly the rules of the community, she is definitely liable for that.
Yeah,
Because
but that's another
she's
form of
making that
trespass.
decision, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. She agreed to the terms and conditions of the housing that she was purchasing. And if she's going against that, then sure, yeah. But if there's no HOA or no regulation that she is in violation of, then she shouldn't be liable.
Yeah, it's kind of like when we talked about the stores like closing and people just not understanding what their rights are and and basically like just giving up their livelihood over something that doesn't apply to them. Like that to me, that was like the hardest thing to see. And then to see like Walmart and like Amazon just make millions during those last 3 years, 2 years, like that's just
The no
shocking.
contact demand is over the roof now. Like people just want their groceries delivered to their house without looking at anyone.
I kind of like that though. Like not like being an introvert with my groceries
It
or
is
anything, but like
convenient. That's why it's over the roof. The demand for it because it's very convenient.
it just I
Especially these
think it
days, if you don't want to get closer to your fellow man or woman and have any contact with humanity, you just stay in
But
your
I th-
house, close the window,
yeah, but I think it
order.
comes out for good because, like some people were worried about going into the store without their diaper on. Like
Yeah,
I think
the funny
it
part
helps
is that
those people.
some of the big companies they were ready for that kind of influx of demand
Yeah,
before
seems like it.
before the emergency happened. They were getting ready for that, and then the
Preparing.
emergency kicked in, and that demand
is
for
true.
those services went
That
up
is
like
true.
10,000%.
I saw people like already extremely prepared, and I'm like, what's going on? Like it just seemed as if they could predict the future. But yeah, that
No, it's not. It's not like you have
The situation is
pharmacies in
pretty
this.
kind of,
Yeah,
of course.
I still like it though. It gives people the ability to like work like a delivery job, which benefits all kinds
when
of
you think
people.
about it, it's just the next step from going to the grocery store, right? Because before this, people would go to the grocery store and do the shopping, but they didn't do the gardening or they didn't drove the truck to bring the goods to the store, right?
No,
Just
yeah.
went to the store and got it. So it's like a next step to that whole change of events for
Yeah,
the
and then you
avocado
don't
to be available at the store for
yeah,
you.
and you don't know where your food's coming from and like who's providing it in a way. Like I think it's more, it's more
But
compliance to the system.
when you take that to that extra service, that extra step that now you can get the groceries at your door, eventually there's going to be a drone that will deliver it for you it will deliver it to front of your house or to the backyard or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Like
I
a
already
drone
seen
drop a
something
box.
similar to that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the next step. But not the blockchain, the chain of events that have to happen for those goods just to make it to your house is it's
But
kind of fragile.
I just
Right now, there's
find
like a big demand for drivers. Like there's a short of truck drivers and
yeah.
even people that work in the ship containers and take the container from the ship to the land and drive that stuff. There's a lot of demand for that.
Yeah, I think those drone things, or unless like they have some kind of like security function, I think they'll just be taken out. Like people will just steal them, or something will happen where they're not reliable.
Exactly what happens with the city bikes.
That'll be the excuse to arm them. That'll be the excuse to arm them.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
there's gonna be a small percentage of that, and it's gonna be there's gonna be many deterrents because the drone has GPS system, location systems, also
City bikes
Yeah,
in
the
cameras.
New
same with
York, and they get
phones.
stolen all the time.
Yeah, but they can take that loss for the plus surcharge of the services they're gonna provide, because even if they lose 10 drones out of 1,000, they can just charge that money to the goods and people are going to pay for it. Whatever loss, they can put it on the goods, like 1 cent extra per USB cable, and they make their money back.
Yeah, these are the plans that are coming down the pike. There's going to be some steps that are going to be in between now and then. Certainly, there's going to be some sort of crisis within, I don't know, say gasoline or something like that, to where these battery powered drones, autonomous vehicles, autonomous driving trucks, and
I'm just
whatnot
gonna get a horse.
will be introduced, right? But it's going to need that nudge, and that nudge is going to be ever increasing gas prices, cost of distribution based on internal combustion engines, right? So there's going to be a shift over time.
The
Yeah.
whole climate control, so people are gonna like think this is better.
Look
Yeah,
at
it's
the
going to be sold
purchases
under
of
it's good for the environment. It's all green.
It's a big package because remember all the perks that you get with having an electric vehicle. You get tax breaks. Also, there might be some incentives on the gas bills to charge your car instead of having a gas vehicle, whatever. And there's a lot of incentives today, especially in the cities and places that have the services of the batteries. There's a bunch of Targets and gas stations or mall centers that you can just go and charge your electric vehicle, right? So it's getting very convenient.
Yeah,
So
it's definitely the future.
it's also kind of like puts kind of like a limit because there's a mileage stress. So people are gonna just limit their travel in many ways to certain areas, especially with access to the electric.
Maybe we should start working.
I'm sure most of you guys probably already know this, or you probably all do, but so maybe it's redundant to even say it, but it's just so silly to think that electric vehicles are better for the environment. Maybe they could be someday, but for the most part, all of your energy is coming from coal burning plants or nuclear, or maybe you're getting hydroelectric, but there's a lot of damage to the environment with all that stuff. There's, like you're not getting it from clean energy just because it's fucking electric.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just wait. This push could easily be, wait till you start seeing announcements from Uber and Lyft are going green, now requiring all drivers to have electric vehicles. Blah blah blah. You can see the headlines now of how they transition this and lead you to believe that it's an organic process.
Yep, just running on ignorance at this point.
Yeah.
It's more like running with the machine because people are kind of like the batteries of the machine. So to keep it going, there's a lot of incentives to work within the system. So, people generate businesses and revenues from this type of economics, and new technology, electric vehicles, and that's going to need a lot of parts, and that incentivize commercial side of things. So people put time and effort towards that kind of stuff. And the vehicles are amazing. Like, you can look into some electric vehicles, and they're pretty cool. But they kind of like giving us like a watered down version of what we can actually have, because you could
really
have a
cool about
very
them.
efficient hybrid vehicle that is electric, very efficient. Because most of the gas vehicles, those engines are like 30% efficient, so 70% inefficient. Many of them, like
The
a
coolest
vast
part about
majority.
the coolest part about the electric vehicles is that you're really limited on how far you can go and and how many places you can charge at, and you're really and they're usually so high tech and like connected that almost everything is automated, and like so you can that's the really cool part about it, where they could just take it over at any time in case of an emergency.
Well, big part of any vehicle that we don't call electric vehicles, most of the machine that we call the vehicle is electric, right? The engine can be added, and you could have electric engines and batteries to power those, and then you could have a gas tank, a gas engine combined with the system. So you could have like a hybrid that is way more efficient than one that has engine, or the one that is completely electric. So you can combine
I
that
think
and have a better vehicle.
I think it's kind of strange. Some of you might remember when they were first starting the whole debate, like about going to alternative energy and which one would win and blah, blah, blah. And then they came out and said it's going to be a hybrid of all these different types of systems. But like hydrogen powered cars was one that was very highly talked about, but there was the fear of like,
Water.
well,
You could, bro.
yeah,
You
like
could
why the
devise it.
fuck
You could,
why the fuck
bro. You
wouldn't
could
we have gone
listen.
hydrogen? Instead, we're going electric. That makes no. If it's about the environment, hydrogen is the way to go. That's the
Yeah,
way to
because
go.
you could produce it. You could produce it from liquid, whatever those gases are, right? Because we kind of label things in a way. But that process, you could simplify it and make a vehicle that
No,
can
yeah,
run from that.
the waste
Honda's done
byproduct
it.
of it is the waste byproduct is clean, fresh water. That's the waste byproduct of a hydrogen car, and it's the most
Hydrogen.
abundant
Yep.
fucking. It's the most abundant atom in the universe. They tell us.
Listen, you can have if you have an electric vehicle, it doesn't have to be big and,
Molecule, I
and
should
anything,
say.
right?
Sorry.
But you could have the paint to absorb radiant light, and that will produce a charge for the batteries, right? A voltage or whatever. And you could have the hydrogen that it could be being produced. You could have a tank, and you could produce it on demand
Yeah.
too.
Well,
You
the
could
thing
produce
is
it on
if
demand.
they gave us hydrogen fuel, like we could probably fill up our like dirigibles, and they don't want us floating around the flat Earth. That's probably
Oh,
why.
definitely not. Definitely not. You remember when they made that scare? You know how they kind of like demonize. You know how they kind of grab something very simple like hydrogen and they demonize it completely, just like cannabis for another example. So they say hydrogen. This aircraft burned because hydrogen. Remember that? The
You mean talk
Hindenburg.
about the Hindenburg? Yeah.
Yeah, so they demonized hydrogen back then because hydrogen, in reality, they in all this old structure of many buildings, they used to also use hydrogen to keep the buildings like certain temperature and that kind of stuff too. Hydrogen is like you could use it for many things, even for heat system to cook and that kind of stuff. And it's a clean flame, and it wouldn't burn a house completely or anything because it would just put itself out.
Honda
Hydrogen
created the
is
hydrogen vehicle back in the early to mid 2000s. I think the FCX Clarity or something like that.
Yeah, they're still working on it now. Hydrogen cell technology. The problem with hydrogen cars is, yes, at the point of combustion in the car, if you want, then you've got zero waste products. But at present, unfortunately, the energy required to extract hydrogen from water for hydrolysis or whatever means you do it by is higher than the energy payload of, say, for example, getting hold of petrochemicals at the moment. That's just a fact. So
kind of like
until they sort that out,
it's kind of like cryptocurrency. You know, like we spend more money on electricity than the fucking money is worth.
Sure, and hydrogen is really dangerous. It has to be said.
Nah,
I mean, the Hindenburg.
you could devise it. The Hindenburg was just propaganda. They made that thing to burn. They made it like a torch to burn like a torch, and it did.
Hydrogen burns very, very voraciously. I mean, if you're going to have modern airships use helium because it's inert and it's non-flammable.
Sorry, guys. Can I get a mod to DM me real quick?
There's to mute you. Is that what you
No,
said?
to DM me real quick.
Oh.
Someone who could help me. Oh, I think I got a message. Hold on.
Anyway, they developed around the early 2000s. Like they had they had the technology to make hydrogen safe for use, where it's just as safe as internal combustion engines.
The thing is that you could design because we overcomplicate it. It's water. You can use water to produce. If you add electricity, obviously you're gonna get the gases because, yeah, that's the process. But you could use water and make it go to very high temperatures and heat it up and then condense it. You could make a closed system, a closed system engine that you could use the water, the liquid, or the hydrogen and all that stuff in a closed system, and it will basically run close and it'll be very efficient. With water itself, you can make it hot and make it cold, make it hot and make it cold, and that thing will run an engine for a long time and very, very low quantities.
Yeah, my point before about this too, it was just like the whole argument for switching to electric vehicles and electric everything. They tell you it's about being green and but if it was truly about that, it wouldn't be electric this way that they would be leaning to. No, it would be hydrogen. That's for vehicles anyway.
The thing is, there's so many ways to do it that they want to monopolize the way you want to do it. Petroleum, you have a petroleum gas station everywhere you go. But even I question the way they produce that stuff. I'm pretty sure they definitely overcomplicate that. Producing fuel, it could be way easier, way more efficient. You could be having even hemp, the oils from the cannabis plant. You could produce a clean oil that will burn really clean, and you can produce really good efficient fuel from it, and it will keep the machinery clean, intact, and not wear off, because it will keep it very, very lubricated, you say, right? With the machinery, the oil, you need oils. You need oil change in the machinery. If you produce the fuel from hemp oil, it's very good for the machinery. So that's not. Do you see how they demonize the many ways of the system that you could produce a lot of stuff?
I mean, every stoner knows all the stories about how, I mean, maybe not all of them, there's so many, but just how great, like marijuana or hemp or whatever, that whole family there can actually be. You can do so many amazing things with it. And it's good for the environment. It grows rapidly.
It's designed to thrive everywhere.
That's one amazing fucking flower. It really is. And yeah, it's been demonized.
They call it weed because it will thrive in many environments. It will grow everywhere. And it's good for the air because it deposits, it grabs a lot of the bad material in the air, and it will deposit in the ground. It will make the ground fertile for next crops. It's a good rotator crop.
They had the car in, what was it, like the 30s or something, that they had a car that was made 100% out of hemp, like materials, and ran on hemp.
Yep, 100%. It was hemp alcohol, and then it was made of hemp. And yeah, you can build a house, you can clothe yourself, you can feed yourself, all from that one plant. And you know what, though? Be careful, because the anti-flat earthers out there are going to call us drug addicts because we appreciate the plant that God gave us.
Yeah, and hemp is sterile too, and you don't smoke hemp. Okay,
you don't smoke
like,
hemp.
so,
Nope.
You know, like it's
You
just
can make
part
big
of
old strong ropes out of it, almost strong as steel. People don't care, though.
You actually can smoke it, and the oils that can be produced, you could use it too. So hemp is
Sure,
an
okay,
is
yeah.
you if you want to smoke hemp, you can smoke hemp, but I mean, it's doable. It's not a toxic plant or anything.
Okay,
You can check
drug
the
addict.
you can check the toxicity of it, and it's basically harmless.
Yeah, that's
They
cool.
make hemp rolling papers that you can put your sativa in.
Ooh, I've had those. Yeah. Those are nice.
Yeah, they're a little thicker usually.
They are, yeah.
And
I never learned how to roll a joint before I got sober, so.
Yeah, if you're rough at rolling, you might want a thicker paper anyway.
It's no good, yeah.
Is the drug addict. Yeah, this is the drug addict part right here.
It's not, though. That's the whole deal. That's why it's so ridiculous. Like, I was in the YouTube chat the other day, because I'm there a lot, and some Glober was talking about lighting up their another joint, and I was just biting my tongue. I was like, I'll just leave it. I'll just let him have it. But, whatever. I did not mean to kill the combo, so if I did.
Yep, you came in here trying to be a buzzkill. Everybody fucking hide your joint. Fucking Glad's here.
Buzzkill, I was talking about. Oh, that's a good thing. Shoot.
It's a versatile plan, it has to be said.
Yep.
Holy shit, Positive, we agree about something?
No way. We probably agree about a few things, I should imagine.
Well, I agree with Positive about probably a great many things. So that's not the problem here.
No, that's not the problem, is it? I don't think it's a problem, to be perfectly honest. It's only discourse.
Okay, not a problem. How about we say a challenge between you and all of us? An ideal.
Yeah,
is that a little better?
Yeah, that's more accurate, isn't it?
Yeah.
I disagree. There's what challenge?
He's challenged, is what I'm saying. By the information.
That's what you said.
Sorry, I had to.
Challenged by what is? I've never walked up to a tree and felt challenged.
Hey, man. I don't make the rules. I just make fun of them. Oh, no, come on. When you were a kid, okay, so when I was a kid, I felt challenged by trees that I wanted to climb but was scared to. That, to me, that's when a tree is a challenge. But I guess the climbing is the challenge, not the tree itself.
Yeah.
I get it.
I had a challenge.
I know
with
what
a
you're
tree
saying.
and the
I
mulberries
didn't mean
on
the
the tree.
devil's advocate. What's that?
Trees are challenged when you try to get the fruit off of them.
Trees never have a challenge, that's for sure. They can grow in
They're a bit of a challenge when they're about
concrete.
to be blown up. When they're about to be blown over onto property, they're a bit of a challenge.
I'd like to go back just to wrap up that conversation we were having. The reason, in my opinion, why they did go to electric vehicles had nothing to do with the environment. It had all to do with the systems that they could put in place for greater control over us with technology, like the surveillance state that we're living in and all of that. Like that's the reason why they went for that.
Ding, 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 ding. You win. Show him what he wins.
Well, they used to have a remote viewing program. Now they just have cell phones. They don't need remote viewers anymore. Now they have a cell phone in every pocket. They can pretty much see whatever they want.
Some of them got like 3 or 4 cameras and like 2 microphones, and you know.
Oh, they can remotely turn on. They can remotely listen on your mobile if they really wanted to. There's nothing technologically in your phone that stops them from doing that if they really wanted to.
You know the Teslas, they had like an upgrade, and the cameras can be recording like 24/7. The cameras of the Tesla has like a bunch of cameras, these electric vehicles, and are
Sure.
recording like all of the time.
Yeah, I've heard of that. There's a security and surveillance upgrade, and then the cameras are also beefed up when you have the autopilot, the full-on autopilot pack, which costs about $6,000, I believe.
When you're walking next to a Tesla, you're being recorded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are cameras everywhere
Just
fucking with it
letting-
nowadays.
yeah.
Absolutely everywhere.
Yep.
Well, then from now on, whenever I see a Tesla, I'm just going to flip it off.
I have a question. I heard that Teslas have kill switches in them. Is that true?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I heard it too, but I don't know if it's true.
I don't know. They got an insanity mode button, so like maybe a kill switch too. I wouldn't doubt it.
Okay.
Yeah, that you can read it in the dash, but if you go to the book, they most likely do have a kill switch or something.
Don't all cars have a
You know, turn off. They call it turn off. Yeah, all cars do.
To the point where you think, I don't want this car to be doing anything more. You know, you can turn the key off as you're driving along, can't you, if you really wanted to. If you thought there was an emergency requirement to turn the engine off, you could do that. And I think it's only sensible that you could do that with a Tesla as well. The sense in which they got any AI is pretty limited. They're not able to, you know.
I thought they were a central control kill switch.
I think in so much as
I guarantee you they have something like this where, I've never been in a Tesla or driven by them, but like, there's no doubt in my mind that they have some way to override the system and just tell it not to work. If you got a self-driving,
they don't have a digital way; they have a physical way.
Yeah, physical way, like a lathe would. You know, any potentially dangerous piece of equipment, you're going to emergency stop, don't you?
All they have to do is fire something into the ground of the vehicle and then send some kind of pulse through it. I guess that's what I've heard they use.
Just like when your phone gets old and the new firmware update comes and it just renders your phone obsolete.
Yeah,
they do that with fucking cars.
It used to be like you could have a phone like for 10 years, but now it's like every 3 years you have to definitely get a phone now, I think. Or every 5 years.
Well, if you want to use the screen capabilities, yeah, just the cell phone part will work just fine. But yeah, it's the actual rest of the phone that won't work.
My everyday phone is a really shitty old phone because it's not bombarded by shit that way. You can still use a Nokia 88, whatever it is, if you really wanted to, with a reduced SIM.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. Not in the United States. No, they took off all of the 3G, 4G towers, and they're only leaving the 5G towers standing. So they're discontinuing 3G service or below. So like all that stuff is gone.
Really? Sure, there are companies now that they deliberately make dumb phones. They're starting to make contemporary versions of those old phones, so you can only do SMS text and pick up phone calls, and there's no other bit on top of that because some people are actually asking for that for obvious reasons. Don't necessarily have to have cameras if you don't want them. When lots of people, there's a section of people who sometimes not just because they're suspicious of anything, just because they don't want it. Don't want all the crap. They just want a straightforward, traditional SMS messaging.
Who said that you can't stop them from viewing your cameras and stuff on your phone? Who said that?
You can tape.
Dude,
but yes, you can. You can remove them from the camera by simply opening them up and taking the camera out.
I taped my camera, but check this out. Samsung announced that their next Galaxy phone is going to get rid of the forward-facing camera and put it behind the screen. So good luck taping the fucking camera. It's behind the screen.
Yeah, if it's in a set location behind the screen, it's just literally moved behind the
Yeah.
subscreen.
So they're gonna put it right in the middle, where you have to put a fucking piece of tape right in the middle of your fucking screen.
Sure. Yeah.
You know?
Bro,
they're
if you can see the screen can see you. That's it. You don't need a camera.
Oh.
The
Yeah, well,
screen,
right
the
now they
screen can
have
see.
for right now they have forward-facing cameras, and it's possible that they're hiding other cameras behind the screen already. That is possible.
Well, they're already hiding smart devices in there.
Electrical engineers and technicians can disassemble and reassemble these things, and I think when it told you if they found a camera behind the screen, right? So I don't think that's the way it works right now, but that's the way it's about to work.
Well, I think one of the biggest accomplishments that whoever they are has made within, the past decade or two is convincing the majority of the population that anybody who seems to want any reasonable privacy or has reasonable privacy concerns is somehow some tinfoiled hat crazy lunatic.
Yeah, you're
You've done a
automatic.
good job with that.
Automatically, if you tape your camera, you're automatically a suspect for the next. You're the next Unabomber or whatever. Like that's the way they view it.
There are plenty of companies, corporations, particularly in the tech sector, that don't allow you to bring your own personal mobile phones on site. And if you do go traveling with the company, they'll give you a corporation burner phone, which has got fucking on it.
There's even a picture of Mark Zuckerberg on his laptop computer with his laptop computer camera obviously taped. He's got scotch tape like over his, So Zuckerberg tapes his camera.
Yep.
Is he a fucking tinfoil hat?
Nah,
No,
he's
he's a
paranoid a little bit.
Then I had a
loads of people tape over their webcams because a
He must be a
webcam
criminal.
on a Windows PC there's no legal requirement for you to have your webcam showing on your PC. You can cover it over as much as you use your camera.
Yeah, but they're about to make it impossible for you to do that with all of the making everything biometric. They're going to make it so that you have to sign in using your eyes or facial recognition or your thumbprint or that's what's coming very, very soon. And it's all going to be connected to your digital ID, your biometric ID, your One World Order ID.
I'll be dead by then.
Your One World? No, not by then. This shit's coming in the next fucking 8 years.
Like I said, I'll be dead by then.
No, okay. Oh, you don't have much expectation, but yeah.
The biggest problem with biometric data is identity theft, because if they've got if they steal that, you're fucked.
What if they steal your eyeballs?
If that happens, if they do come to where I have to put up with that, I will definitely go down fighting. That's all I got to say.
I was going to say, are you planning on dying soon or something?
Yeah, so when I worked in the office, and we have firm issued laptops, people tended to put things every now and again over their cameras. Some people would. I used to use a big, huge piece of Scotch tape, and I wrote on it 1984. So I was definitely that guy in the office. Then when people walked by, they're like, "Oh yeah, okay, guy."
I had a friend who was making fun of me back in the day for I used a bottle cap from like a Mountain Dew 20 ouncer or something, stuck it over my webcam that I had for my PlayStation 3, the PlayStation Eye. And I would use it just as a microphone so I could talk into the air when I was playing games. And I had a friend online who, he thought it was hilarious because all of a sudden, like, I went to go to video chat and it was just all black or like green because it was seeing through the lens cap a little bit. He's like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "Oh," and I went and grabbed it. He's laughing at me. He's like, "You cover your camera?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I do." And he's like, "You know what you should do? You should you should just tape a picture of your freaking balls right there on the fucking camera lens, so that when they hack your camera, you can just be like, yeah, you wanted to see it. Like,
Nice. I have a funny story about a webcam. Back in college, my roommate was from Germany, and we went out and we bought a webcam so that he could video chat with his parents back in Germany. And when we bought it, I didn't realize, him and I both didn't realize that there was a built-in microphone. So we didn't realize when we first logged in, like we're typing and looking and waving, not realizing that his parents could hear us because we had a mic built into the webcam. And I said some pretty messed up stuff in German. And it was like the first time I had met his parents. Yeah. And one of the things that I said would be,
yeah, they were like, "Oh, you should not be talking to this American."
Yeah,
You
well,
should not be.
they probably knew that their son taught me these words. So, and one of the phrases was definitely something that would make a mother blush. So let's just say that. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of PCs, they on the front-facing webcam on the lid above the screen, they have a physical switch which physically covers over the webcam, and a lot of corporations like those to be used. People get hacked, and they leave their laptops open in their bedroom, and they get hacked and they get filmed, and a lot of people get blackmailed that way.
Yep, they do. And well, here's the thing though. They started putting that little switch on the laptops to make you think that you're like, making it safer. But there's cameras all over the fucking device, dude. You don't know where they are, especially in the screen, all right? So I don't know. They've been watching you for 30 years, guys. That's all I'm saying. Everything you do, everywhere you go. But maybe that's
No, they don't need to see your face to see what you're looking at and how long you're looking at it, and
I saw the commercials for that switch to put over the webcam was so fun. I was like, people are going to think that makes them safe from hackers. It's so fucking funny.
There's a lot of industries, especially within like customer service industries, where you're fielding telephone calls all the time, that it's a requirement to have the webcam on, and they monitor whether you're smiling when you're talking to customers, all kinds of shit like that.
Yeah, that's
dude. I want one of them scam bait guys to fucking get a hold of one of those fucking like whatever call centers, just to like hack all their cameras. Like I've seen them do it to the scam baiters, where they hack their camera and then you get to see their reactions and shit. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it is funny. I've done a lot of what's it called, Zoom and other stuff because of what I'm studying and such. And luckily, I've never seen anybody in a candid moment. Yeah, I've seen tons of the compilations. Great. And you know what? Maybe someone did see me in my undies or something, or say anything.
I'm pretty sure somebody's seen my dick on the dark web at some point.
Oh, on the dark web? Shit. Yeah, for sure. And I don't even use the dark web, right? Like, I don't want to even touch it. But I know something about me's on there.
I'm
Shit.
sure somebody's seen my dick.
They couldn't make it out, Lou. It was too pixelated after.
Whew, that's funny.
But yeah, the comment that you made, Glad, I think that was honestly the purpose of Edward Snowden. I feel like he is definitely a plant or an operative or a patsy or however you want to describe it.
They made a movie. They made him such a big deal. I mean, come on. That was to steer some opinions of the diet woke folk. Anyway, go ahead.
Right. I think the overarching agenda there with him was to basically release the information that the government has been, quote unquote, spying on Americans for so long, to give people the impression like, oh, they've been doing it, so what can we do anyways? Who cares? Not that big of a deal. Obviously, no harm has come to me, even though they've been reading every email or they've been tapping into my camera or whatever.
Yeah,
I think it was just kind of a soft release to say, hey, basically, we've been doing this for 20 years.
Well, sure, and
so
you know what?
There's
I don't
nothing you
care
can do about it.
You know, like, come to think of it, right? Like, oh, you're invading my privacy. Okay, whatever. You're just sick people. It's all it is. And I haven't behaved any differently because I know I got 65 cameras on me every fucking moment, right? I don't care personally, but they had to. I guess what I wanted to say was they had to release it at some. They had to tell us about it, and yeah, soft release, so we wouldn't get too mad. You know, send it to Hollywood, make it stupid, and everyone will forget it, right? And they'll just remember the word. The name Snowden, by the way, is not a name of anybody, but I guess this guy assigned to this stuff. Anyway, go ahead.
I just thought of a new idea for the futurists who are trying to take over the world. So, like, if you want a biometric identification, why not take like a dick print or something like that? It's something we all try to keep private. It's something.
Get like a taint shot.
Yeah, I don't know how you do this.
Now, who's the sick fucker now?
Right, Lou just wants somebody to come, ink up his thing.
He's like, I just got a Brazilian, and I need to show it off.
I think this might be our best bet for security reasons.
That's pretty good. It would be. It's like a fingerprint or better, right?
Yeah, you're not going to just share it with just anybody, you know?
Oh, that dick's Frank's. That's Frank's dick. Yeah.
I don't know. In the formative
years,
I might have kind of just shared it with anybody. You know,
you guys laugh, but it's not fucking far away.
It's funny, especially if you got like a weird looking dick. Everybody would know who you are, right? I don't know.
No,
it'd be really hard to hack your phone.
I can identify that dick. I can that is.
It's awesome.
I think it would be worse if you had the same dick as someone else.
Yeah, dude, like
dick doppelgangers.
Oh, dicklegangers. Oh shit, what are we talking about right now?
Dicklegangers.
Lou, you got us off the rails, bro.
I'm sorry. Well, it was me and Lou.
Oh, no, you're right. I should have known it would definitely go down the rails, but it was satire though. Like what?
It is satire.
That's how invasive a lot of this shit is fucking getting. That's the point I'm trying to make. Is why not? Why not just do that?
There are ladies present, guys, so come on.
Oh, hey, I'm done with that one.
How about that spinning ball that nobody lives on but thinks they do?
Get your mind out of the gutter. There's no such thing.
Where do you flat earthers talk about nothing but balls all the time?
Hey man, at least I don't think I live on one.
We were talking about the shaft in this instance.
So yeah, what I was saying about Snowden, right? It's kind of two-sided, right? Leads everybody to believe like, oh, they've been doing it for so long anyways. What does it matter if they continue to do it or whatever?
Yep.
And there's also the flip side of that. There's also the flip side of that, to where it's, should you feel like you may be saying or doing something that may be antithetical to current agendas or anything like that, you may be more hesitant to do these things and share these things.
Oh yeah, it's Big Brother defined, yeah.
With the knowing or understanding that it's all being watched and monitored, even though, yeah.
Oh, you're going to have your people come out and say, hey man, as long as it gets people to just behave a little bit better all the time, I don't see the big deal. Right?
Yeah, you should
listed.
shoot people that say stuff like that.
I know that. That's why we're talking about it.
No, I'm completely serious. Like people
No, hold on. That was a good point,
outside the
though.
box need to get shot. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, but that was a good point. I don't know if we're going to finish the point on that or not, but that's it. But to me, that whole thing is just an easing in. We're just going to ease folks into it. We're going to really slowly get that water to a boil, if they ever really get it to a boil.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they do it over generations. They teach your kids a little bit at a time, and then they come home and teach you about it, and you think, oh, that's kind of odd. I don't remember that being true, but you don't really think much of it because it's a small amount of change, right? And then over 20 years, it suddenly becomes, what do they call that again? Mandela effects. You never know.
Yeah, they got the time exactly. They got the timing threshold for humans before they see that it's bullshit. They got it just under that threshold, right? Just under it, timing wise.
Yep. I was sort of dazing off. Are you talking about like planned, orchestrated, like centuries long freaking plans?
Sure. Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Yeah. It's one hell of a freaking thought to think that they're capable of doing such a thing, but it's not.
Well, once you've conquered something,
it's not out the window. I'll tell you that. It's kind of looking like that. It's fucked up. It's that. That's why it's so easy to convince people. It's that fucked up where it could only happen if the world is a fucking simulation and I'm not real and I'm an AI. Like, that's how bad it is. My dad is a fucking boomer and he's fucking saying this shit now.
Yep.
Okay, like, and I'm the guy that I'll still ponder it. I like the topic. I think it's a fun talking topic when it comes to the Mandela effects and simulation theory and all of that stuff. I think it's really, it's a cool, like, almost like those psychological thriller movies like Inception and shit like that. I think the stuff's a fun path to ponder on. I don't know how much of it's real, it's just there. I don't know.
It's a thought experiment, and it keeps the mind going, but it's a distraction nonetheless. Though I do, like Inception, I still kind of don't get parts of that movie, and I've seen it a lot. Right? That's a smart movie.
You really have to. Yeah. I think it took me I think I'd watched it like 2 or 3 times and like fallen asleep multiple times while watching it because it was
yeah. Well, because once it loses me the first time, once I'm like, I don't understand that, but I'm going to keep watching anyway. Then I'm like more prone to fall asleep. Yeah.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden you're living Inception, right? Like,
yep. Yeah. You wake up watching Inception in the dream. You're like, uh-oh.
Like, wait a minute, why are the buildings raising up?
This is like 7 dreams then, isn't it? I don't even know how to talk about it.
Which layer am I on?
Right.
Yeah, to me the whole simulation theory is another avenue to get people apathetic, thinking that they can't affect change within the system around them, at least in my opinion, right? It's like, it just all be a simulation anyways, so why the F should we care about anything?
Philosophically speaking, they're right. You wouldn't. There's a chance, like with the Matrix, could fucking be real. You could be sitting in a fucking pod right now, and all this shit could be fucking made up. It's possible.
You can't. The fact that it could still be a serious thing that you still have to answer about. Like maybe you chose to come in here.
Yeah, no, I think I did. I had a dream about that actually. That I chose to be here.
I've had many dreams about it. It's the only reason why I think it. I've never seen any evidence for it. It incepted. How do you say that? It was an inception.
It's a recurring theme in a lot of science fiction. The idea that you're in a simulation of your own making, or at least you're in of your own fruition. There's a guy called William Gibbs. There's a very good book called Neuromancer, written by William Gibson, which kicked off the entire virtual reality and a lot of virtual reality concept of a society entrapped in virtual reality. And in that dystopian world, people plug themselves in to escape from the horrificness of their lives, and they stay there long enough that they forget they actually plug themselves in, so they don't have any function outside of it. And
What makes
that
you
kind
think
of
we haven't done that already?
yeah, that's the whole point of the discourse
That's how
about
it
that
gets
kind
you,
of thing.
right? Yeah.
And that was kind of that was kind of touched on with like the what's the name of the Schwarzenegger film where he goes to Mars, where people try and convince him that he's still in the simulation even though he's not, and it's not clear whether the agent's trying to get him out or just trying to get him out of the simulation, or they're just trying to entrap him. And that the film Inception just effectively says, oh, what if there are agents inside there are levels of the deception, and you're trying to, the further down you go, the harder it is to work out where you are. And the idea of his wife being trapped so far down in it that she just exists, she can only now exists in that depth, and she has no function out of it. So it's a
Yeah, that's the way I
recurring,
understood the movie too. Yeah.
yeah. So it's a recurring concept, and it was kicked off by what's called the tech noir genre of science fiction back in the 50s, 60s. Some of the guys who, like William
Yeah,
Gibson,
it's all the same. It's all the same technocrat fucking the
yeah,
transhumanist motherfuckers that are fucking running the show now.
yeah. I mean, William in his books, William Gibson does cite this in his world. They're plugged in at the people are plugged in, not like with a headset wherever they're literally. It's like there's a series called Altered Carbon, where literally the connection between you and the virtual reality is at your spinal column. The premise being is that if every single nerve ending of your body was disconnected from your brain and simultaneously connected to the computer that could give you the equivalent signals,
Yeah, would you be
then
tricked by it?
you would be completely unable to tell on any level that you were in a simulation. If the model that was pushing the signals to your brain was sophisticated enough to wholly emulate your nervous system, you wouldn't know. You would never know. You wouldn't know at what point you're plugged in and what point you're unplugged, other than the fact that your reality would change. You would be incapable of detecting that you're in there, and that and the premise is that you could be in that now, and you wouldn't be able to tell. I mean, the films like the premise behind the Matrix of using people as batteries is a bit crappy, because there are easier ways to get electricity than keep a relatively inefficient biological system like humans alive. I think
Well, yeah, they could have
a
just
lot of
built
those.
poles above the clouds so they could tap into the sun from above the clouds.
It
Yeah,
wasn't
I mean,
about physical energy. It was about
Yeah.
them stealing our energy through taxes.
Well, I was okay. I was going to say otherwise than that. To me, it wasn't so much about the battery cell, like physical, like energy to charge stuff, as it was about stealing our creative thought. They need us to create the Matrix. We have to create our own reality around us. It's what's acceptable to the humans that they don't understand. So they built a system in which we create our own world around ourselves.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the more tenable arrangement. The imaginative and the creative and the non-cognitive part of
And
our
it would also
psyche.
match up with scripture too.
Sorry.
If that were true, that would also match up with scripture. Because doesn't scripture speak of that? People living hundreds of years old. They don't explain how or why, but how do we know that wasn't some kind of technical thing?
I mean, like I say, it's difficult to know. You're never going to know, are you? You're never going to know if you're in it. You're never going to.
Actually, I
there's
think
no
you
way
do
of
know.
telling whether you're in a simulation or not.
I don't know. I tend to think that once you've considered an idea, I think it's kind of like you've considered it. Like, if it's true, then it's
Dude,
true, right? You
here's
got to
the
keep going, though.
real the real catch-22 is the fact that the more we talk about it and ponder on it and make it seem more statistically, logically possible, the more likely it is to manifest and become true if we are right.
That's true too. Maybe that's the whole idea. Maybe they feed the information to our minds on purpose so that we'll create it in our own minds and that will make it real.
Law of attraction.
Yeah, or
Maybe
could
all the
be
power lies in us.
could be many levels to it, right? There could be the allegories within the movie, right? And then the idea of you thinking that the surface level of what's taking place in the movie could be a reality, even though there's a a deeper allegory that's being laid out. One that I can think of just offhand is the world that's pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth, that you're a slave, Neo. These kinds of concepts could be the legal fiction world that's been put around you to enslave you. Anybody operating around you could be an agent for the state and the system due to the propaganda that they're fed via the state and the system. So there's many different layers to how you can look at the movie The Matrix. But yeah, you're right. If you look at it as surface level, this could be taking place, you're also thinking this is an ultimate evolution to where we're going anyways, because this is allegedly
Yeah,
set in
it's
the
it's a
future.
transhumanist. It's a transhumanist goal. What they're showing.
Yeah, it's like technology will save us from death, not God.
Yeah. I believe it's a multifaceted, like there's many different layers to the onion of that movie as far as what's being presented to you.
Sure. That's its appeal, isn't it?
I got another movie for you. I don't know if you've seen it. It's called The Nines, as in like the letter nines, The Nines. It has Ryan Reynolds in it and a couple other people in there. It's a really interesting movie. Check that one.
There's lots of movies that beg
It's
the question.
basically precepts on this guy. He's got like this lifestyle, and you kind of think that he's like this rich, spoiled kid, and then all of a sudden his life changes again, and then all of a sudden you realize that something. I mean, I don't want to ruin the movie for you, but it's like really strange. But it's insinuating that we are part God or something, that we contain the power of God within us, which I believe in, but I don't know if it's really the kind of power that we think that it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I don't believe people can fly and all that kind of crap, but I do believe that they can create things to make them fly.
Well, if all of this that we've just been talking about is true, like if enough people logically think about it and think that think that it is possible to fly, then maybe it becomes possible to fly. That's kind of the way that this all goes.
Yeah, but if that
Like,
were
I
true,
mean,
then wouldn't there
that
be
would
a
be
lot
like
more
that would
Mandela
be like an
effects that
extreme
didn't make any
example, but
sense?
that would be an extreme example. But like how do things like the cell phone or the transistor, like come into society? Like somebody has to think of this shit on a sci-fi kind of level. This is impossible as far as we know. We're gonna make the impossible possible. You know, um, it has to do with like probability and statistics, and it's this weird matrix of data that makes all this possible.
Yeah, but it could also be an obvious setup, right? Like did Arthur C. Clarke's visionary, ideas of satellites make them manifest into reality, or is his visionary depictions of this science fiction world that may be in the future give people the idea that we could achieve that, and then also allow people to come in and claim that they have done all these things that may not have been actually
It was
done.
the second one. It was
Walking
predictive
on the shoulders
programming,
of
but that doesn't mean that the first one, the law of attraction, doesn't not work.
Right.
Right.
There's so many levels of that, right? It's like it can get really tedious really quickly.
But the law of science fiction is kind of predictive, isn't it? It's saying, "Oh, what if we could do this?" Or, I mean, like you say, there are many. When you look at, like, for instance, a mobile phone, even if you took a modern mobile phone back to say when we were like 10, it would have been unbelievable. It would have looked more like the kind of thing that they were using in Star Trek to talk to each other, which when we were young we thought was just mere fantasy. The idea of communicating a device that could be anywhere and there's no wire attached to the wall. A while ago, that was beyond comprehension. So it's just a question of people thinking, "Oh, what if we had something so small?"
All a telephone is a CB radio with 2 channels operating simultaneously. I mean, the basic first cell phones, not the modern ones today.
Sure. But the reason you have a mobile phone now and you didn't have it 50 years ago is largely down to the material sciences. It's down to
Well, I got a lot more specific than just a cell phone. I talked about the transistor. Like nobody really fully understands even how a transistor works. We just kind of stumbled upon its invention, and it allowed all this technology that we have now. All of it.
Yeah, it's one of those oopsies.
I mean, they had valve technology before that, but obviously it was cumbersome, and valves have an analog context to means they're nowhere near as responsive as a transistor. But yeah, you're pretty much right. You can't, without the transistor, you can't have the silicon, and you can't have the silicon, you can't have the microprocessor. If you can't have a microprocessor, you can't have a modern, conceptually a modern digital computer. So it is a foundational aspect of it all. Yeah.
I don't know. I always wonder, like, if someone showed you something from the future and that it actually worked, would that information, that knowledge alone, make you able to somehow make it happen, right? Like scientifically, because you know it's because you saw it in the future, right? And you believed it, right?
Back in the day when the transistor first came out, there was tons of guys like us, conspiracy theorists of the time, that like they literally were talking about how the transistor was given to us by aliens. Like that was that's an old school conspiracy theory.
Is there really a theory?
Why don't we ride that horse?
I don't mean Martians came down and gave us the information. I mean, how do we know it wasn't some other being that gave us the information?
Could have been an outer realmer, like
or whatever. I mean, maybe it was an inner realmer. I don't know. Who knows? There's a lot of things we don't know.
Transistor and silicon.
Silicon's a crystal, is it not? And we all know what crystals do, right?
Yeah, silica's like a quartz crystal.
Right? I've seen this video on YouTube where this guy smashes things with like a smasher, like a big compress or whatever. And I was wondering what would happen if you took a whole box of those rocks that are in your driveway, the ones that spark when you squeeze them. I wonder if you compressed them down to like 1 million pounds of pressure, if they would light up. Makes you wonder.
I think so. I think you probably could. I know if you put a lump of coal under intense pressure, it can actually ignite, can't it? It can actually fire up. But then again, coal's pretty weird. If you stack enough coal up, it's exothermic, so it'll actually catch fire internally if you've got enough coal just sitting there in a pile. There's lots of weird stuff going on in that kind of stuff because the energy there is just bursting to get out in it. That's why a lot of mines, coal mines, they have these massive piles of coal that they mine and they want to prepare to ship them, but they have machinery that just moves the piles of coal around. Because if they just leave it there, the whole pile will catch fire eventually. And if you do compress coal down, you can ignite it that way as well. So it probably would work for any other stone that's got a potential energy in it that's unreleased. If you apply enough pressure to it, you probably would better release it that way.
So maybe if you put the headstone back on the pyramids, they'd light up.
Who knows? The thing is about the
I
pyramids.
just said something crazy right there, but I like to do that. I love throwing crazy into the conversation.
The trouble is, there's lots of other stones missing from the pyramid, so arguably, if you had the whole pyramid, who knows?
Yeah, who knows what else? Yeah, exactly. They might have removed a bunch of it. So all we're seeing is this bare bones of it.
Well, the pyramids at Giza, a lot of the outside stones are missing, aren't they? Because they believed it had diagonally sloping sides on sections of it, and that's all gone. It was stripped off, so it's got that stepped effect. It was just people nicking the stone over the years. There was a period of time when it wasn't deemed to have any sanctity; it was just robbed.
Yep, that would fit in with that Transformers movie, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they're pretty They're pretty wacky, they're wild and wacky things, aren't they, the pyramids? The concept that someone, if the narrative is believed, the concept that someone spends a lifetime building their grave is a pretty wild one anyway, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it is wild that like you're creating your own hell or your own heaven, depending on how you look at it. That's the way I've always looked at it. So it was basically.
Well, I mean, that depends on your whole belief set, on like what happens
I
to you
know, I
after
realize
death
that.
and all that shit. Like,
That's the only thing we really don't.
To them, if what they believed was true in the afterlife, then it made perfect sense to spend
Of
the
course, yeah.
entire life doing that.
Yeah. So the notion that one human being has got that much power that they can effectively enslave tens of thousands of people and work them to their deaths to make their grave is a pretty messed up.
But it's not just one. It's a bunch of people that got together and decided to go
Yes,
against the crowd, right? And that
but
is possible.
of course. But the idea that that power can corrupt itself that badly that there's this little dynastic family who can literally subject all these thousands of people to an awful existence building these things.
Actually, the whole idea of like the people who built the pyramids were slaves. That's obviously been talked about for a long time. Like, that's bullshit. You can't get that type of precision and care from people who are slaves being whipped and that are being starved. But if you can trick an entire society into worshiping your leader as a god,
sure,
then you can motivate.
What would that do? Yeah,
you can.
We don't know.
You see, they're like it's. They don't have to be slaves. They can willingly fucking put themselves into servitude.
Of course, yeah. And there's no argument. There's no suggestion that everybody in those societies wasn't in servitude anyway to those, what they thought were their gods. I mean, you say the pyramids. That there's a level of precision in pyramids. There's no doubt that if you believe it was entirely built by human beings, then the architects of it, the people who designed it for the pharaohs, and
the people who constructed those things probably thought that was their ticket to heaven. You know what I mean?
Yes, but you can the argument that the buildings are sophisticated and advanced doesn't preclude also the idea that tens of thousands of people were worked to death moving shit around. There's the people who orchestrated the precision aren't the same as the people who are literally just pulling rocks across the desert and starving to death as they do so. That's kind of you can still they're not.
Isn't that what Everman does though? Doesn't everyone that's working like pick up a burden and carry it uphill as hard as they fucking can? Like, isn't that what everybody's doing?
That's not.
And I also wanted to add too that back in those days there was a real distinction between like having your own land and going to a city and getting a job. Like nowadays that's the normal, but I would say back then that would be abnormal. They probably had to recruit people.
Oh yeah, well, most of the cities back then were
People
run
would
on.
probably train their whole life to be the best of the best at chiseling fucking rocks or setting rocks or fucking making mortar or whatever else they had to fucking do. Like this was my life's goal, is to be the best at building this. This is my contribution to society. This is my ticket to heaven. This is my.
Do you guys believe that it's that the pyramids were tombs?
It doesn't appear so. I thought that was kind of settled. Like, that was mistakenly said for a long time.
Right.
But,
So this goes back to, if they weren't tombs, then they probably served some other purpose, right? Now, if it was for a purpose that benefited the people, possible like power source or something along those lines, you could see that people would definitely get involved in that project, right? And you'd have the ability to put these things together with precision. You've got people coming together for a common goal. Maybe they demonstrated that this technology can work on a smaller level, if we do it to this size, possibly it could, every farmer within 1,000 miles could receive some sort of wireless energy, or whatever was taking place. But if we eliminate it was a tomb thing, then we have to figure out what's the motivation other than doing something for your king
Like
who
I
you
said,
feel is a god.
I think it would most likely be for that kind of motivation. I think it would most likely be for religious reasons.
Yeah,
Most likely, dude, that's the best way to motivate people and control their mind.
That's the simplest Occam's razor type arrangement. It's not to say it excludes any other, like you say, narrative where something is done for the benefit of the people and it's some sort of tech we don't know about. So you can't rule it out completely. But Occam's razor suggests it's probably something deistic or religious that drove those, like a lot of architecture at the time. But that's not to say you can't rule out one of the. The thing is about technology is if someone invents something and then it gets lost, if you wait long enough, it's only a matter of time before someone else discovers it, because a lot of people are, humans are by definition, curious and inquisitive, and it's difficult to prove that things were learned and then lost forever in that context. Really, it's difficult. You can't categorically state that is possible, because by definition, you're in a bit of a loop there logically. But I mean, yeah, it could be. It's no.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you saying that we can't say, for sure that technologies have been lost?
You can't say that, of course, because if they're lost by definition.
Well, what about the technology of going to the moon? We still got that?
I knew that's what you're. I knew it.
Yeah, well, you can construct this technology to go to the moon if you've got the intent
Right, but it
to
would
do
be
so.
painful to build it
Yeah,
back, right?
it would be very painful to build it back. Yeah, I think it'd be extreme. If it did happen, yeah, and if it did and I'm saying if it did happen in the time frame it did in the 1960s, it would be hideously expensive and ultimately very pointless. And the people that did go there, if they did go there, and again I'm saying the word if, they were suicidal nutcases for doing so, because the risks involved would have been astronomical.
Let me ask you a question, Paza. What part of the technology that got us allegedly to the moon do you think was lost and would be a very difficult process to build back?
It's not. I think it's not so much I think it's just the orchestration of all of those exercises and all those people and all that organisation, and the budgetary requirement has been lost more than anything. There's nothing at all in terms of like the propulsion, the telemetry, the computing for certain, anything like that which is technically lost, as in we've lost the knowledge. I don't think that's what it means in that sense, because technology can be you can use the term technology to mean the tech itself or the knowledge behind the tech. I don't think the knowledge has been lost, although that said, a lot of if it did happen, it was a big effort over a big period of time at great cost, both in terms of financially to the nation, the US as a nation, and also in terms of many people who lost their lives, if you believe the narrative. So it's not to say that you couldn't do it again, but it'd be bloody pointless, really. If it's true, you can fly a spacecraft to the moon and land on it. It's not a particularly useful exercise to do, is it? If you believe the entire narrative.
I think it would be particularly useful, right? We do a lot of things for strategic military reasons, right? So let's go back to the technology. So we have pretty much all of the physical technology that was utilized during these missions, right? So we could pick apart each one of these systems, and I guarantee you every component which was used within all of these systems probably has predecessor technology that's probably better, probably more efficient, right? So when you're saying they lost the logistical technology to do it, I'm pretty sure the math is the math, the equations are the equations, right? We didn't lose the knowledge that we allegedly have of the equations that got us to the moon. So what bits do you think we lost? I mean, don't we have these lunar landers in museums, right?
No, I was talking about logistics in terms of organization. I mean, at that time, if everything's led to be believed as they suggest, NASA was an enormous organization in terms of its employ and its budgetary reach, and there was a fantastic amount of contractual work going out to tech companies and engineering companies, of which, as in America as is in Europe, a lot of the manufacturing and technology has been dwindled down over those years. But it's not to say you couldn't do it. But the question is now.
So we allegedly have the International Space Station up there, right? We're going up and back to that thing all the time. We got people chilling on it, flipping around, doing alleged science experiments that, they keep growing lettuce for the first time every few years. And I mean, couldn't we just eliminate that whole entire program and redirect that budget? It seems to me like what has the ISS ultimately given mankind? Because to me, if the moon is a rock and we're in a solar system and we're on a planet and we had the ability to go to this rock up there, don't you think human beings would want to go up there? And I don't know, it seems like it would be a little more stable to start to establish either communities or bases or whatever, if not for any other reason other than keeping a close eye on the Earth, being able to mount telescopes that can view in on Earth. Seems to me like if we could get one thing that could eliminate constantly having to put up satellites or pay money for satellites, allegedly, couldn't we just plop something on the moon that would be there permanently? Be much easier to maintain. You could have people up there constantly upgrading it, maintaining it on a regular basis.
Yeah, sure, I get that. The lack of visitation to the NASA proposed visitation to move over that period of time is curious, but at the same time, I think that once they, I think the original premise was it's just to beat the Cold War was on. It's just to beat the Russians to get there. The Russians beat them into space, if you believe that narrative, and then America beat them to the moon. America, if you believe the narrative, America went there. What was it? 6 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, like that. And then the American people decided through politics that the money was costing too much, and they stopped going. There's a big difference there between going there in that context and actually creating a functional little ecosystem there for people to live on. That's the logistics of that are quite significant. So if you're going to create a little ecosystem that people live in, it's easier to have it in orbit than it is to have it on another planetary surface. Obviously, I'm just talking about what would argue would be the difficulties involved. But yeah, you're right. They could. Well, time will tell. And if it gets to a point in future generations where there's a lot of activity in space, as they suggest, but there's none on the moon, then it begs the question more, doesn't it? Certainly.
Right. So these seem like convenient excuses to not be able to go back there, right? Like, oh, we don't have the money, but we certainly have the money to continue to constantly take people and resupply the International Space Station because,
how many international space
reasons, right?
Yeah,
like,
how many,
what?
Yeah, sure.
Can you
How
give me
many
one
international
good
space stations are?
can you give me one significant thing, discovery, or scientific breakthrough that has come about from the alleged International Space Station?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Shit coffee.
Did you say shitty coffee, Dave?
I said shitty coffee, yes.
I like it. Chugga chugga.
It's like trying to get a breakthrough from an empty black hole. It's not there.
No, I can't think of it. I don't know off the top of my head anything they've managed to achieve by being in the International Space Station has achieved.
It's a wee bit nutty.
Right. So we say the moon is pointless, but what is the point of the International Space Station? Right. We've been convinced that there's nothing up there. There's no significance to the moon. There's no reason to dump money into going up there. But then we shift money and budget to a space station that seems to have 0 point of benefit to mankind.
It's just one of their cash cows, dude. That's it. It's just a cash cow. That's
it. Yeah, I mean, you could argue that. Yeah, there could be. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've not looked into it whether there's any benefit to the International Space Station. There is an argument that well, all right, let's put it this way.
There is if you work there. If you work for the ISS, you're getting paid. And what are you doing exactly? Got a government job, real cushy. These aren't the type of people with calluses when you shake their hands.
I'd get paid to float around.
I think the vast majority of people who make money from the International Space Station aren't there anyway. There's a whole infrastructure of people supporting that on the ground, and effectively, who couldn't be certain for one way or the other whether it's real or not, whether it's actually there or not.
It's just not there. I can't. I mean, there's no one's going to convince me that it's up there. It's just not happening. Sorry.
That's fair enough.
I gotta say, Pazza, it surprised me someone like you going against the mainstream narrative there, and how quickly I reminded you, and you completely changed your mind, even though you said there's no logic to it. Can we go back to that first statement and break that apart? There's no logic to think that there would be technologies from the past that could be lost. Well, what do you think about like secret societies, people that control the patents on a lot of things, right? All these groups of people together, right? Because you know what patent office is, right? It's where you turn in your technology. It's what you're worth, and then they give you a glimpse of protection for a short period of time, and then after that, it's everybody's, right? So, do you think technology could have been like, hey, we can't admit this in, and then that guy ends up dead, kind of like the guy with the water car, like 5 people in the city with the same name end up dead on the same day?
Is that what Terminator 2 was about?
I don't think there's nothing that in theory, that someone in the past couldn't discover, that couldn't be discovered the very next day by someone else, is there really? So it'd be a continuous, perpetual, ongoing concealment if that was the case, wouldn't it?
Well, what do you think secret societies are for? Do they want the main person, the everyday guy, running his car off of water gas instead of petrol? If they own the company that brings the petrol.
Yeah, but that would imply that everyone it'd have to be a global thing, wouldn't it? If that was the case.
I'm sure it is.
The water gas. Don't talk about the water gas, Hank. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm Texan, bro.
The global water ball. It is a global thing, bro.
Fine. You have to believe that the entire everyone is in cahoots globally to do that. You'd have to think that is the case. Yeah, I agree with that much.
Yeah, if only I had some kind of evidence.
Really so hard to do.
Covering their face all over the world for like a couple of years without really any kind of scientific evidence, only authoritarian decrees by kings that be not.
Is there any way we could call it plane wide rather than globally? Global.
Yeah, all right. Yes, all right. Worldwide then.
Worldwide is a good word. There you go, Pose.
Yeah, but isn't world really world?
World, I think, implies a world like a globe or a sphere, doesn't it? Isn't it?
Different etymology.
You're never gonna make it to Wally World. Look,
Different.
the world is the world is the world. Like the fucking like it. The world. I do like that word because it to me seems unbiased. It doesn't pick a flat or a globe. The world is
No, it
still
doesn't.
just the world.
It doesn't offend anybody, does it? A world is a realm wide, worldwide. There's a, yeah. I mean, like you say, you can if you think there's a global overlord of some sort.
Yeah, a lot of people, if you say the world, they think that automatically implies a globe. You know, like sorry if you think that, but it doesn't.
Sure. No, I mean,
Even if there's a chance of it, we need to exit. We need to get rid of it.
I think
I know. I'm just. It's because I'm biased, obviously, but yeah.
I think that my only bugbear is I think the human beings are pretty shit at organising themselves and getting away with things. Quite frankly, they're not very good at concealing things. Human beings.
Yeah, they are through compartmentalization. So how many people do you think would have to be involved, right, to have some type of overarching agenda, right? 2? Exactly. You can disseminate information down through compartmentalized ranks.
Yeah, I don't know.
Dude, what about like
Compartmentalization? Trust me, the military is based on it. It works.
What was it? 90% of the mainstream media is controlled by 6 corporations. Well, how's that quote go? Something like that, right? And you guys are talking about it only takes 2.
Well, there is a
Yeah, I
such
don't
thing
know.
as overkill.
Somebody threw out the 2, and I said sure. But right, you can see as you work your way up, you can certainly get to less and less people, and it's not like each level knows what the level above it is doing necessarily. Certainly within the mindset of most people, you're just doing what you're told, right? I do what my supervisor tells me. My supervisor does what their manager tells them, and then their manager does what their director tells them, and then the director does what the partner tells them, and the partner does what the CEO tells them. Just this is how everything works.
And the guy at the top who is supposed to know how it all works doesn't give a shit. He just collects a paycheck and goes golfing.
Yeah, he's the one that asks you how to copy and paste something.
Yeah.
Of course.
He just collects money and keeps his mouth shut. Yeah, that's all he has to do.
I'd like to have that.
But you have to. But the I know what you're saying. But the inference there would be that everybody who doesn't think what they're told, is all at the bottom of the pack. And every other level, particularly at the high levels, people are incapable of. People are only capable of thinking what they're told, which is a bit disingenuous because there's no reason to think that people thinking for themselves, breaking out of the mechanism, or at least bucking the trend of the mechanism, wouldn't be everywhere. It wouldn't be propagate through the entire spectrum of these so-called layers, that we talk about. So it just is.
Let me give you one example. Ozza, have you heard the term "new normal"? Have you heard that term? Did you?
Yeah, I heard that term before.
Yeah, did you hear that start a couple of years ago? That term "new normal."
Yeah, it was used a lot during the the recent few years.
Yeah. So after everything hit and was shut down, how did my direct supervisor know to use that terminology day one? And how did everybody know to use that terminology across the world?
In the same way as they suddenly came across the words like yuppies in the 80s and all the other things, because you're bombarded with it through the media.
Right, but how can that be disseminated so quickly? And how can it be always the same phrase across corporations, across the world?
You said ground zero, that phrase?
New normal.
Oh, new normal. Yeah. No, ground zero would be another example of that. Like,
so
within moments.
It started with the first.
Within moments, everybody was saying ground zero.
So how did we have a game plan for how to operate in the new normal, along with everybody else in the whole entire world?
Don't forget, human beings are very buzzwordy, aren't they? You know, the term Watergate. The term Watergate was invented by some journalists at some level.
Yeah. So if you're in a hierarchical structure and you disseminate things from the top down in very buzzwordy type ways with an overarching agenda, certainly easily could be done, right?
Yeah, buzzwords propagate around, whether they come from completely in a pyramidic. Their origins are pyramidic, or they're not. They just propagate across the surface.
And not everybody throughout the ranks from the top down need to know the overarching agenda, as long as they buy into the overarching illusion of whatever the motivation is, right?
Of course, you could posit that that's the case. Yeah, definitely.
Right. So would you now say that it's very possible that certain things that take place throughout the world could be controlled by a fairly small group of people and be disseminated across the world?
Absolutely, because there are clear structural examples of that happening in finance and politics.
Okay, perfect. So I think you pretty much kind of
where do you draw the line?
worked your way into agreeing with what kind of Hank was saying then, even though you disagreed with it originally.
But even with the political infrastructures right to the top, and the financial infrastructures right to the top, and the religious infrastructure right to the top, it doesn't take much effort to turn yourself in 90 degrees. Even if you're not bucking the trend, it's easy to turn yourself in 90 degrees and observe it, because on some level they're all a bit clumsy. They're all a bit transparent. They're all a bit obvious, aren't they? If you really want to exercise your independent thought.
Yeah, it is very obvious. And when you point out how obvious it is, people look at you and call you a conspiracy theorist, another buzzword.
Sure. But the point is that everybody at any level, and an awful lot of people, if you can conceptualize new world order, or something like that, or the Illuminati, or some sort of like organization, or some pyramidic structure in that context.
You talk about the New World Order like it's not real or something, like we just thought of this. Have you noticed that the world leaders all around the fucking world have been like saying those words? Like, this is it. The new normal in the New World Order, like, have been said. Like, that sentence has been made by freaking world leaders, where they put both in the same fucking sentence without a period, without a gap in their breath. Like, dude, it's here, it's in your face, and it's not a conspiracy.
No, but the point is that the idea to sit and to ponder and to look at these things and think, yes, there is a pyramidic structure with people at the top who don't give a shit, and and it propagates down in that way. The ability to look at that is not rare. Anybody can do it. The question is, do they go, oh well, just get on with their lives and not give a damn about it, or it's not a small echelon of people who can think this way. It's not a skill. It's not a uniqueness. Because you could see that doesn't put you in an echelon of people different to anybody else. Most people do that, but they just don't give a damn. You may be more motivated than others. No, I'm not saying you or I. I'm saying, generally speaking, some people are more motivated than others, but an awful lot of people can see that. An awful lot of people understand that the concept of cartels and
this is what happens. Like that's why there were protections put into place in like the American Constitution and shit like that. Like because we do go through these cycles where the people, get complacent and the government overreaches, and at some point there needs to be a revolution, and it's just a cycle that just always happens, and it's been a long time. These guys are really overreaching now, and right now we're still really complacent, but that can only last so long.
Yeah, maybe.
That term revolution's kind of interesting, right? A turning, a cyclical turning, a revolution.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's right there in the word. Yep, that's a good point.
But if you under the proposed concept of this structure, it's difficult to imagine how we'd actually you revolt or revolve against it, isn't it? Really, it's a pretty big and
yeah. So here's another thing to ponder. Just in our alleged history that we know, is there a possibility that the revolutions that we have been taught took place in the past weren't necessarily grassroots and maybe organized from the top down to begin with? Intentional? You see how many things in society today are, when you step back and look at them, aren't necessarily grassroots in their nature and seem to be very controlled.
Yeah, they get subverted and co-opted, and freaking people collude, little secret societies and shit come up with plans together, and how to do this.
Sure. Anybody who would presented with these questions would flatly say, no, that's not possible, is a fool, because it could happen. We're getting back to kind of where we were to start with. We were talking about the idea of virtual realities or illusions in front of your nose.
I honestly think that pop music, rock and roll music, was a designed operation, so to speak, to put people in a completely distracted mindset to where they, start using drugs. Pretty soon, less things become more important to them. They become involved in these little cliques and groups of people, and just groupies and that sort of stuff. I honestly, I looked into it a little bit, and I really think that it's possible that that whole scenario was designed to do exactly what it did: destroy the morals of our young kids and people as a whole, and it did a really good job of it.
Maybe it's difficult to know, isn't it? It's difficult to know what I mean. I mean, we're all using Discord, and none of us have got any. We're not privy to any real intimate knowledge of why this platform is allowed, or who's allowing it, or who advocates it, who's funding it. Who's to say that these conversations aren't being corralled to some degree? Who knows? If you've got enough patience and you slowly nudge things around, you can move things quite a distance before anybody realizes, can't you?
Or if you provide a platform that somewhat allows people to speak freely, certainly an easy way to get a gauge of where people stand and where their real thoughts are, especially if they're allowed to divulge them, right?
Possibly. You also might be creating a list, mightn't you? Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I'm sure I'm on lists, bro. For sure.
If you're not using a VPN and they've got your IP address, they know exactly where you are right now.
Yep.
So,
but that's only concerning to people who live in fear, right?
Sure.
I think what some people don't understand or don't realize is that there's many people out there that have an idea or a conception of what may be going on and do not fear it at all whatsoever.
Of course, I totally accept. You get that. I've been speaking to people here long enough. I get that, and sure, that makes sense.
That would be the healthiest way to look at it, in my opinion. Not to fear it as much as possible. I mean that, and then you can certainly live your life more according to your own personal preferences, rather than be scared all the time that something's going to happen, or they're going to come for us, or they're going to because of what we're doing, and so what, at least speak our mind, and
I agree.
You know what I mean? Who gives it? I mean, it's not like you can change it. For hell's sakes, I'm going to sit here and sweat bullets over it.
Quite. It is a moot point, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a portion of people that understand what's going on that are still in fear in some way, shape, or form.
Of course.
And there's a portion of people who are not. But what they understand and what they certainly have a gauge on is what percentage of the population will acquiesce. They got a very good barometer of that in the past 2 years, regardless of what they say, right? Because words ain't worth shit. Actions are.
Yeah, they pushed quite a few buttons, and what happened was basically nothing. So yeah.
Yeah, I get that. And in some respects, certain conversations about certain things reveal a great deal about where you like to sit one way or the other. I totally get that. But like I said, there's an awful lot of people who know or appreciate that there is a conceptually, a possibility of things. But at the same time, like you say, you can call it acquiesce, you can call it not give a flying, really, not really be bothered. As long as they can get on with what they're doing, furthering themselves personally and advantaging themselves personally, they'll just go along with it.
Well, how much of your life you want to spend doing that?
Yeah. Most of your boomers out there running the world, like they're like, well, I don't have much longer to live. What do I give a fuck? I'm just gonna make a whole bunch of money, or whatever. Like that, and after I make a whole bunch of money for doing nothing, I'm going golfing. Like that's it's just that's it.
that's just the way people are, isn't it? That's human nature for a lot of people.
I kind of like golf. That's a good idea.
Yeah. But no, like every old man, like especially the really rich ones. They just spend their life on the at the country club. You know, it's about a competition and who can get the most rounds in every season.
I mean, seriously, how relaxing is that? And in retrospect, going home and sweating bullets over a bunch of shit you can't change anyway.
Human beings.
Fuck, I'd rather be on the golf course for sure at the country club, having a brewski, telling a joke or two. Or
yeah, they got it made, man. Friggin', and they know it. You know, they smile the whole. They'll tell you so with a big smile, a big shit-eating smile.
Yeah, I think they've got us convinced that we can't affect change. So a lot of people do choose to live the ignorance is bliss lifestyle.
Yep.
I mean, any opportunity I can, I try to be sure that I pass along information and have conversations like we're currently having. I don't know if I have a better skill set to contribute something else, but that's what I do at the moment.
Well, if you were to get involved in trying to make a bigger and a better change, or waking more people up, it sure seems like to me there would be a lot more comfort in it with a few more people on your side. The side we're on is so minuscule, so we're the minority when it comes to so many things that it makes it hard to get motivated. Even though everyone here, I mean, I see a lot of people stay quite motivated to try and make change and educate people and whatnot. But when it comes right down to it, my motivation could be a whole hell of a lot more than it is. It's just, I just have a hard time with how much work, you want to spend my whole life. I guess maybe I probably should. I mean, moralistically thinking it, and, especially if you believe in an afterlife and an eternal placement and for doing the right things and whatnot. Yeah, sure. We should all be doing a better job, but we were raised not to think that way. It's hard to break out of that fucking bullshit, man. It's hard to give a shit about the world in these days. It really is. It's hard.
I disagree with the first thing you said about, there's more of them than there is of us. And I would say, at what point does that even matter? Right? Because if you look at, I'll turn on my good headphones. You look at like what a small minority of people these extreme leftists are, right? What did they do? Such a small minority. Like, let's say most of them, right, don't even actually physically go to the streets. These anti-fascists, right? But didn't they take over like a little community in Seattle, and didn't they like call it Chaz or whatever? And if such a small group of people like these types and the Black Lives Matters could, overthrow the United States and like say, you're leaving the United States, what? Come get some. And then other people are like burning down buildings, and it's such a small group of people. If they could make change, then why couldn't a small group of people on the right side, not on the right, like politically, in the correct side, how come they couldn't make change? And then how do you know what the numbers are? Like most of the people looking at the rioting now, there's nothing wrong with protesting, right? I'm talking about rioting and the lawlessness and disgust. So the crazy thing is that not only was there like rioting, there was also people who were legitimately trying to protest, and then the government wants to make things even worse, right? And so they throw an agent provocateur. So one guy throws a brick or a Coke bottle at the cops, and then the cops get to like start breaking everybody's legs with batons. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was thinking more along the lines of real, real straight to the heart truthers, where you go out and you want to, try and wake people up in all the areas that most people here are very well aware of. Not just the flat Earth thing. It's gone way beyond that for me at this point. I mean, way, way beyond that, about all the lies we're told about our past, everything. It's just not a flat Earth thing for me. It's a very wide scope thing, and to get involved in all the areas that I could probably get involved in and wake people up in, I think that is the group of people I'm more akin to saying is more, we're at a big, huge disadvantage because too many people are so just set into this groove of life and just the way things are, and they don't believe half of the stuff that's going on. If you tried to explain to the normie all the things that's wrong with the world today, you got right down to the nitty-gritty of saying this, got into the specifics, they would look at you like you're half cocked, just like they do flat earthers. Maybe even worse, because it is much worse. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know what to think about the whole thing at this point, because it's just so fucking disgusting.
What if it really does take that small amount of people, like less than 3% of the population, to make a change?
Maybe it does, but you can't do it from sitting on your ass. I mean, I don't know how far do you got to go to do that. How far did the 3% have to go? How much effort? 724.
Well, I gotta say, naming yourself anti-fascist and then becoming fascist is brilliant. So as soon as some motorcyclists form a club, right? Everybody wants to look at them they're fascist bikers and they're one percenters. And it's why? Because I have tattoos, or is it because, which I don't have tattoos, but is it because I have long hair? No, it's the numbers, right? That makes you fascist. Oh, so what about Antifa? They got numbers. Are they fascist? No, you're a conspirator. Floaty device. What was it? A safety device, preservation device. That's it, right? These words, they got these magic words, and they're like dark magicians. The way that they use these words.
I agree, but if you want to bring up things like Antifa, let's just use that one for an example. I think that it's a much smaller group than people want to think there are. I think they're being financed by huge amounts of money and power of people. They pull out these little incidences here in this city and there in this city, pay people extravagantly to do these stunts, and then all of a sudden they become these big, huge movements as far as what the news tells us. And actually, it's only just a very small group of people that pulled off these fucking heinous acts and burning buildings and whatever they did. And they make it look like it's this big fucking movement. And it was a fucking handful of fucking cronies that got paid well to do a stupid job.
Right. So that's the thing. If you control the money, you control everything. Education.
No breathing.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Because my youngster just said no breathing. Was that in reference to I can't breathe?
I just remember down in Salt Lake City. It was last summer when Antifa was walking through the streets with their signs stopping traffic, and there was a total of about 100 people max.
Time flies. It's been a couple of summers ago. It's been a little while already.
Okay, well, whatever it was, last summer, the summer before, last summer was when it was going off in Salt Lake, at least where I seen it. Anyway, it was a small group of maybe 100 people, and they were stopping traffic, and then they were all over the news. And they just showed this condensed picture of these group of people stopping traffic, and yelling at the people in the cars, and then they'd go move to the next intersection and then move to the next intersection. They spent about 4 hours in a day doing this shit. And there was like 100 of them, and that's it. And they were all kids. They were like college kids. They were like, it was like watching my high school daughter or my son, join this high school band and walk down the street clanging hands and pots and pans and screaming and yelling with megaphones and flying flags and signs and walking up to cars and yelling at people and shit. I mean, and then they put it on the news and make it look like this big fucking huge movement. And then you stand back and look at it, and it was just a small group of people doing just this stupid things. And I don't know, Bo. It wasn't much to it, and it sure made it. It did make an impact in some ways because of the way the news media put it out. Really wasn't nothing there. Really wasn't anything going on, dude. A bunch of kids running around with signs acting like idiots. One of the strangest things I've ever seen, to be honest with you.
It kind of ties into the college campus, too, where they've got this, an atheism, if you will, that they go to these secular institutions to learn a bunch of gobbledygook and then think they're going to change the world. When they're the problem with the world. They need to work on themselves, work on their own crap.
Yeah, but virtue signaling.
Oh, there you go.
Why care about myself when I could care about everyone for equality? Without knowing anything, though.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Good trade-off, though, right?
Yeah, like they won't even go into neighborhoods that they think they're advocating for. They're afraid to go into the inner city. But yet somehow they're advocating for police accountability and governmental reform.
Not to mention they set fire to those neighborhoods and pretty much take out their own. I mean, not everyone, but the ones that started the riots. I remember back then, if you jumped on a bandwagon too quickly, like, it would just get shut down because people would find out the real reasons behind it, or like the actual like corruption. Now people are just jumping on everything.
Yeah,
any new distraction. It's amazing.
It's the thing, right? The new thing.
Yeah, whatever happened to saving the whales? Wasn't that a noble cause?
Oh yeah. I mean, PETA kind of ruined a lot of animal cruelty causes.
PETA thinks that chickens are bald eagles.
That wouldn't surprise me, actually.
Maybe if we all raised bald eagles, then we wouldn't have to worry about it.
So I've been here
Oh, no.
probably for like 4 days, and I haven't heard any flat earthers versus a glober yet. I'm surprised.
A couple of years ago, it was like a nonstop flow. But nowadays, yeah, we just get like a straggler who like missed the boat with everybody else. Like they just come in one at a time, very infrequently. Just like I don't know how they wandered in here.
Do you think it's working? Like the majority are flat earthers now?
But most of the new people who do come in, I would say, and talk in DC, most of them seem like they're at least, they're giving it a good thought. They're honest people, most of them.
Yeah. And it's
Although
great
it does
that
seem
they
hard to
even
come by
reach out.
sometimes.
The last couple of years, too, the globalists took a lot of defeats. A lot of things they claimed were just objectively true.
Mm.
So they've kind of went back into their echo chambers and are kind of like licking their wounds, trying to find new things to come at us with, and
They
really
had
just
the rug
don't.
pulled out. They had the rug pulled out from under their feet a lot of times the last couple of years.
Was there an interview
now
that
it's just them trying to cause drama or just watching drama unfold because we do plenty of that ourselves too. And like it's like like Entertainment Tonight, like on TV and shit, where they just like follow like celebrities around and like make fun of them or whatever. It's kind of like that's what they are for us, actually. Like they're those scum.
Who was that guy that was going around with the 360-degree camera attached to him on his head or something? And he was like poking the bear or something. He was like messing with people, going into like post offices and stuff, and like trying to start trouble and get people triggered about the camera or
was
something.
it just some guy that like he was just like showing how people don't want their privacy invaded? It was just like a kind of social experiment.
Yeah, something like that.
I can't remember the name, but I know what you're talking about.
We should do that with something real, like, and live stream it to where it goes straight to the internet and can't be stolen from somebody when they get arrested. That kind of thing would be really profound, I think. But who's willing to go out there and do it and get in trouble?
People who don't mind getting arrested.
I've never been arrested, but I don't see any reason to be afraid of it.
Well, it's a major interruption to your life. At sometimes it was for
work, and I don't have any responsibility really, so I can't see it really hurting me. Maybe hurt my wife and my family, but it won't hurt me necessarily.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, is it really worth it? Like to go out, cause trouble in a way? Yeah.
Just bring it in.
It is worth saying though, it's really silly, I mean, you walk up, it's only happened to me a few times with my GoPro where I'm like walking up to people and talking about flat earth and like, oh, I don't want my face on the internet or whatever. I was like, look around you, dude. There's a camera on that corner, there's a camera on that corner. What are you talking about?
I would just say there's one right there in your hand. You think they're not watching it?
Hey, Orion, I guarantee you most of those people who say something like that to you, if you were in a casual conversation with them and you referred to things like covering your camera on your phone and how you dislike the fact that probably everything you type on the internet is being cataloged and everything you say is being recorded, those people that are telling you that they don't want their face on the internet are probably the same people who in that conversation would say, well, if you're not doing anything wrong, why does it matter?
They'd be scared of. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know. I used to say that too, like when I first started hearing this idea, and I think it was more to protect my paranoia, because I know that there's things that I've learned since I've been coming around here and doing some investigation on different things, and they all sound crazy at first, but I found some evidence for some things that I didn't expect. So it's kind of hard. I don't know. For me, it's hard to take anything without adding a grain of salt. But you know what I mean? It's like I always have to go and research something now, or at least look it up, and the things that I trust that I know tell me the truth. If they match up with that, then I'll usually go further. But but nowadays it's hard to know like what to look at and what not, because you don't know what they're going to give you free information about by telling you some crazy story. So it's kind of like, in a way, you're being deceived, but in a way you're also learning things because they do tell you truths about things. If you're careful, you could pick out what they are.
Right. It's an exercise in discernment. And kind of going back to the conversation we were having a few minutes ago regarding affecting change and small groups of people and things like that, I'm of the opinion that everything has to start with education, meaning people have to have a good, solid core understanding of certain things in order to effect change that would be a lasting change, right? Not just a flash in the pan.
And that's
like,
rare.
Telling somebody something once is one thing, but putting it in their mind and teaching it to them every day or in the world over and over and over is another, right? We have to
you can easily get people riled up for a short period of time to take to the streets and do X, Y, or Z. But that's not how effective, long-lasting change takes place. It starts with a proper fundamental understanding of what you're trying to achieve. And it starts through education.
That's rare, because people are not educated in that way anymore. People just don't have that type of education.
And that's why we don't see large shifts in society. We just see this slow progression towards more for them, less for us, more rights being taken away, more money being taken away. People, we do certainly have a comfortable lifestyle that we live in, but we're also convinced that we need to buy all this shit that we don't need. That there's just, we're led down a direction for a reason. And only real change happens when there's a solid understanding and a fairly decent sized group.
Right.
Yeah, a fairly decent sized group of people that all have a fundamental understanding of what the root cause of these problems are and what we would like to see in replacement of these things.
That's a rare thing right there, brother.
And how to and steps to go about it, right? Exactly.
Right. And then you can start to talk about some type of organizing and coming together and putting into motion the change, right? You first have to start with education. You have to have people that are of a similar mindset, fully understand what the root cause of the problem is that they want to change and how they want to change it.
Or if they even want to change.
Or if you're going the other direction, start with indoctrination.
Yeah, I was going to say. I was going to start that one too.
Right, but I don't think any legitimate, or at least any legitimate society that I would want to live in would have been indoctrinated into me. That wouldn't be something I would want to be a part of. And I don't feel like it would be successful in a way of actual human freedom and liberty if you don't have people that are educated in a way that's truthful and honest, and they have a truthful, honest understanding of the principles that they want to base their life off of.
Yeah.
I gotta say, man, you hit the nail on the head. If you
you're talking some mad shit right there, for sure. But it's very rare to see that happening. But you're talking some mad shit, that's for sure. It's so rare. I mean, find people with that kind of education, that kind of drive, that kind of organization, and that kind of just want and need to do something like that and feel like it's important and know why it's important.
Yeah, it is rare. It's like the minority.
Yeah,
but I feel like we're seeing the telltale signs of people that understand that there is a problem within our society, and they're starting to see solutions, sometimes even before they see what the real true root cause of the problem is. When you see many people coming together in movements of self-sufficiency, living off the land, trying to pull themselves away from the legal structure that we have, people who are living nomadic lifestyles more often now so than in the past. All these fringe type groups that may have come to this idea of needing to somewhat pull away from the normality of what we currently have in society, even though they might not have the full understanding of why they subconsciously feel the need to do these things. I feel like we're seeing a large group of people or large groups of people who are starting to get this itch that something is wrong. And I feel like there's also a large movement of people who are trying to educate themselves and are being more open-minded to what the root cause of this problem is. So I see positivity within what's currently taking place. I mean, even like Crystal was saying earlier, and she was talking about the legal things. Yes, when I started looking into that, there was a very small group of people. It was definitely a minority of people who had these viewpoints. Now you're starting to see a lot more people open to these ideas. So I see it as a good thing.
Well, I can't argue with that for sure.
But it'll purify the already good people, and it'll yeah. I see what you mean.
For sure. But I was going to say something just before you.
Sorry.
Up there, that's all right. No biggie, Ricky.
Go ahead, God.
It's hard to find anything that passes the smell test anymore. Like there's a lot of people, like you said, that are seeing that there's seeing and having this gut feeling that there's something's not quite right. There is a lot more of that going on. I agree.
Yeah, that's how I felt when I had depression. I was just like, why am I upset? Why do I feel like this? Like clearly my body was telling me, or my brain was telling me something's wrong and I need to figure it out. And that's how my journey pretty much started. When you're just like bedridden and you don't have that urge to get out and like see people. And then you start exploring, okay, so it has to do with the food, it has to do with our world, it has to do who I am. Like it's just nonstop lies that you keep throwing down, you know?
Yeah, it's usually when you lose something that you realize what you've really got and what the reality of it. Yeah.
Whether
I had the
it's
same
traumatic.
problem when my back went out.
Yeah, like whether it's traumatic or like, you know, tragic, or, you know, a mental health issue, like you're going to want to figure out the answers. If you're going to suffer, you want, you know, to get out of that feeling.
Yeah, the nonstop lie thing it's been a major thing for me anymore because I see it almost anything I see going on or people presenting this or what the media or whatever is being presented to the people as a whole. It's just like I see it as nothing but it's all just nonstop
evil,
and no truth to it. Any of it, hardly. I mean, it's like it's all just lies, and I didn't see it like that. 4 years ago at all. I did not see the world as everything you come across as your daily journey goes by for the day is nothing but just a big pack full of lies.
Yeah, and I think freedom, truth, liberty, living a life of ultimate freedom and liberty in truth is probably not easy, but I can pretty much guarantee you that it's satisfying.
Oh yeah.
In a way that when you live in a comforting slavery, that's when you see things like depression, anxiety, all of these side effects that we try to pinpoint what it is. The mainstream will tell you there's a pill for that, right? And what I think it stems from is people's lack of satisfaction in how they contribute to the world on a day-to-day basis. Like it's not a very satisfying society that we live in.
And there's always that like pressure to like be better than everyone or like have some sort of talent that separates you from the norm, and like that need to be famous or be rich. Like if you're not productive in a day, you kind of feel like crap. Like there's that nonstop pleasing of society.
Yeah,
becoming disabled can teach you that pretty quickly.
Need to be an astronaut. What does that get you? You know what I mean? People that they want to be the person that travels into the universe and becomes part of NASA or whatever and stuff. And then all of a sudden you learn just some of the truth about it. And it just makes it so unsatisfying. Like you said, just so, I mean, talk about, no wonder people are depressed, for hell's sakes.
Yeah, there's no purpose or goals.
Nowhere. You know, what they're teaching you and what you're learning in these institutions nowadays is a road to freaking nowhere. Medical, everything, all the fields, they're all roads to nowhere because none of it's true. None of it's right. None of it's all backwards.
None of it seems to be edifying, even for the people who claim to enjoy it.
Right.
Because even if they may, even if somebody may enjoy their career, and I say somebody, this is kind of the vast majority, but certainly not all. Even if somebody says that they enjoy their career, I guarantee you there's aspects in their life where they feel like or feel the need or the want for more of something that may be of little to no value ultimately in the big picture. They probably still have some sort of thirst towards some level of material thing that's not a necessity and is more so just a want as opposed to a need.
Yeah. The worst thing is when you actually like kind of get the ball rolling and you start to figure out the hurdles, but then you kind of get trapped, or not trapped, but like I guess you hit a wall and then you go back to your old ways and you have to start over basically. It's like the worst, especially if you're around the same group of friends who just romanticize depression and anxiety. They make it seem like it's normal. I mean, at this point, I guess it is normal, but
that's the new norm.
Yeah, and you gotta like make sure you cut the cycle, like or have a good cycle, like repeat the good deeds and like growing and taking care of yourself, responsibility, but don't go back to like those things that cause the depression. But it's easier said than done.
Well, spend 8 years or 10 years going to college to become a doctor and then get your degree and become a physician and whatnot, and then finally learn some truth about all of that stuff.
Yeah, that happened to a friend of mine.
That would destroy me if I spent that much time.
Me too. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, I'm so glad I didn't bother going to college.
My God.
I wish I could have done the same.
These guys do not know what they're doing. They're
Well, wait, God Rockin', you left out the worst part. So typically, for a lot of people, they get to that point where they've spent that much money on college and put themselves in debt. But in order to pay off those debts, they have to go and, sell people things that they don't need,
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. Where does that put your?
You're just like a foot soldier. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, it just when you find out everything you're doing just to pay back your loan and support your family and whatnot.
I feel really bad for teachers.
You're actually killing people to do it. For fuck's sake, are you kidding me? Talk about a slap.
I think all teachers know what they got themselves into. I think they figured it out at some point or another. And I think they make the choice to stay with it or give it up.
Have you guys heard of, I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called neuro or brain dynamics or something like that. It's basically, it helps people who have trauma in the brain, and it pretty much gets you out of that cycle. Like if you, let's say, you go back to your old ways, and no matter how much you try, like how much exercise you get, like let's say if you're unhealthy and you're trying to get better, or if you're just stuck.
It doesn't everything. That usually does.
But usually they say it's because you have trauma in the brain. And when they look at, let's say, PTSD or like anxiety or what's something else? Like let's say,
are you thinking of EMDR?
EMDR. I don't know. Here, let me type it out because I remember it in my head. I just don't like. I remember the abbreviation, but I don't know the name. One second.
Creatures of habit.
EMDR.
Yeah, but there's some things that prevent people from doing it. Like there's something that's like there's no signals sending to the brain to like. So for example, if you told someone to do the dishes or fold their clothes, sometimes they just can't do it. Like they can't bring themselves to it, or it could be other things
because they're lazy.
It's not just that though. Like they've said that it could be because of trauma from childhood or something that scares you and your brain took it as a sign of flight.
Those
so
sound
Right.
like
you avoid
excuses.
those things. Yeah, I mean
An,
it can.
an
but
emotional trauma
But there's
that has
people.
created a blockage, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
retraining the brain, similar to like stroke victims. You have a minor stroke and you have
Yeah, that
blockages
can
within
happen.
your brain and you have to retrain it. So this is an emotional type situation that creates something very similar.
Yeah. And there's people who've even divorced because like there's this woman, for example, she couldn't like she was allergic to practically everything and it was all in her brain. It was like she couldn't enjoy life. Like she couldn't even be out in the sun. She couldn't even be with her kids. She couldn't even be in big rooms. Like something about it, like there's something in her brain that was sending her fear or like flights and reactions to normal things. Like, you know how some people are afraid of an elevator and they won't go in because it's like encasing. It's like that, but imagine that it was every day.
Did you see what I posted, Crystal?
And yeah, oh sorry. Yeah, and there's people who have food allergies too, and they say it's linked to that. Like you could train your brain not to react to specific things that cause trauma or cause fear or let's say you just have trouble like swimming because of a phobia. Like it's something like that. And it could be from small like to big. But yeah, let me look it up. I'll see if I could find it and link it. And I'll read what you said in the chat. Hold
That's
on.
like saying fear of swimming could have something to do with the chemicals in the water, and you don't even know it. Every time you get in the water, you feel like shit. And you don't know why. It makes you scared of it.
And it could be it could be you're reacting to something in the water. Yeah. And then you associate that to water, even though it's probably like a chemical, for example.
Yeah.
It's fascinating though. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe this is it. Who sent that? Gospel?
Actually, something you should be afraid of.
It just happens to be my field of expertise. But it's not the only intervention for trauma. I mean, there are tons of methodologies. Wow.
Yeah, my friend sent it to me. Maybe it's along the same lines of.
But EMDR is an extremely effective, well-founded intervention for dealing with trauma.
Yeah, like it's called DNRS for me. So let me link it. Maybe there's similarities.
What do those letters mean?
I'm looking it up. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Dynamic neural retraining system.
Yeah. Sorry, what was your idea? Someone said they had an idea?
I don't know about all that.
Maybe I misheard. Sorry. Let me see if I can find the link my friend sent and I'll post it. It's
retrainingthebrain.com. Is that it?
Possibly. Yeah. I think that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very fascinating that they're linking it as a solution for fibromyalgia. I've had the controversial belief that that's psychosomatic. For quite a few years.
It's just, I don't know, it fascinates me because it might not just be depression, or it might not be like, I don't know, the fluoride, for example. Like there could be something else, like something that has damaged you and you wouldn't even know it until you look into it. Miguel.
Your hopes and dreams of going to space and being an astronaut being crushed.
Yeah, it could. You don't look forward to anything in the world, so you hide in your room. That could be something. to like it could
Get in your
drive
bed
you
with your Star Trek blanket over the top of you and imagine you're flying into space.
in your kitty astronaut helmet.
Yeah. It's about, well, that's as realistic as actually doing it when it comes out.
Cuddling your Spock doll.
I mean, it's literally as realistic as if you're actually going to do it. It's no less realistic. That's the problem. I mean, it's just so, the lies are just so bad.
Drug-free, self-directed neural rehabilitation. I like the fact that it's drug-free. That's good.
Are you checking it out, Gospel?
Yeah. I'm just doing a brief overview, reading through.
Nice. I'll try to find more on it, and I'll send it to you later.
What is it, Gospel? You said the drugs are free? Where?
Drug-free treatment.
Yeah. No, I was what I was mostly curious about was the methodology. What specifically are they doing? But it says self-directed, which is weird because oftentimes when you're in a state of woundedness, you're going to need someone to come alongside you. So, like you're drowning, if you're drowning in a pool, for instance, you need somebody to come help you. So, metaphorically speaking, when you're in a state of quote unquote helplessness, everybody else is looking at you like, well, why don't you just do this? Why don't you just do this? And it isn't easy said.
But I think my friend said it's like brain exercises that you do on your own. Like,
oh, here we go. This is what I was looking for. The program integrates components of behavioral therapy. That's good. Mindfulness-based cognitive restructuring. I have some issues with that, but okay. Emotional restructuring techniques. Nice. Neuro-linguistic programming. Makes sense. Incremental training, a form of neural shaping. Interesting. Focused attention distraction, and cognitive reappraisal. I get that, and that is also used in phobias, in how you work through phobias. And then emotional distancing and emotional regulation. That is a little bit of a safe space kind of idea, but it doesn't mean forever either. So
Well, I kind of look at all that like this. Everything you just mentioned, literally every one of those things you just mentioned, could actually be your body releasing its own regenerative abilities to heal yourself. You say it's a drug-free treatment or whatever. I think the body produces everything that you need in order to heal and have cognitive clear thoughts and whatnot. It's just a matter of practicing those things, and then your body takes over and actually becomes the machine that fixes itself. And that's essentially what you're saying. Is you're mentally, physically, all those kinds of things can take place. You can heal yourself and heal your mind, your thinking, all that kind of stuff, just through practice and learn the things you need to do for that to start to happen.
Yeah. And it is absolutely true that the drugs are already inside of you.
Yeah.
I've worked with very, very many addicts, people that have been in all different walks of life and degrees of severity of addiction. And I used to always tell them that that the drugs only released the chemicals that were already inside of you. And it usually helped demystify and take away a little bit of the appeal of substances. But it's a good reminder for other people that are thinking that they need a substance to accomplish a certain thing that they're looking for. On one hand, that thing that they're looking for could be a good thing in moderation. And then also you may wind up learning that the thing that you're looking for you're not meant to experience, but it kind of depends.
My friend has this program, and he said he's willing to let me like see what they teach him, and if I learn anything from it, or if let's say my health improves or my overall brain functions, I'll let you guys know. Should be a fun experiment.
Yeah, I would be interested in. So one of the issues, if you're interested in the topic at all, or are interested in protecting yourself from any trickery, mindfulness has been touted for I don't know how long, but probably at least 2 decades. And it very much leans towards the New Age and or Eastern ideologies, where you're emptying your mind, which sounds like a good thing, but it has some quote unquote side effects and or direct effects that may not be very welcome.
Yeah, you leave your mind and your body to take on its
what he
take
said
on its own direction without the proper stimuli.
Yeah, and you also may be opening the door for something to enter inside of you, hypothetically, if you believe in such a thing. And if you don't,
Well,
I don't
either
know.
that or it could be
But
like
if you do,
could be
that would
already
be my word of caution.
Yeah, could be already inside of you. All these things, just a matter of a way to trigger your body to either do something good or do something bad for you. I do believe in a lot of that stuff is definitely possible. I think you can heal your own self, and I think the body's an amazing thing. Obviously, when you get sick, your body it heals itself. I mean, your bones break; they grow back together. I mean, it's amazing. Your brain breaks. Your mental capabilities break. I think there's ways for it to heal itself, and I'm not sure that I just know. I believe that's possible, and it's through the chemicals that get released in your brain and finding ways to get the right chemicals to be released so it functions properly, rather than introducing some other drug from external to trigger that feeling or that thought or whatever. I do think that you can do that without intervention from an outside substance.
All right, guys, you guys go ahead and take it easy, man. We're not really talking about the Earth being flat. We're just talking about emotional damage and bullshit. So take it easy. Later, guys.
What was emotionally damaged?
I'm sorry, but what a freaking weirdo!
What happened there?
I think he was triggered by a very difficult topic. It's
What did I miss? What's the topic?
The topic of healing.
Talking about trauma.
Yeah, healing from trauma is the topic. And the fact of the matter is, it's a fairly common experience. People have experienced trauma on so many different levels. Some obviously more than others, or to different degrees, right? So it's a relevant thing on this flat Earth that we live on, but it's also a very difficult topic for certain people.
Yeah,
so
well, it stemmed from us talking about who we are, where we are, what starts with this journey we have, and I said it usually starts with depression, and then I brought up this dynamic brain program that could supposedly cure you of your trauma and end the bad cycles of you just going back to the same I guess negative base or state of mind and doing the same
cured him
things.
of his drama by saying the words "flat Earth" every 60 seconds. He would have been fine.
Well, isn't that a rule? Like maybe he's just following the rule. Maybe we are talking too much about off-topic.
Whatever it is that we're talking about, it's happening on the flat Earth.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is, it's incredibly difficult to continue the conversation of flat Earth amongst everyone that already fully understands that it's not a
Yeah,
globe.
we're gonna go off on tangents. We'll be talking about flat Earth, and then we'll just break away from that when someone changes the subject.
And this is technically a beneficial and edifying or uplifting topic, and not necessarily a controversial topic. Though it is difficult, that doesn't mean it's controversial. It's beneficial information for people to be aware of. Helps.
So I was actually wondering though about you gospel. Like you've probably told your journey, but I kind of want to know, like, how did you like, I guess if you want to sum it up, like, how did you find out about flat Earth?
I had a friend. Well, I have a friend that we started chatting, talking about preparing for stuff hitting the fan.
Yep.
My expected date back in 2018, 2017, 2018, I was like, 2024 is the year. I'm not saying that this is actual prediction. It's just my expectation that 2024 will be
a gut feeling.
Yeah, kind of like that. Nothing special. I'm not saying that it's special. I'm just saying it's kind of like my gut feeling and intuition that's. We started having conversations back then about preparing and thinking about. I got to know this guy more and more and more. And lo and behold, we're hanging out. And he starts talking to me about the nature of Earth and the dome and the firmament and that it's flat. And I'm like, okay, I hear what you're saying, but I don't understand how that's possible. And I'm not talking about the conspiracy side of things. That's really besides the point as far as my concept, like 4 years ago, 3 years
But
ago.
it wouldn't make sense after, the book of Genesis. Like, is that what kind of helped you, or was it like?
Well, no, because
unrelated?
I knew all those books. Yeah, well, I had to like I think I talked about this earlier today, but I had to unlearn my rationalizations. But with that said, I couldn't understand. Well, I couldn't understand because I was still holding on to my conceptualizations of the narrative that was taught to me, just like everybody else. So what I had to do was I had to get to the point where I understood that there's no clear picture of what everything is, like is shown to us in science books and on TV and the Weather Channel and everywhere else, that the globe shows up, which is nearly everywhere as far as I've seen at this point. So getting myself to the point where I was accepting that I didn't need and I couldn't visualize the whole thing, me being our creation, everything that is. I couldn't see it all at once, like what is given to us in the images. So once that happened, and also just going, okay, so this is how things go up and down. This is the fact that it actually is flat. That the curve and the measures are invalidated. It really didn't take me very long. It took 2 or 3 conversations. I had like 2 questions when I came to the server, and then that was it. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm cool. I understand. It didn't take very long at all.
Yeah,
But
it took me 2 days. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
but I had the preconceived, I don't know, the pre-understanding that there was a creator. Like, it wasn't a big leap for me. It was just like, oh, okay, that's how he made it. And all of my poo-poo ideas about, well, that seems silly because if it's a dome, that seems really limiting, and it seems to really put a damper on what the creator is even capable of doing. And once I was able to work through those issues, I was like, okay, all of that is just preconceived notions and presuppositions. In reality, he did whatever he did, and that's kind of besides the point.
How long did it
My
take you
my
to adjust?
what's that?
How long did it take you to adjust after that? Like did it take you out for like a month or something to like?
No,
Okay, that's good.
not really. No, not really at all, because I still I mean, I have a strong foundation. Again, always
Yeah, true.
trusting that the creator is the one who did everything. How he did it is kind of besides the point for me. So it wasn't a hard adjustment. It wasn't like, oh my gosh, because I already knew about all the other lies. Like,
Yeah.
I've been fighting against evolution since almost possibly before I even became a Christian. So
Before you were born, haha. Yeah, and then
Before
they
he
have
evolved from a monkey.
yeah, and they have like all these cute little video games that try to push it, like Pokemon and Yokai or whatever that one is, to make evolution a fun thing.
yeah, Pokemon is a fascinating one. I think it has some spiritual elements for sure. But people would be surprised just how much the Eastern religions tie back to the ancient mystery schools of Babylon.
Oh, I'll be right back. Sorry.
No, that's fine. The more I learn about it, the more I see the connections. It's very fascinating.
Gospel, you might find this interesting or funny. Conversation I had in another server earlier today. Somebody was pointing out that there is a small blind spot within human vision, right? Like you can do these little tests.
Yeah.
You hold up this thing, there's a blind spot. And from this understanding, this person was saying that this proves unequivocally that God did not make man perfect, meaning God is not perfect. And this whole argument of how this proves that God doesn't exist. And I thought it was pretty funny and interesting, or at least some sort of attempt to undermine the idea of, God being perfect. But I certainly said that
perfect.
Yeah,
there
so
was no
many
claim.
logical fallacies there.
Yeah. And I pointed out there's really technically no claim that God created man perfect. If anything, there's the claim that God has created man and man understands that man has fallen and is flawed. Like that's pretty well established, at least in my opinion.
If we were perfect, wouldn't we not die?
Maybe that blind spot is blocking the very thing that we just do not need to see, something metaphysical.
Well, it's perspective. If you turn your head or turn your vision.
I know the blind spot you're talking about. I know exactly what she's talking about.
Yeah, no, it's a very small blind spot, right? And it has to deal with how there's some sort of nerve cluster within the eye in that section, right? And I was trying to say, how do you not know that this is the most efficient design for the eye, for the capabilities of what humans need, right? Where are you going to shift that nerve cluster, and is that going to have adverse effects if you shift it? Who's to say we're not created the most perfect, efficient beings? What?
A dog wants you to talk to him.
Yeah, she does.
You gotta wonder. Like I thought about that before I had to put my dog down a couple of years ago too. Like when I'm on the just earbuds or something, or just talking into the air like this. What do they fucking think? They're like, who is he talking to? He's not talking to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, just they don't fucking know.
Yeah. It is weird. And I think that they know the difference based on tone. It's weird. The intuition and what's that other good word for animals? Instinct. The instincts and intuitions of animals, how they start to read your tone and stuff. It's very fascinating.
Body language, all that stuff. Yep.
Yeah, they can be more perceptive than humans are sometimes.
Okay, I'm back. What'd I miss?
That's
Magic.
A good question.
You missed the
Nice.
I was just trying to think like a dog about like what goes on in their mind when you're talking on the phone to nobody and there's nobody there in the room. They're just like, I don't smell anybody. What am I? What do they think?
Are you guys on this topic because you heard my dog?
No, it was Napalm's dog.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you heard, but my dog was barking at someone.
Everybody heard my dog.
Is it one of those little yappy dogs?
Here, put
No,
both of you,
but
put them
she was
both up to the
literally trying
microphone.
to she was literally trying to talk. She was like, instead of talking to them, talk to me. Just trying to get his attention.
Is it a husky?
Husky mix, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. We had a full husky. We lost her in between Christmas and New Year's,
Aw.
unfortunately. Yeah.
My guy's a husky mix, but he's not as vocal.
Yeah, the full husky was vocal in a different way. This one's the tone of her voice is not quite husky, but she's certainly vocal.
Someone stole my husky.
You'll have to send pics.
Emotional damage.
Did you actually get your husky stolen?
Yeah, someone stole her.
Wow. That's insane. Like, what
Yeah,
scum?
she was beautiful. I named her Beauty because she was so beautiful.
It's a nice name.
Right? Simple.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet and straight to the point.
Speaking of, every time anybody says emotional damage, I think of that Stephen He guy.
Off of TikTok?
Oh, I guess he might do TikTok. I just know him from YouTube. I don't do TikTok. But yeah, Stephen He's a pretty funny guy.
I'm trying to find pics of my dog. Hold up.
Is there a flat horizon in the background with your husky? Like, I want to stick to the topic of the earth being flat and stationary because that's what we observe. That's what we live on. And that's what people need to know.
I have one. Hold on. I'll get it.
Earth is measurably flat.
And can you measure the height of... I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Water seeks and finds its level.
Right, the distance from where the dog is from the horizon. Never mind.
The water in the dog bowl is level.
I can understand that.
Yeah, but where it touches the edge, it curves up. That proves it. Water can curve.
Ah, shit, I gotta back out of the server. Earth globe.
I can't find it. It was such a good shot. Where is it? It has the lake horizon and everything.
Photo. A good photo.
Oh, I should have some level horizon pics with the puppies. Hold on.
Is that the dogs that were barking a second ago? Or one of them, even?
Yeah.
Yeah, the brown and white one.
Cool. What kind of is it? Like a husky type breed, or what is it?
She's a husky mix. We're not 100% sure what the other breed is. One of her litter mates, the owners did get a DNA test for what it's worth, and it came back as 75% husky, 25% Great Dane. But take that for what it
Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
My guy's supposedly husky mix, retriever, and Doberman, but I don't know. I think there's something else. He's definitely not like, he's got less husky in him, in my opinion.
My first dog ever was half Malamute and half German short hair. Talk about a wonderful dog. My goodness. She was just the most smart, whatever you want to say. Just a sweet, sweet dog.
Yeah, but is your dog a flat earther?
Yes, of course she was.
Okay.
Her name was Kona.
As long as she's a flat earther, I could care less.
Yeah, you gotta keep.
You ask her?
Keep it up.
Did you think she was on a spinning ball?
I don't think she did. No, I think she knew where she was at.
She only liked spinning balls.
She was right. She was right by my side the whole time. That's where she was. She was so loyal. Such a good dog.
Don't cats
She
like
chased
spinning
after him, but
balls?
not mentally.
Yeah, I've seriously considered the next dog that we eventually get being a Malamute. They have a little bit calmer demeanor than Huskies do. I mean, I love Huskies for a ton of different reasons, but
Isn't it cruel having that kind of dog down in Florida?
no, they're perfectly fine. My full-blooded Husky was the one that would sit outside in the sun all day long, whereas the mix she'd get hot and she'd come in way sooner than the other one.
Huh.
But yeah, I wish she would have had the ability to see more snow while she was alive. The full Husky. She only got to see a little bit once, and
Like,
she loves it.
I know it's definitely cruel getting like a hairless dog and then taking it to the north. Like, that's just wrong. Like, they're just shivering like one of them, like a Chihuahua or something with no freaking or the weirdest looking dog I ever seen in my life. My friend's mom had a miniature hairless miniature Doberman. Okay, the weirdest looking thing. Like, it's not like it came out of an MC Escher freaking painting or something.
Probably looking like a rat.
Dude, yes.
The naked mole rat.
But this thing was always shivering, and it weighed like 3.5 pounds or something like
And it's
that.
always in like
I don't know,
wool
it was
sweaters or something.
It would be hiding underneath blankets on the couch, and then you'd sit on it and then
Aw.
kill it.
Yeah.
Or think you're gonna kill it, and go, "Ah," and go, yeah.
Poor thing.
Friend of mine had I guess he called it a miniature Doberman or whatever. I can't remember, something like that. And when it come right down to it, it was just a different strain of Mexican Chihuahua is what it was.
It wasn't a mini Doberman. It was a miniature Greyhound. Sorry, yeah, miniature Greyhound. That's what it was. Don't talk about weird.
That would look like a rat.
I need to look this up. I've never seen a miniature Doberman or Pinscher.
Yeah, no, not a Doberman. A
Naked.
greyhound. A hairless greyhound, miniature greyhound.
Oh, you mean the Italian greyhounds?
I don't know, maybe.
I didn't even know those could go hairless.
Dude, they're not completely hairless. It's so
Like, that's
fine, so
everything, Tammy.
small. Like it just looks hairless.
Yeah, those
There's so
things
little
are
hair there.
fragile. They're so cute, though.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! No, he says.
Uh-oh.
It looked like a rat. Did you not hear him? It's a wet rat. Blankets, and when you sit down, all you could hear was yike, yike, yike. But my friend's Mini Dobie or whatever it was a cute little dog, but it was just like you said, Lou. Whenever it got cold, it was just shivering. You always had to have a blanket in the truck when you take it with you because it would just like bundle up in the blanket. And yeah, it wasn't good in the winter.
Did it shit all over the carpet too?
No, it was well house trained.
Something wrong with your dog.
It wasn't my greyhound. Fuck that.
What do you guys think of cats, though?
Other people's cats are great. I'm glad I don't have one.
I just can't deal with the litter, but I love cats.
I don't need cats shitting in a litter box, having to change their poop in the house every day.
Yeah, I can't stand that.
Stink. Like
that thing reeks.
Even if they have down in the basement, like you smell cat like right away.
It's preventing me from getting one just because I don't want to deal with it. Whereas a dog, I could just take it outside and it's like dealt with.
A good dog will just come and get you when it needs to take a pee or whatever. It's come up, tap you on the leg, and run to the door and say,
"Yeah."
Well, right. See, that's the thing. Like, I'm not a fan of the little dogs either, so that's probably why I'm not a big fan of cats. Also, like, little dogs have a little bladder; they have to go out all the time. Like, they can't. You can't leave them at home and go to work. You gotta. They're gonna shit or something.
Yeah.
I mean, they can't really hold it. A bigger dogs can usually hold it for 24 hours, really, if they have to, unless
I like bigger dogs. They're more fun. I don't mind the little ones, I guess, but the bigger ones are definitely ones you want to bring camping with you, or I don't know, like on a hike.
Yeah, my friend got this cat litter box thing that you're meant to install on the top of your toilet, and you remove like one ring at a time, so it gets to be like a bigger and bigger hole with kitty litter
I
on
remember
top of
that.
it. And it worked. We got him to like he's gone back to the regular litter box now for some reason, but like he got him to like go to the bathroom in his place a few times, and we even got him to piss in my toilet once.
I heard people say that even though like it was worth doing the training, the cats would just keep flushing the toilet and like add up the bill.
I mean, I wouldn't really want to share a toilet with a cat. Like, I mean, just worms or something. I don't know what I'd be thinking. Like, I just don't think I want to be sharing a toilet with the cat.
Yeah, Parasite City.
You're not drinking the water, are you?
I wouldn't mind. I would probably have them in their own bathroom if I had the extra.
Well, you can actually train cats. Like, I guess maybe you guys. I was outside talking to the neighbors, moving some furniture out, and I went outside to say hi to them for a second. But were you talking about cats that were trained to flush the toilet themselves? I've seen that. You can actually train a cat to squat over the bowl and take a dump and then actually flush the toilet.
Yeah. I guess I wouldn't train them, but I wouldn't want to come home to see like nuggets in the toilet.
Yes, laying on the edge and laying on the floor because you missed or whatever. No.
I would submit, Lou, that your concern is not irrational. we happen to know somebody that's a missionary in South America, and there's some disturbing stories about parasites.
Yes.
And toilets.
It's exactly why I
Yeah,
said
it's
it.
just not. I mean, it seems. I'm pretty sure I've heard like without hearing too much to be totally grossed out, but like I know it's not a good thing.
It can happen.
Yeah, but it probably depends on the cat. Like, is it like
No,
a
I'm not
stray
talking about
or?
from cats. I'm not talking about from cats. I'm
Oh.
saying it's plausible because there have been creatures that have found a new home.
Fucking
Well,
creatures, dude.
shit. I should go scrub my toilet right now.
It's
Are the
concerning.
raccoons living in there?
I'm not talking about raccoons. I'm talking about cylindrical creatures.
I would say where the toilet meets the floor is probably the most critical spot because there's a gap underneath the toilet the entire way. Gets moisture underneath there, and there's total nothing but nasty ass bacteria underneath there. You got to be one hell of a good plumber to install the wax ring extremely super properly so it doesn't leak at all. And then you got to make sure that you pull that toilet off at least once a year, scrub that floor underneath there, desanitize it, put a brand new wax ring on it that seals perfectly every time, and caulk around the base of it. Really seal it so you don't have any of that underneath that toilet moisture and whatever grows underneath there from the day you bolt it down. That's the proper maintenance for a toilet. You got to pull it off at least once a year, put a new wax ring on it, and scrub the living shit out of the bottom of the toilet and the floor, and then seal it up properly at the wax ring and the base of the toilet as it touches the tile or the linoleum or wherever it's mounted to.
God, Rockin's a freaking toilet Nazi.
Yeah,
Holy
bro.
shit.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. That's what you want it done right. That's what you got to do.
I'll hook you up with some like mind-blowingly awesome baked goods if you want to come hook a brother up. That's intense, bro. That is intense.
Take it or leave it. It's the truth. They used to do bathroom remodels for years. We do one a week. Give them a new sink, a new toilet, new tub, new toilet, new vanity, new everything. New tile on the floor, halfway
your own toilet. Then you take it up once a year and clean under the toilet once every year.
Yep.
That's awesome.
That's hardcore.
Takes about an hour, bro. How hardcore is it?
You're right. It's not a huge job, but like nobody does that.
It's because they're filthy mongrels.
Bro, people barely like pull out their fridge and stoves and clean under it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or smoke detectors. Everybody, smoke detectors.
Nah, I deal with that shit.
Yeah.
I make sure it's in top shape.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I have too much expensive equipment.
Mine is ready right now. It's been almost exactly a year.
I bought some 10-year ones, some really, really good 10-year American-made smoke detectors. I did some good research, and yeah. I'll have to see if I can find the name. I'll let everybody know because it is a good USI. USI is.
Are they hardwired and battery operated both?
I think that they manufacture ones that are hardwired, but
those are the good ones anyway.
But these are actually battery operated.
Only if they're flat, not round.
They're more like stars. They're in the sky.
Oh, look at those cute puppies. Oh, wait, who is that? It's just someone with a line dashed. What's your name, friend?
Somebody
one
in
who
the
sent the
chat?
puppies. Yeah, it shows like dashes for their name. It's a red logo.
His name is Line.
Oh.
Oh,
Flat
okay.
line.
Or Dash.
Cool.
Are those miniature
Flatline.
Dobermans? Because that's not what I was actually talking about. But they do kind of look like that.
Oh,
What
that's
that might
you?
be. No, that's not me.
Oh, okay.
But
But it's
that's
similar
what
to
it
that.
kind of looks like. I was talking about. Yeah, I mistakenly
Oh.
said Doberman earlier, and I was talking about the Greyhound.
Yeah.
But this looks like it. I mean, just the color markings anyway. It looks like that could be what this is. Is the like a mini Doberman or something?
It's very nice. Yeah, the miniature pincher.
This is the one.
Yeah, where's the mini Greyhound? The hairless fucker. Hold on.
Oh, I can't
we
wait
gotta
to
have
see
one of
this.
those.
Is it the
We gotta
one
have
that
that.
is it the type of dog that has that tongue drooping out? Like I can't stand that.
No, it looks kind of like a Chihuahua with like way longer legs.
Yeah, no, I know what Italian greyhounds are, but when they have their
Oh, okay.
tongue dangling out, it upsets me. Some
I don't
people
know.
say it's cute, but
I never saw it. It was always shivering underneath a blanket somewhere, just yelping.
Aww.
Yeah,
I want to see it now.
scurrying away like a freaking chupacabra into the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
I got a phone call from my wife. How much of dog talk did I miss?
He's gonna send a picture of his friend's greyhound. Was it?
I don't have a picture of his actually, but
Oh dang! I want
trying
to
to
see
find
it.
one like it.
Oh,
I
I
guess
see. I mean, I've seen a greyhound.
whatever. Yeah, even a regular Greyhound is weird looking, but then the like
Yeah.
mini ones, yeah.
I think they're freaking cute, but I just don't like when the tongue sticks out.
I don't know. I don't see any pictures of any with their tongue sticking out.
You'll have to look up a specific thing. But yeah, I'm gonna head the hay. It's nice talking to you guys. I hope you guys
Yeah.
have a good rest of the night and you actually stay on topic for once.
Nope.
Talk about
Greyhound
dogs.
night. Greyhound night. Dog night.
Dog night.
All right, later.
Have a good one. Yeah, I wish we had some Globers coming in.
It's been like all day, huh?
Right. Especially so Crystal could interact with them. She's new to the server. Definitely, articulate, coherent. I'd like to hear her have a conversation with Globers.
I found one that resembles what I was talking about. Here we go. She just left, but this one's funny. It didn't pop up with the image. It just did the link, I guess. Whoops. Let me go back and just screenshot it.
I'm mentally looking for the Price is Right. You lose theme song. Dun 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 dun. When you posted that link.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not inappropriate.
Yeah, there's a drought for Globers today. Was there?
There we go. That's the derpy looking thing.
Oh yeah. Just riddled with anxiety.
Dude spends its entire life just shaking, shivering. Everything was bigger than it. Everything was trying to kill it. Poor fucking thing. Yeah. Dude, the cats could totally whoop that thing's ass. No problem.
Yeah, bro. Cats hold their own, man.
You know, that thing used to be a wolf.
Is that a joke?
You used to be a monkey. I love it how God Rocking just did the same thing you did, Lou. He just posted a very beautiful link.
It happens.
Yeah,
His
there's your
is about
yearly maintenance.
toilet wax rings, though.
Yeah, and don't forget the closet flange. That's what it's called, the piece that bolts to the floor. You need a new one of those too, at least every 3 or 4 years, because they get rusted and they start to just get decayed and whatever else.
Dude, I want you coming with me when I go and pick out a new toilet.
All right.
FaceTime.
Yeah, this dude knows his shit.
Ooh, pun.
Yeah.
Insert pun here.
You're not going to have him present while you're testing it, are you?
In store, I mean, I don't have to pull down my pants. You just, test out the height, make sure you don't have any like bad pressure points where you're going to get numbness or anything. And like, you might like the oval, if you're a dude, you don't want the round. I know a little about picking out a toilet, but I think God Rockin', he might be like, no, don't buy this brand, buy that brand. They have way better internal components. Check this out. This is plastic, like.
Well, the main thing is they want to put a restriction on the water capacity nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones that just have like 1.5 gallon flush things, they never work that well. I would try to get a 3 gallon minimum for the tank anyway, so you get plenty of water to get rid of what you need to get rid of. But the height is probably one of the most important things for most people, because in the past they were always too low, and when you get old like me and the toilet's real low, it's hard to get back up. The handicap style height is probably more suitable for the normal guy than it is the handicap guy. They're a little taller, a little easier to get up from. There's a lot more than just a place to pee when you get a toilet.
YVES. Have you joined the conversation before? I see your VC verified. YVES, EVS, YVS, whatever.
Say hi, Wes.
No. He said something in the lobby.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, you gotta put it in Livestream voice text. YVES. And I see that you said nah.
Nuh-uh.
But I was really hoping to hear somebody tell us why they know the Earth is a ball. I was waiting to hear somebody talk about that topic.
Yeah, we've had enough scolding for the night for being off topic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind if somebody comes in and gets us back on topic by introducing an interesting conversation, flat Earth related, but just coming in and saying, "You're not on topic."
I
I
know.
thought it was more, I thought we were talking about dogs tonight. Matthew Learns, what do you know about dogs?
Oh, Matthew's here. Hi, Matthew.
They dogs couldn't exist unless the Earth was flat.
Right.
Whoa. Man, you're learning, Matthew. I am so proud of you.
Wait,
somebody record that.
Is this still the 1st of April? Matthew Learns got jokes.
Oh wait, it's past April Fool's. I forgot.
Were you just being facetious, Matthew? Or are you starting to come?
I was. No, I was just playing.
Starting to see the light. I think you are a little bit.
I mean,
No,
if you're going to make a claim like that, Matthew, you still got to back it up. You don't get a pass just because you're now a flat earther.
No, I did find out though that celiac disease. If you're you can't eat wheat. I found out that in Germany, if somebody's diagnosed with celiac disease, the other celiacs go and chase them around with a big loaf of bread to make them feel welcome, and it's called gluten tag.
Okay. That's clever.
That was to make up for my other joke.
Das ist gut. Das ist sehr gut.
That was pretty clever. Allegedly 1%. That right there is very suspicious to me.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's related to other stuff like the pesticides they put on it or something.
Okay, so you're a anti-glyphosate kind of guy too?
No, I love bread. I eat it all the time. I'm just wondering.
I didn't say bread. I said glyphosate.
Okay, sorry, I don't know what that means.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay. What
about atrazine?
Ooh.
It's the main ingredient in Roundup. Glyphosate is the main ingredient in Roundup.
Okay. I have heard of Roundup, and I have heard of that. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find a MSDS.
What do you have to do to the cattle before you cull the herd? You got to round them up.
I was going to say jab them.
Wouldn't you round them down?
Hey, I don't make the phrases, Matthew.
Well, I get it. Yeah, no, I hear it. I see. What do you call a detective who just solves cases accidentally? Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes.
Dad joke for real. My daughter's gonna like that one. Maybe no, she won't know Sherlock Holmes. I'll have to explain that. Never
No,
mind.
she'll know. People know who.
No, she's only 8. She won't know Sherlock Holmes yet.
I've got a dad joke you might like. You may have heard me say it in here before, Matthew. Have you heard my penguin joke?
I have not. No.
What's a penguin's favorite relative?
I don't know, like a chicken or a fish? I have no idea.
Antarctica.
Okay. I do like that. Yep.
Here we go.
Okay, one last one, because we like talking about models and scales and stuff like that here. I told my friend that I built a model of the Himalayas. He asked to scale. I said no, just to look at.
Ha!
Nice.
What is this, a center for ants?
I built a model of the Earth to scale. No, I'm just kidding. Can't quite make that one work.
Mm-mm.
I bet you that model had a flat baseline for the Himalayas.
Actually,
Did you
it was slightly curved, but not much. It was hard to tell the difference.
Oh, okay.
Over the whole Himalayas, it's a pretty big range.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go back to when you came in, Matthew. You came in with the claim that the dogs only exist on a flat Earth, right?
Right.
And
I'm yet to hear you back that up. Honestly, I'm not satisfied.
Yeah, because Lou told you, you don't get a pass just because you make a claim in favor of the flat Earth. I'm sure you've been around long enough to notice that when new people come in here claiming to be a flat earther, we put them through the ringer to make sure.
Yeah. The picture at 53 minutes past the hour of the dog has a flat horizon in the background.
Is that my dog?
I don't know. Who posted it? Oh.
Yep, it's my dog.
Nice. Is that a lake or is that a ocean behind him?
Neither. It's a gulf.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's an ocean. We'll call it an ocean. It's a pretty cool spot. It's an island, and you can see the sunrise over the ocean in the morning. And then you go over to the bay side of the island, and you can watch the sun set over the bay on the water.
It is pretty cool. I'm on the west coast of the Pacific, so I can only see the sunset.
I live in a state where if I really wanted to, I could see both sunrise and sunset if I chose to take a couple-hour drive from coast to coast.
I almost did that one time. I was flying from Florida to LA, but it was too cloudy in Florida, so I didn't technically see the sunrise, but I saw over the ocean, and then I could have seen the sunset over the ocean.
I'm a little curious, Matthew. Is there a modern, and by modern I mean in the last 100 years, conspiracy that you're aware of that you find irritating, disappointing, concerning in some way, or disconcerting?
A conspiracy that I think is true, basically. Yeah, I think the Gulf of Tonkin incident that started the Vietnam War is
reprehensible,
verifiable. Yeah.
You find it reprehensible?
Yes, I mean, anytime people lie, I think it's bad.
Okay, gotcha.
But as a Christian, I would say that the biggest conspiracy is basically the forces of good versus the forces of evil, and the conspiracy of those people trying to hide the good. So, but that covers a lot of ground.
How does one hide the good?
People who are atheists try to hide evidence for the existence of God, that kind of thing.
Would you say that the good versus evil is synonymous with truth versus a lie? Would you say these two are kind of
analogical?
Yeah. Thank you for the term.
That's an interesting question. I mean, they're definitely related. Yeah, I wouldn't call them exactly identical, but yeah, good is always on the side of truth and bad is always on the side of lies. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, didn't Jesus even say, "I am the way, the truth"?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Did he ever reference good? I'm wondering. I mean, I'm sure somebody can do a search on the
Yes.
interwebs.
Somebody said good teacher, and he's like, wait, why do you call me good? Only God is good.
It was a interesting play on words and challenge.
The scenario Matthew just laid out,
Yeah. He's actually not defying the person's claim, even though it sounds that way.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He didn't deny it.
He's not denying it or defying it. He's actually confirming it, but he's also exposing hypocrisy all at the same time. It was an interesting interchange.
I'm beginning to feel like even his wordplay was fairly magical, standing in the truth, right? And the things that flow from that.
Yeah, and when Pilate, Pilate was sitting there saying, "What is truth?" And the ironic thing is, the answer was standing right in front of him because Jesus said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." So the very personification of truth embodied was right in front of him, and he still couldn't see it.
Boom! Here's your verse of the day for everybody.
Come on, boo.
Not the one Miguel posted, even though that's good too. But you were talking about good and evil. There's your good and evil verse of the day.
Yahweh.
Ooh, wow. And that's very poignant to the comment I made earlier. Yeah. It's a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's been a slow day, Matthew. Nobody coming in with any globe proofs.
I guess people are busy or something. I don't know. It's the middle of the week.
Yeah. Is it? What is today?
Oh, you're right.
Monday.
Been a long
It's
week
Monday.
already. It's only Monday.
Monday.
Yeah, no, I pretty much work 7 days a week right now, so yeah, I get it.
Hey Matthew, you should tell your students to come in here and argue with us.
Yeah, I don't know. Most of my students are general ed type. I mean, they're not math students. I teach math for
They'd get him in
non-math
trouble.
people, but it would be interesting.
It might be a jeopardizing request, though, occupationally, right?
Are you saying they're not smart enough or what?
No, they're smart enough. I just don't know if they'd be interested.
Yeah,
It might.
just put the name of the Discord up in the corner of the whiteboard or chalkboard, whichever
Oh
one you
my
got
gosh.
these days.
Ooh, that might be grounds for termination. I don't know.
Well, his supervisor might raise an eyebrow. Is what I was suggesting.
I'd be careful if I were you, Matthew.
No, they'd be fine with it. I mean, they're fine exposing students to all kinds of different ideas. The point is to teach people to, think for themselves. So
Is that really? Is
I
that
like
how
how he
you?
giggles a little bit under his breath as he says,
Is that how you feel things are done at your institution?
I do. In fact, we have more political diversity here at my institution than at Berkeley. At Berkeley, 99.8% of 97% of the faculty are all vote for the same party. And here there's much more diversity of political thought.
Fairly balanced, you would expect?
That's a good question. I don't really have a sense for the percentages, but I would guess 60-40 or 40-60.
Okay. You think there's any Tea Party folks at your institution?
Say that again. There's two. Yeah.
Do you think that there's any Tea Party people at your institution?
Yes, for sure.
Interesting. Huh. I would find that quite contradictory to the mainstream institutional ideologies.
Well, yeah. I mean, most institutions of higher education are very progressive and liberal, but my institution's not.
Yours is faith-based, right?
That's right. No, that's why.
Oh, okay.
I had a similar experience. I went to a faith-based university as well.
As did I. Mine was in North Georgia.
Boy, can you imagine the size of the machine that would have had to have been the stamp that made the stamp on the face of this earth? I'm looking at that stamp coming down on that piece of wax, and the arm and the backhoe arm or whatever machinery that would have stamped this flat earth out. Can you just imagine how big that machine was?
Well, let me point something out, Godreckon. Like, Like.
Yeah, I know.
That's what it looks.
I know.
Are you being silly?
Just a little.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Me and my interpretation or whatever of sarcasm is not always on point. But
I obviously know that's not what was used, but I just looked at that and it looked almost like a shower head of some sort.
Yeah, and it does.
Yeah.
Back to bathroom stuff. Not the toilets now. It's shower heads.
All right.
How often do you clean those?
Well, I'm not sure about that. You could soak them in what's that?
CLR.
CLR, yeah, probably
yeah.
every so often.
Yeah, or vinegar if you're trying to go all the way.
Yeah.
Organic or natural, whatever.
Vinegar would probably be better. You're right. It's less chemicals.
So, Matthew, how often have you contemplated teaching something like the curvature rate, the alleged curvature rate of Earth as a math in your math class?
I haven't taught that specifically, but when we talk about a sense of size and scale, I'll sometimes get a globe out, and then with the tape measure say, okay, if this is how big the globe is, how far away is the moon, and have them guess and that type of stuff. It's surprisingly far if you make it to scale. Like a 12-inch globe, the moon is maybe 2.5 inches in diameter, and it's like 32 feet away.
Do you ever preface that with the alleged distance to the moon?
I don't think I've said it that way before, no. I would in here in this context, but yeah, in my class, I don't know if there's much controversy.
You really think that the naked eye could resolve craters at 250,000 miles away?
Depends on how much air is between your eye and the craters. So it's not so much the distance, but what's in between them.
Seems like to me we'd be looking at something about the size of a head of a pin. I'm not sure, but
yeah, you have to do the ratios to figure out, and at that distance it would be about half a degree, and that's what we seem to see.
Yeah, but I mean, before you even do that, you'd have to prove it's a orbiting body that's falling around the Earth, as opposed to an orbiting body that's making a transit above our heads.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of assumptions that would go with that. You're right.
Yeah, and the alleged size of the craters themselves being actually measured to be so.
the hardest thing I have with the whole moon thing is the change in velocity and the torque and from the sun flying through space at X amount of miles an hour, and the Earth being dragged along with it, and it goes around, and then 180 degrees different. It's being pulled totally the opposite direction. I mean, I just can't see how the moon could possibly stay tidally locked in any type of an orbit with that massive amount of different angular velocity change.
Yeah, so you would think that that change in velocity, right, the speed up and slow down as we're chasing and orbiting, would be detectable by some device. If we have the alleged capabilities that are claimed for, detecting things like gravitational waves with the alleged, difference in the way the light is received is less than 1/100th of a photon or whatever the hell they claim. You would think that we would have, accelerometers and stuff like that pick up these changes in velocity.
I just don't see how it could stay in orbit at all, period, with that type of stuff going on.
Well, it can't. The people who claim this model can't even model it correctly. So
Right.
That's the whole in-body problem or three-body problem, however you state it.
Huge problem.
And somebody who was working on that was Henri Poincaré. Dealt with chaos theory, relativity. From what it seems like, most of Einstein's stuff was plagiarized from him as well. I think he's also attributed to the idea of like the butterfly effect, meaning, small subtle changes and their ramifications over entire large systems, chaos theory. Could be wrong about that.
Wonder if it has relations to order from chaos or order out of chaos, order ab cal.
Certainly seems to be the case, yeah. Funny how a lot of these things seem to interweave themselves within one another.
Yeah, they all have a similar origin.
I think order during chaos would be more of a accurate description of what they say is going on. Order during chaos. How does that? I mean,
well,
there's a lot of chaos going on with all the different motions and directions and speeds, and that's pretty chaotic. And to have order exist in it thousands of years after year after year after year after year, no, I'm sorry.
Well, even if you think about the Big Bang, when you boil it down to pretty simplistic terms, would be order coming out of a chaotic event.
Mm-hmm. There's a metal band that apparently named their album Order Ab Cal. It's like hardcore satanic metal band, which is kind of weird because that comes from the Masons. So why would this heavy Norwegian heavy metal band be like doing all this Luciferian devil stuff? Oh, it's kind of weird. Here, I'll show you the little album cover. I mean, it's got upside down crosses. It's got Lucifer's sigil. It's there we go. Anyway. The original and complete rituals of the 4th through 33rd degrees of the First Supreme Council. What in the world? It's on Goodreads.com, and it's got a 3.4 rating.
3.4.
Yeah, this Masonic book.
Are you sure it's not 3.3?
They had to round up.
Yeah.
No irony right there. Yeah. Here, I'll post the link for everybody's reference. Poincaré? Henri Poincaré? I don't know how you would say that name.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't speak French.
Poinca. Probably that. Poinca.
Well, it has an E with a little thing on top of it after the R, which is why it shows up as weird numbers and stuff. So Poincaré.
Point. Yeah, Poincaré.
Pong. Yeah,
So
I can't.
it's like a W. The OI in French is like a W.
Poincaré.
Yeah, Poincaré.
Poincaré.
Yeah. I know that I sound like a redneck when I try to pronunciate.
French, yeah.
Sorry, pronounce. Yeah, I hate when I mix enunciate and pronounce up and misspeak because that's not a word. Pronounce and enunciate. I combine those words all too often.
And it probably frustrates you more than anybody who hears it.
Yeah, but I'm the dude that every time I hear somebody say irregardless, I hold my breath until they go, "I'm sorry, that's not a word," and then I just give up holding my breath after like 10 seconds. But
well, for all intensive purposes, irregardless is a word.
Yeah.
I'm teasing.
Yeah,
Intense and purposes. Intensive purposes.
All intensive purposes.
Yeah, for sure.
My wife's pretty good at a lot of those, and I'm like, oh, that you're totally not. That's
Oh, you want another one that's going to really annoy you? The word anyway does not have an S at the end.
anyways.
Yeah, so people say anyways, people write anyways, but it's actually anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, and daylight saving time only has one S.
Oh yeah, that's a very common one. Daylight savings time.
Oh, that's a Mandela effect. Don't get me started.
Is it? Oh,
you gotta watch. You gotta watch the Weird Al Word Crimes if you've never seen.
Yeah, I like word crimes. That's a good one. All right. On that note, bon nuit, tout le monde.
Do you listen to Weird Al Yankovic music, Matthew?
I've been to one of his concerts in person. Just one though.
Nice.
He played at the Orange County Fair like 10 plus years ago.
I tend to think he's quite clever at times.
Yeah, it's one of those trivia questions you can ask. You can say, who are the three people who have been in the top 10, the Billboard top 10 in 3 different decades? And pretty quickly, everybody thinks of Michael Jackson, 80s, 90s, and 10s or zeros or whatever. And then if they think harder, they think of Madonna. Like, okay, that makes sense. She's been in the top 10 for 3 different decades. But the third person is Weird Al.
He's won a ton of Grammys too, right? Like a decent amount.
Around forever. That's why.
Yeah. Oh, I remember when he started. I was a kid. I loved it. I don't know if. Let me ask you a question, Matthew. If Weird Al came out today and was doing similar stuff, do you think he'd be canceled pretty quickly?
Maybe he has such a pulse. I mean, he has his finger on the pulse of society that I think he wouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like he's smarter than that.
But what if Fat came out today?
Well, yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I think you're right. Well, even Seinfeld. I watched Seinfeld and I'm like, ooh, that you probably couldn't do the soup Nazi these days.
No soup for you.
Can I get a mic check?
We hear you
loud and clear.
Maybe I'll try to talk to Amaya. I can't pronounce that. AMAIH. Hello.
Hello, y'all.
Hey, how's it going?
Let me think of a question, okay? Are you ready for this? All right, check it. Wait, let me go.
We're on the edge of our seats.
All right, you ready for this? You ain't ready for this question. All right, the question is. Hold on, I gotta find it. I just saw it somewhere.
Somebody's got their pointer right on the mute button. I can tell.
Hold up.
How did you know, God Raggin? Are you watching my camera?
Okay, no, don't worry. You don't no need to do that. I'm just.
I've got 6 fingers on it.
But I wrote it down somewhere in case I would forget. I guess I did forget. So all right, here's a question. So have you seen those GIFs where the astronauts were in space and there was like bubbles? It looked like there was like bubbles coming from their suits. Has anyone seen that?
Yep.
Okay, what if that was a small small space debris?
Small space debris going the exact same mph as the ISS.
Oh.
What if? Your question started with what if? Like, what if unicorns are real? Who gives a shit? You know.
But like that's a possibility, right? Actually, no. So you're saying pretty much that the debris would be traveling way faster in the.
Unless it was in some way, shape, or form freed up from the surface of the ISS as it was moving, and then it would still kind of obtain some same velocity. But
Wait,
if
so
it's just
you guys don't think there's a space?
what?
You
So
guys
it
don't
went
think
from
there's
bubbles possibly being space debris to you don't believe there's space. How did
Yeah,
your
no,
brain
I'm just
work?
asking because a lot of like firefighters I know they it's just like they just go by the firmament. But do you believe like there's like space?
Well, most flat earthers don't necessarily believe that space is as it's claimed to be by the mainstream.
Oh.
What's up there, we don't necessarily have definitive conclusions for, right? Because we haven't gone there.
That's a good answer. Wait, so that means you think all the NASA stuff is fake, huh?
What do you mean?
Well,
I mean, I've
wait,
seen rocket launches.
Like all
let's
all
take
the
this a
videos
different
of them
direction for a second, dude. Have you ever seen a horse before?
Yeah, I've seen a horse.
Have you ever pet a horse before?
Almost.
Well, anyway, you've seen one. You know, it doesn't matter if you pet one. So if I showed you a picture of a horse, you'd have some kind of reference point to use to tell me whether or not this is a realistic picture of a horse or not, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So have you ever been to the vacuum of space?
Nope. I don't know if I would ever want to go up there.
Yeah. But the thing is, my point is if I showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, would you have any reference point to use to tell me whether or not it's a realistic picture or not?
No, because I've never seen up there.
Yeah. So
but
what
I'm
I'm
just
saying is,
wondering though,
you know,
like,
you
why
got
would
no
they lie
way
about
to
that?
even know if those are real to begin with. Like from the very beginning, before you saw any bubbles, you have no way of knowing that's even real to begin with.
Yeah, it's just yeah. I mean, the reason I believe that I think I don't know. No, if I said most, that would still make me seem like skeptical about NASA. But like, what the question is like, why would they fake all this though? Like, why would NASA fake all that? Like,
Well, before you go to a why would they lie kind of question, wouldn't you want to really kind of determine whether a crime has been committed in the first place before you're trying to find a motive?
Yeah, unless you're conceding. Are you conceding?
Conceding. What does that mean?
Do you still believe that the Earth is a ball?
Somewhat. I've never seen like curve like that myself up there, but I think it's round.
How confident are you in the globe? 100%, 90%, 80%?
I'm gonna have to say a solid 80%. Other 20% is me being open-minded, and like kind of questioning certain things about Earth and space. I'm still
You're a
confused
global
about, like the
hystericus.
space
You
bubble
know
and
that.
stuff. Seeing all the gifts
You
and
know,
stuff like that just make me think, like, what
you know how
if?
you got. Can I ask you a question, dude?
Yeah.
Give us your opinion on how you got the globus hystericus role. Why do you think you got there?
Uh, just because of school, I guess. Like, you grew up
No,
knowing this all your.
somebody that talked to you in here gave you that role. Why would they do that?
Oh, roll?
Yeah.
Oh, roll. Wait, what
Globus
does it say?
hystericus. Globus hystericus. It means you're
Well,
really
what
in
does
love
that
with
mean?
the globe. It means you really love the globe. What has the globe done for you lately? You ever use it
Oh.
in your life at all?
What the globe has done is provide me a place to live.
Well, it's given you a lot of great reference, a lot of great ideas for,
Reference point. Hell
no,
yeah.
I was going to say like fictional
Okay.
references, like, science fiction. I mean, you've been able to enjoy science fiction, right? I have. So,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have other planets, quote unquote, with other life forms out there. You wouldn't have movies like Avatar and bullshit like that. So, what I'm saying is it's great to fantasize about it. But, just because it's a very common thing for people to fantasize about such places doesn't mean that they're real places, much like Hogwarts or Narnia.
Fair enough. Why do you think the moon has like weird crescent shapes on it?
It's an unverified light in the sky. You have to prove what it is. You have to go up to it and touch it and validate any claim about what it is to begin with before you can even ask a question like that logically.
Man.
It appears like it's reflecting sunlight, but how do you know? Because is everything always as it appears?
No, especially in vast emptiness of space. Sorry, not emptiness, the vast, like the distance in this space. It's like we've only. Actually, wait a minute. They did. Okay. Oh. So I forgot. So you also don't think they went on the moon too, huh? For that thingy, honestly, I've been very skeptical about that. Because you were saying, like, we've only seen the moon, right? We would have to go in there and touch it to really know what it is and what's the reflection. Well, I guess that goes back to the question. Did people really land on the moon? Does anyone here think that they did?
You would probably be the only one if any of us here do.
Well,
Matthew might.
I believe 60% of it.
I'm curious if Matthew thinks they landed on the moon. Is he still there?
Yes, he does. I've heard him say
and
it.
I do.
I'm just wondering how you would fake that, because they say you would need a really, really big indoor stage.
Have you guys actually examined that lunar lander? Do you really think they could get to the moon back? Come on, man.
I'll post it.
I think it was
hey,
possible.
dude. I think the best answer to that last question you just asked would be, you see, they came out with this movie in 1968, a year before we allegedly went to the moon, called 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Oh,
so
Space
I
Up
would
with David Bowie?
just go watch that, and then you could see how they both seem realistic. I mean, they seem
No, that is true,
realistic.
but like the way the astronaut was jumping, like the buoyancy of like the jumps and the dust flying, like that did not look like Earth's gravity. And someone said slow motion. Even in slow motion, like it doesn't look like normal.
Hey, can you see what I just posted in the live stream voice text?
All right, let me see. Stanley Kubrick. Isn't that the director? Wait.
Yeah, of course.
Meeting with NASA. Oh man.
Look at the one right below that. I posted the lunar lander. You really think they went to the moon and back in that? Come on.
This is like a close up of the lunar lander.
Oh my god, I like that. He had the Apollo 11 sweater and he was going to room 237. They're saying he could have hinted the. Damn. Why would he? I don't know. Okay. NASA
Because the
rebuild.
moon's 237 miles away, 237,000 miles away.
Okay, check it. You wouldn't. I think they're not going to the moon because we don't have a president that's like pushing that project to go to the moon. Like, remember when John F. Kennedy was saying like he wanted to go to the moon and like he made it happen, right? I don't think we have like a leader that wants to try to go to the moon. We only got someone that wants to go to Mars.
Hey Matthew, are you using NASA images of the moon to substantiate NASA's claims of going to the moon?
Right. It's internally consistent.
Oh yeah, that doesn't make sense that the technology was broken. Cause like, wouldn't they just make a better technology of that? That part never made sense to me as a kid.
That's a perfect example of the Bible says that it's the perfect inherent word of God, so therefore the Bible is the perfect inherent word of God. Like, to someone who doesn't believe in the Bible, like, that doesn't work.
Bible.
Right? So
Yeah.
if you're talking about like to a Jewish person, that's laughable logic right there.
Jewish people believe at least half of the Bible.
Which half?
The Old Testament.
What about
Kinda.
the Talmud? Because in the Talmud it says, well, I'm not going to get into the religious aspect. Continue.
Yeah, never mind.
Dude left. We've been joined by Dustpan. Hello, Dustpan.
Yeah, I'm looking. It says media briefing materials associated with this story can be found here. So this is a story.
Yes, Dustpan doesn't want to talk. Hank, go ahead.
Oh, hi, Dustpan. Sorry. Say hello.
Be funny if the next person in here is named Brune. Get it? Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I just made Dustpan leave by saying Brune. But real quick, while I'm on the mic, I posted a video that just came up my feed like 5 minutes ago. It's a 1 minute video. This guy is videotaping like 5 suns in the sky or something. Y'all check it out. Let me know what you think. I don't know. I don't know what it is. The channel it came from is a reliable guy. He's a longtime flat earther, so I don't know. But he put on the video. It may have went away. I'll post it again. That he don't know what it is either. He's not. I'm not making any claims, and he's not making any claims. But I don't know where this is at. But evidently the guy's doing a 360, and he's shooting 5 what appear to be suns in the sky at the same time. So I don't know.
I don't see where you posted it.
I just put it. I put it in there again just now.
Where?
All right, cool.
43 after the hour.
Is it the lobby?
Oh, those are sundogs.
Livestream voice text.
Yeah, that's a sundog.
All 5 of them?
Mm-hmm.
One of them's a real sun. The other 4 is some kind of weird reflection that is a rarity, maybe.
Yeah, it usually happens in cold temperatures.
Beep.
Okay.
I've seen them while skiing. Maybe not in that particular formation where it's more of a 360. I've seen it more kind of straight on, but that's because the sun was lower on the horizon.
Like the 5 portals.
Okay, well, it makes sense. It's always interesting.
I've seen chemtrails cause that sort of things. If anybody's wondering what I mean, I'm talking about cloud seeding for the non flat earth type.
I actually have a good question for you.
Man, that's like
So you know how like we have really powerful telescopes, right? And have you seen those photos it would snap of them finding the one of satellites orbiting Earth? What do you like? How do you think they would like? Do you believe those?
Show me. I don't know what
Alright,
you're talking
bet.
about. I
Alright,
can
I'm gonna
show
look up
you the.
photos of satellite through telescope, and then
Why do you
Sure,
keep
show me.
asking questions about the vacuum of space? You've been through the 3 points. You know that we believe the claims that they make about the vacuum of space. So whatever's happening up there, we don't believe. Okay, go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, that's right. We don't know what's going on up there, right? But I can show you a guy that's in the server named Kenny or Flat Earth Dude. Yeah, just like Miguel is posted here.
let me send it.
And what I'm posting, right? I believe that this is possible, right? And let me show you why. Because we've seen them over and over and over again. They've had stories about them over and over again about a blimp will get loose from NASA because the tether broke, and then they'll have to go like find it and bring it back down.
The hell is
Let's see
that?
right here. Hold on, bud. Right here, last thing I'm posting here. This is from the Civil War in the United States. So this would have been in like the 1860-ish era. They had hot air balloons, right? But these balloons were filled with hydrogen, and you could put cameras on these balloons. So, do they have high altitude footage? Yeah, since the 1860s. So this isn't really something that impresses me when you guys talk about satellites and photos of satellites, because if you look at everything we're posting here, it's quite old technology.
What the flipper? What the flippity jippity? Hold on. My guy. That is kind of impressive. I did not look at it like that. Okay, so you're saying like the way they would get those satellite photos is they would send those blimps really high that were made back in the day, and that's how they would get their satellite photos. And
yeah, because Augustus Picard, he went really high up way back in the day.
Okay, that does make sense.
If he could do it,
you know what?
So when people ask me about pictures of satellites, I'm like, well, which ones? Show me. Because these are real, right? They're on balloons, and it's the most efficient way to get something in the sky because you can ride up to 130,000 feet with a man in a capsule, right? And that was the Red Bull jump. That wasn't that long ago. Imagine what they could do today.
Man. Okay, you know what? How about this? Has Neil deGrasse Tyson ever said something that made you kind of like question the Earth, or like not the Earth, but like has he said something that kind of like stumped you, like you didn't know how to disprove something you said, or no?
Not really, because all the stuff he says is theoretical. He's a theoretical astrophysicist, right? And that sounds like a really cool term, but you have to remember there's also astrobiologists. So the thing about that is that biology doesn't exist in the astros or in the cosmos or in what you call space. So what are they studying, right? So this is all a big clown show to me, as far as I can tell. How's it going? I'm talking. Be quiet for a second. As far as I can tell, it's a big clown show because there is no real science in cosmology, astronomy, or theoretical astrophysics. If we're talking about the scientific method, that is.
I just posted one of my favorite satellites when Samsung claimed to
What the hell is that?
put a satellite in space, and then it happened to crash into somebody's backyard in Michigan with a balloon attached to it. They had to kind of backtrack their story a little bit.
Man. Wait a minute. If Earth was flat, though, right? Wouldn't there be like a flat shadow on the reflecting on the moon?
No, you realize flat surfaces still cause a round shadow on a sphere, right?
Well, wouldn't that only be if like that? Doesn't that mean like the bottom of like Earth would have to be like facing towards the moon, so it would be like lopsided?
Yeah, so what you
You saying
think
we're
of
lopsided?
no, what you think of as the solar system, what you've been told, and what you believe is taking place in the sky, you have to kind of toss that aside because we don't believe that we're a disk in the middle of a solar system, casting shadows on a moon, orbiting the sun.
Man,
That the whole solar system concept goes out the window.
You know what? I want to see if there's a round Earth server and see what they say about this.
Oh yeah, you
tell
can
you what they
find
would say.
confirmation bias anywhere you want, my friend.
Because I don't know if these exist. Oh, yeah, a lot of these are dead. Man,
Are you able to find that link to satellites through telescopes or pictures?
oh, yeah, I saw some of them, but I feel like there's no point because like some of them, like
They look like
they
cartoons.
could easily be faked, right? But at the same time,
They look like
like
CGI cartoons.
I
Most of
guess,
them.
but they also just look like they're really pixelated because of the telescope and like how zoomed in it is. But I mean, same thing with the P900 telescope when it zooms into stars and they're like twinkling like lights. Like hey, guess what? Maybe that could be CGI, right? But like why it's like no, you can kind of tell something's legit, right? But like I think both the P900 shots and the satellite photos, they both got to be real. They got to be, because you even got like the live video of them from the telescope zooming into the satellite and finding it like a little dot, and they zoom in closer and you can see the little antenna, right? I don't know if you've seen it. Like,
I haven't seen that. You could provide the documentation.
all right, let me see if I can find it. Okay. Boom. All right. I found the video. Let me just.
And either
Boom.
way, you realize that things in the sky don't prove the shape of the Earth, right?
No, I know. I'm just. Well, reason why I bring that up because, besides the Earth stuff, it's like mainly part of like space stuff. Like, I put the flat Earth thing to the side, but now I got to figure out. Wait, is there a space though? So that's why I was, Also, right there, if you skip in 1 minute, you can see the video of like the satellite kind of going past the telescope, and then there's like other compilations where you can see it, and it just doesn't look like a rock or like a space debris. It looks like satellite. What do you think of the video?
There's things in the sky. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Nothing but if there's a flat Earth, then that means that would also have to mean that there's no space, then, right?
Space, as it's claimed, would not necessarily be feasible, right?
Exactly. So if there's no space, then that means there's like flat Earth, then, right? So doesn't that kind of like connect, kind of?
Well, what we really know is as far up as we can go. And from what it appears is that human beings can only go a certain height, and we haven't gone any higher than that. The claims that we have are pretty unsubstantiated. They're cool stories.
Damn, that's just so like that would be so bumming though. Like just to find out that we're in an enclosed system and there's like no other life outside of us, no other like galaxies and planets. Like, isn't that kind of like depressing?
No, you got it right the first time. It's funny.
Quite
I think
the
it's
opposite,
funny.
actually.
You think it's funny? How's that funny? That's sad.
Because they fooled me. They fooled me successfully.
Oh, no, that's fair. But like, I want that to be real because, bro, aliens. Come on.
Yeah,
Wouldn't you
I kind
love
of feel
that?
you a little bit, but still, at least look at the bright side. Life is more precious. I mean, you know, you're one of 7 billion people, not one of 7 billion planets.
Yeah.
It's a good point, Orion. You know, the claim of wouldn't that be depressing? Not really. When you realize that we are kind of the center of the universe and we're special,
That would prove God, wouldn't it?
and maybe our lives have some higher meaning to them. Yeah, I
If I
think
found
that.
out it's flat, then I'm believing God because there's no way we would spawn out of here naturally in a flat like dome. Like hell nah, bro. That would have to be some type of god or something, right?
Well, we don't necessarily know the shape or size of the container, but it does seem to follow logically that gas pressure needs containment, right? But as far as the shape or size of any type of containment, we don't know. We haven't figured that out yet. And it's kind of interesting, and it's really kind of awesome to find out that there are mysteries that have been unsolved right here around us within this small place that we call Earth. Instead of thinking about the mysteries 1 trillion light years away.
Do it like that. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you stumped me with that one. I can't argue with that.
I'm not trying to stump you.
I know. I'm just like I feel like every type of like let's see, like any type of question I have, like if I like question. Fuck, I'm even having a stroke thinking about it. It's like every time I think of like a way that like something there's no way you could disprove this, and then it gets disproved, and I'm like, damn, that shit just gets me thinking.
Yeah, I mean, when you're trying to ask for things to be disproven, you really have to also think about whether you have a good fundamental empirical understanding of whether it's a truth to begin with, right? Like, what is the merit of the claim from in the first place?
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, one thing for me personally, after coming to the understanding of the Earth being flat and stationary, motionless, opens up a lot more wonderment for me. It's brought me back to a more childlike state and wonderment about the world around me. Because prior to that, I thought that somebody else, possibly smarter than me, had just figured it all out, right? Like we knew all the answers. Somebody knew all the answers. And then when I went and tried to really boil it down to the truth of the matter when it comes to all of these answers, and I wasn't finding good solid proof and evidence for them, it opened back up something within me a sense of wonderment as to the beauty of this creation in which we live. And it's quite the opposite of depressing, to be honest with you, my man. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, of course. I mean, shit, I wouldn't be able to depressed too if I found out Earth is flat. That literally, bro. First thing I'm thinking, bro. That proves some type of being is up there that created that.
Yeah, I mean, logic would certainly follow that a creation has a creator. As for what you do with that information and how you go from there, is certainly a personal journey that I wouldn't try to suggest or sway you in one specific path or another, but it is a pretty powerful understanding to come to a realization that this place is created.
Maybe one day I'll realize. Maybe one day. I don't know. I just want to see. You know what? I think I'm not going to that conclusion yet, is because I'm hoping that we get more alien UFO videos from the government. So once I find out aliens exist somehow, that would also kind of prove that, maybe there's like a space, but like, even if it's fake, I just want to see some alien shit first. So I get.
Wait, hold on. You got that backwards, man. If you could somehow prove that the vacuum of space existed, if you could somehow demonstrate gas pressure without a container and prove that, the vacuum of space can be a real place, then you could make the logical conclusion, oh, then there might be other life out there. But, you got to prove the vacuum of space first.
Well,
like, if you showed us a monster, like, if you, think about it. If you showed us a monster or something, like, how do you know you weren't just dicking around with DNA in a laboratory, like...
Oh yeah. Well, don't you want to see you wanted to see aliens as a kid, right?
Yeah, I think we all did. But after you learn that
we are
pretty
aliens.
much everything that NASA or the government provides to us is complete BS and fakery to begin with, why you'd be happy to see fakery about aliens? Is that what you're saying? As long as it fits your
literally anything.
notion
If it's cool,
of what an alien may or may not be.
If it makes people flip out, that'd be kind of cool to see too. Just the government talking about, like, yeah, even if it's fake, bro. If they're talking about aliens and it's public, I am so down for that. I would love to feel like I'm in a goddamn alien movie of some sort. Wouldn't that be awesome? Imagine people flipping out, flippity dippity, flippity dippity. So I remember.
So you want to see chaos come about?
Yes.
By lies.
Yep.
Why would you wish that? You want to see people freak out? Like what? To the point of killing one another, or like what?
No. Just to be like, no way, aliens do exist. They'll be like, oh my god, and then they're gonna flip out, as in they're gonna tell the government if they're gonna ask, and riots. No, not riots. They're gonna protest, be like, what else is the government hiding? What else? And then not each other, but towards that government. But I don't know, man. I'm just hoping maybe like a real alien, that spawned on Earth. I don't know.
So let me ask you a question. If you have this belief in aliens and all that fun stuff, why would, if they existed and the governments knew about them, why would they lie about it? Why would they conceal the information?
To avoid public panic.
To avoid public panic.
Yeah.
How do you know you wouldn't panic?
I don't think I would panic if the government makes them seem like they're not dangerous.
I feel like the vast majority of people already believe that aliens exist, so what would be the major freakout?
Oh, it would be like, oh my, actually, you're right about that. But I think if they see that they're like on like not as we think they are, then that would kind of make people question like, holy shit, anything's possible. Because if we don't see a UFO that's shaped like a disc, and we have it like shaped like a trapezoid, that's like some interdimensional cyber being or something. I don't know. I think that would make people flip out. That's what I mean. Something we've never ever seen before that we can't even imagine.
So people would flip out if the shape of the spacecraft is not what we would think the shape of the spacecraft
You know
would
what?
be
Yeah.
from an imaginary alien
Not the
from
shape.
trillions of light years away that don't
Just everything
exist,
about it.
never been proven.
Yeah, it's the type of thing we've never seen before. Like it would be moving very like oddly, not natural at all. Like
God, rocking your hot making.
Yeah,
Sorry.
people would be like, "Yo, what the fuck is that? What if it's dangerous?" Because like you see it move. Imagine it moves at the speed of light. Now that would be scary. Because then you don't know if that shit will probe your house.
So do you believe in aliens, or you just really hope they exist?
If I think space exists, so yeah, I believe in aliens. Because there's got to be, right? I mean, you got a bunch of galaxies out there, a bunch of right?
Well, you got a bunch of lights in the sky that you've
Got
been
a
told
bunch of
stories
lights, a
about.
bunch of lights in them, so there's got to be something on those lines. Maybe like another Earth, something that looks exactly like Earth. Maybe not.
So wait, dude, let me ask you this: what in the sky do you think resembles the ground? Like, what makes you look up in the sky and think, oh yeah, that's got to be like what I'm standing on?
Well, I mean, some of the planets in our solar system are like possible to sustain life. Like, example would be like Mars. So like, imagine like what's outside of our like solar system. Like, what if there's
You've been told stories about the light in the sky that we call Mars, none of which has been empirically tested or verified.
what?
Yeah. How do you know life could be sustained on Mars? How do you even know that Mars is terra firma to begin with?
What is terra firma?
Solid ground.
Oh. Well, they put a rover on it.
Cool story, bro.
Come on, that has to be real. How would you fake a rover on Mars?
But didn't you just ask us that same question about the moon landing like a minute ago? Like, how could they have faked that? And I told you, go look at, 1968, 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's just as realistic as the moon landing. Made a year before, or came out a year before.
Yeah, and then look at the movie that came out in 1978 when they tell you the truth in plain sight about what they actually did, called Capricorn 1.
Well, do you have an image that proves Earth like a natural image?
Would it surprise you if I were to show you a picture of the same rover that's on the Mars? They say is on Mars, on the place on Earth called Devon Island, and then show you a picture of Mars, and the pictures matched up perfectly to a place on Earth called Devon Island. Every rock, every hill, every single thing about the picture is identical to what they told us was on Mars, and it's here on Earth. Picture of Devon Island. You're not aware of that? You're not aware of that?
Bet. Let me fact check. Let me fact check your evidence.
They've been matched up to be identical pictures. When they told us was on Mars, there's a place on Earth called Devon Island. Every rock, every hill, everything identical. Proves we were never there.
What if that picture, the actual picture on Mars? Both of them. What about that? What if that's fake?
Do you have any reference point to use to figure out if they're real or not through your own personal experience? Have you ever been to Mars? Have you ever been to Mars, or have you ever been to space? Like, no, right?
Nar. Damn it. But the rover the rover pictures. Wait, Buzz
Yeah,
Aldrin on the moon?
none of that could be fake. Did you know Sandra Bullock went to space?
What? Oh yeah. God damn it.
Yeah, that was the
did
only way
look
they could have
legit.
filmed that movie.
Bro, the Buzz Aldrin one, bro, you tell them they would not take a picture in front of where they freaking filmed the moon landing, bro. Hell no. That's cap. That is
Yeah, they sure would.
They would
Sure
not
did.
they would not do that. They would not take a picture right there. Come on now.
How could that same hill exist on Earth and on the moon at the same time? How can that be possible?
Well, the one on the moon, that doesn't have like the other hills behind it.
It's just been blacked out.
Actually, no.
God.
No. If you look at it though, if you really look at the details, like in terms of like the left part of the one in Hawaii, it looks different than the one on the moon. Like it's like you can see the shape of it.
A slightly different angle.
Okay, maybe it could be blacked out right there. That's possible, but wouldn't you be able to see like the sharp edges if it was like that? Actually, no. Nah, there's no way they would take. Bro, why? You telling me they would take a picture of the exact same spot, photo, in the same angle, before they shot the goddamn moon landing? Come on now. Come on.
Because they're laughing in your face, bro. That's what they're doing.
They would not do that.
They're doing that. They're doing that. They're making you look like a complete moron. They're going, this guy thinks we went to the moon.
But they had to have been there.
That's what they're doing in that picture. They're laughing so hard they can barely stand up.
Wait, actually we can't, but we can see the moon though. There's no way it could just be like a light. Actually, no one said it was a light, never mind, but
You got it right. It's a light. Now,
Bro,
as far as what it is goes,
light.
Yeah, it's a light source of its own. It's not reflecting sunlight.
But do you think it's a fat piece of rock?
I don't really think it's anything. I just recognize it for what I know it to be, which is I don't know what it is. And anyone who says that they do is lying.
Man.
Well, I mean, it's not even that they're lying. It's just that it all boils down to how can you prove, what you want to know. And I have no way at the moment to prove the moon to be one thing or another. Neither does anyone else around me. And someone might make up a story as far as what the moon is. That's just a story until you can prove that to be true. It's a whole different subject.
Man, okay, that's...
Can you make a few more of those noises like, oh, man, oh, it show us how painful it is?
Man, this is bullshit. Okay, how about this? How about this?
Can you use that one more time, please? It sounds so painful.
Oh, man, I don't remember. Wait, what did I say? I don't remember. No, you have to get disappointed again to make this whatever sound I did. Hold on.
It's so painful. I was going to offer you an aspirin or something, dude. That's all.
Quick, tell them the truth about something else.
How about this? I'm trying to disprove this. Okay. Guess what? So I think if when they launch the rockets, right? Like the space shuttle, where do those shuttles crash if they don't go out of the firmament?
Well, they always launch from over water.
It's called the rocket graveyard.
They land in water? Wouldn't people find it like how they found Titanic?
Do you realize how vast the oceans are and how hard it is to pinpoint your location? There's no...
Well, they still found Titanic. Wouldn't they keep track of a big ass like shuttle and where it lands?
Not if nobody's looking for it.
Bruh.
I'm sure it's either designed to either A, sink, or just like they do with the alleged rocket boosters, they go out with tugboats and pull that shit back in.
But you can see on the video how it goes up constantly, and then it starts to get darker.
No, it doesn't. I've been to many launches. I live in Florida.
You've been to them? Did they always go at a curve?
Oh yeah, it's a parabolic arc every time.
But isn't it possible it goes into the atmosphere? Like, if there is atmosphere, like it would go in there.
No, they don't go very fast. They go up and they curve down.
There's never been a sonic boom heard from one, and that's when you break the speed of sound. It's only 700 miles an hour.
Man,
That's
you
never
gotta be
been heard.
shitty, bro.
Not one sonic boom during a launch ever.
That's true.
You can hear the thrusters. They're loud. Thrusters are loud for sure.
You know what? Now that's a good point. Wait, what the? In that one GIF, you can see a guy's forehead in the reflection. What is that? No, don't tell me that's real. There's no way that could be real.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
What?
Elon Musk. Oh my God.
What if all of these GIFs and videos are fake?
Just like the real one, just like the moon pictures, you mean?
Well, they are fake. They're fake. They're real fakes from NASA.
No. What if they're like trying to prove that they're trying to fake that it's flat?
Well, you're really getting off into the weeds here about they're faking the fakeness because what? It's flat?
Hold
Is
on,
that what you're saying?
Okay, let me check this video. See this video real quick. See what you poopity scoop.
You know what, dude? You are funny. You are absolutely entertainingly funny. Thank you.
Nah, thank you.
Yeah, I like the mental gymnastics that you go through to substantiate the paradigm that you believe in, right? Well, maybe they faking
They would
fake
never.
pictures so that people thought that it was real. Or wait, I don't get it.
They would never.
Yeah, governments would never lie, right?
That is
Like
preposterous.
they would never tell stories and lies.
Nah, JK, nah. They, you know what? They definitely did tell a lot of lies, but wouldn't it be super, super hard to fake everything about the moon landing? Like, you got wasn't
Not
like
really.
a bunch of charting on it, like the telecommunication, like seeing where they are.
So do me a favor. I'll give you just one little piece of homework, and all it is to watch a movie, and it's not anything other than
This Space Odyssey.
a fun little movie. No, not Space Odyssey. Watch Capricorn 1.
Capricorn 1.
Hey, stop. Hey.
Does it prove the moon landing's fake?
Nope.
What?
It doesn't prove that the moon landing's fake. I would not submit that as evidence.
What?
But it certainly lays out the plausibility of it, right?
What? Oh wait, yeah. Oh my, okay, wait, really quick though. Bro.
When you're watching the movie, just replace the word Mars with moon. And think if it's possible that something like this could take place.
Okay, well now you got me thinking. Another thing that got me thinking is this video of like the what's real with the green screen. That is pretty impressive, but that is very modern. Like what I'm thinking is like, how would you pull that off in like space? Never mind.
Space Odyssey.
God damn it, man!
2001.
You know what? No, I'm done. This is bullshit. Okay, you know what? I'll be back when I get more juicy questions. There'll be no way you could justify.
Dude, I have on vinyl the soundtrack to 2001 Space Odyssey, and I also have a soundtrack from another movie, and it's called The Moon Landing. I have that on vinyl as well.
What? Yeah,
except the soundtrack to the moon landing is just news broadcasts.
Hey, dude. Hi. Hello. How's it going, dude?
What's good? I think I might flee. I've been mind fucked too much today. There's a lot to digest.
Oh, trust me, bro. Trust me. You don't want to talk to me if you don't want to get mind fucked. For sure.
Did you bring me down the rabbit hole?
Bring you down the rabbit hole? No, I just ask you if you want to be honest with yourself and the people listening or not. Do you want to do that?
Yeah. I've been pretty honest this whole time.
Awesome. So, does Earth have measurable curvature? Yes or no?
I don't know anything about the measurements at all. I'm not the one that asked that.
Okay, cool. Are you a
yeah.
flat earther, or are you a globe earther, or are you just here to chill out?
I am in the middle.
Hmm.
I don't know what to believe.
So you're a glober. That's cool.
He said earlier he was 80-20.
You know what?
That's
You know
impossible.
what,
You're
you know
either
that
a
is true. I
cucumber
actually did
or a
say that.
pickle. You know what I mean?
I would say more on that side, yeah. The rounder.
Well, some people say cucumbers taste better pickled.
You know, cause you grow up and you get told all these things, right? And then
you do.
I'm like, how would you, bro? Faking all of this? I don't know.
I have a question then. Do you think it would be more expensive to fake it or actually go there?
More expensive to actually go there.
There you go. Now you're cooking.
But wouldn't they have the money back then, right? They were like government officials.
When what do they not have now? You know what's really funny is they don't have one piece of evidence from the moon going to the moon.
What?
And they're like, yeah, not one piece of it. They destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. And that's a direct quote from spokesperson of NASA. Isn't that crazy? You'd think the greatest human achievement would have a little bit of proof, especially telemetry data. You know what I mean? They don't care. Listen to this. They don't care how they got to the moon. Fuck it. Forget the moon. We're going to go to Mars instead, which is way further away and way harder to navigate. You know what? We're just going to do it anyway.
Yeah, I don't get
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, no, that is crazy. I don't know how that's gonna.
Before I even found out about the flat Earth, I was like, dude, no fucking way. It's garbage. Can't believe people are buying, and they're buying it.
Man, I don't know, man. My phalanges are like acting up.
Your phalanges are acting up?
Yeah, along my pancreas. I think I'm gonna flee.
You okay?
Why do your fingers hurt?
Or
your toes?
Not toes. Toes.
Ah, see.
Yeah, my fingers would be my metacarpals.
Metacarpals. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was close.
Very close.
Wasn't that
what happened to your
Phoebe's-
feet, bro? What's up?
Wasn't that Phoebe's fake name and Friends?
You
Regina
get this weird
Phalange?
Yeah, it was.
Huh?
Go ahead, man.
Sometimes you get like weird like tingles in them. It's like, you know, like the numbness in fingers sometimes? You get that tingling, prickling thing?
Yeah, my mom went to the doctor once with pain just like that, similar, and they were trying to tell her that she had, peripheral neuropathy.
Wait, what is that?
Like a deterioration of the nerve endings. Apathy, neuropathy,
no, I
the
get that
pathy
sometimes.
part of it, yeah, it means that it's deteriorating. Sorry, go ahead now.
Oh, that's scary. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely getting.
But I'm just saying, no. Listen.
Hold on.
The doctor fucking told her that shit, and she started flipping out about it for a year or two, and I was pissed. And now she's dropped it, and she's fine. So, a lot of doctors come up with a lot of dumb shit to make money. Yep. Not medical advice, though. Not medical advice here at all. We're just a flat Earth.
Yeah, I hope I don't have whatever she said.
Nah, I doubt it. Especially because you're young. They say it only happens generally
Oh, yeah,
older
how old
adults.
do I sound?
I can't gauge age. That way, pretty hard to do. I would say 25-ish.
Damn, 35, really?
Is it a boomer disease?
Are you 40?
Usually people say like 15, 16, but no, I'm 21.
21, okay, yeah. I mean, I'll just tell you this. I've met some people in the last 6 months to a year that are wildly younger than me and way smarter and way more
And
with
deeper
it.
voice, right? Why is that?
No, I don't know anything about the voice stuff. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is capable far beyond what I was.
Oh.
And I hate to say stuff like this, but at their age. But yeah. Seriously.
The evolution.
I'm almost 40 and I know people 20 plus
Almost
years
40?
younger than me. Yeah, and they're
How old are you?
brilliant. 39.
Damn, what?
Okay,
You
boomer.
sound like a sophisticated 28-year-old.
A sophisticated 20-year-old. So
No, 28. I said 20. No, 28.
Well, even
No,
still. Okay,
no,
that's okay.
I said 28. Okay.
It's cool. Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. I guess.
Anyways,
you know what? I've
before I get
never been like the guy that's like, oh my god, you called me older or younger than I am. Like, you know, it is what it is. Anyway, go ahead.
I am that guy. How dare you?
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. No, anyways,
Okay.
good
Right
luck
on.
to y'all. I'll come back next time when I am prepared.
Yeah, man, I didn't mean to kind of ruffle the feathers, although that is my role here. So did you? Last thing before you go, what brought you in? I just stumbled into the conversation, but I've been watching your name light up the whole time while I was watching a movie.
Oh, yeah.
What brought you in?
I've been in the server for a hot minute. I'd say a while. I would never join the call until I would say a week or two ago, just to pop in. And what I would do is I would join almost for like ambience. I would be doing like homework. For example, like a week or two ago, I was literally just on here doing flashcards for like 1 or 2 hours on the call while listening to people talk about it. So if I hear something interesting, then I'll take a little break and I'll listen to it. So like, in case something's interesting, I like to just sit in the calls and see if something happens.
That's cool, dude.
Can I say something real quick? It's
Go
really
ahead.
funny. Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. So, this whole time, I've been engaging in this conversation through text in the wrong server, and I pinged Glatflobe, and I'm like,
you
no
did?
way. And then Dr. Virus in this other server was like, who the fuck is that? I'm like, the person talking. They're like, nobody's talking. I'm in the wrong fucking
Bro,
server.
that's actually tough.
I didn't know you pinged me. I didn't see it. I'm
I
sorry.
would poop if I did that.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I feel so stupid because I'm like, everybody probably thinks I'm a dumbass. Let me just
Nope.
hop over to the right chat now. Hold on.
Yeah,
I was gonna
live stream voice text. That's funny.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because Glatflober said he was, I don't even know anymore. And I was like, no way, people think I'm a teenager, but I'm not, so I guess I can't judge. People are like, what are you talking about?
Pretty funny. It happens.
Oh my god. This is what I get for being in multiple different, like, Flat Earth and debate servers.
I'll tell you what, though, don't listen to that Flobe character. He's out of his mind.
That glibby glab.
Is this the right one?
Yep, I think. Here, yep, there you go. You got
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Okay, that
There we
GIF is
go.
kind of sus. You know what? How did the camera on there perfectly follow that thing floating up?
You know what I've heard about that, my friend, is that this is the most used excuse I've heard, is that they controlled it remotely. So they left a camera on the ground. And then, yeah, so you got it. You got it.
No, that's actually kind of remote.
Isn't it great? Yeah, no, remote control camera, perfect, perfect
How would the
zoom,
reception
everything.
even last that far? Like,
Let's not even get into that. That's just above your pay grade. You don't need to know. It happened, and that's all you need to know, okay? You don't need to know how or why, whatever.
I'm leaning towards it. Like, I'm not 100% locked on it, but that makes me wonder, like, how do they signals travel all the way from million miles?
Here's one that'll really bake your noodle. Who got the direct physical measurement from here to the sun? They claim it's 93 million miles. Who went that far and then back again to be able to tell us how far the sun is? How'd you fucking do that? No, same with the moon, right? But listen, let's give them the benefit of a doubt for the sake of entertainment right now. Let's say they did go to the moon. Let's say they did calculate the distance, or measure the distance. Fuck, we can even give them that, right? How you doing the sun? I'm sorry, it's just so flimsy.
No, that's true.
Crazy.
It definitely gives me a different perspective on it, So
I think Steve measured it. I think.
Oh, was it Steve? Okay, I thought it was Frank.
No, I think it was Steve.
All right, good night, y'all. Have a good.
If you took a string all the way back, how big of a ball of string would that be? I wonder.
It's a lot of string.
Yeah. Got me confused now. Wow.
You guys got to see Moonfall. Man.
Maybe it was Eratosthenes Steve.
Yeah, it was him. Oh, so Copernicus said, Copernicus said what 3 million miles, and then all the way up to who's R. Ball, who's Robert Ball or whatever. Because then you got Copernicus, Tycho, Kepler, Newton. Newton had 2 attempts.
His ball.
Yeah, Martin, Anck, Meyer, and then the last guy. 93 million miles. Do you think it's going to get further away, guys? Or do you think we're done at 93?
I think it's going to go in reverse here pretty quick.
Oh, so it'll get closer? So yeah, because then they'll be like, well, listen, now climate change is real because the sun's a million miles closer as of last week. What are we going to do? Like,
that's my prediction.
Oh, my God. I don't know what to do anymore about it, guys. I don't know what to do. I've stopped getting mad at my family, right? And stopped getting like concerned and stuff for their mental health and all that. I'm kind of like, oh, I don't know what to do anymore.
Tell me
about
how.
it. Huh?
I said, tell me how.
Oh, right. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, but if I find out, I'll let everyone know.
Oh, wait, Glatflobe.
Yes.
Glatflobass. That is so cool. There's like 2 of you.
I think it's pretty cool. She's pretty great.
That's awesome.
I'm the lucky one here. She may tell you different, but don't listen.
Glatflobe. It's like when my friends and I we mix up the first letter of words.
Yep, those are called spoonerisms. Yeah, I didn't know that they even had a term. You know what I mean? Until a couple years ago, until someone actually in the flat Earth stuff was like, "Hey, dude, that's what this is. It's a spoonerism." Which, don't ask me how they came up with that.
It's an interesting word.
Yep, and it's my favorite thing to do. I get pretty like I'll do it all over the place all the time, and people will be like, "Dude, shut up, stop it. Can we go back to normal words?"
So God knows it's gonna be hard for me to say. It's meatball foot long, like Subway.
Yeah.
They will say like meat feet long ball meat long feet. Like they'll mess it up when they order it.
Yeah.
And it's like the funniest fucking thing. It's what it reminds me of.
Yep. The most disturbing mess up of human language is when someone said solar system. Sorry. It wasn't just solar system. It was all of them. Globe, gravity. We got, what are our gibberish words, everybody?
Older.
Dodecahedron.
No, that's a real word. That's a real thing, I think. Dodecahedron.
Yeah,
well, I mean, in geometry, which is mostly a conception, but yeah.
But it sounds dumb.
Yeah.
Dark energy. Dark matter.
Dark energy, dark matter. Yep. Outer space, just to say that. Outer space.
Quasar.
So if there's an outer space.
That's a good one. Quasar. God, that's dumb. Quasar. Blue dwarf. White dwarf.
Is there an inner space?
Inner space? Yeah. I don't know. There's a couple movies named Inner Space that talk about the human body.
Yo, I'm so tired. But I like listening to people. That's probably why I use the wrong fucking server's text chat. Because I'm so tired. My greatest fear is falling asleep in a VC unmuted.
It shouldn't be. The fear should be maybe falling asleep or accidentally leaving your webcam on, or both. That, to me, that'd be far more embarrassing.
Yeah.
Shit.
I've had crazy embarrassing things happen to me before. Oh goodness. Let me think. So, how long have you believed in the idea of a flat Earth?
Are you asking me?
Yeah,
Sorry, what was the question? I apologize.
you're good. I said, how long have you believed in the idea of a flat Earth?
I never really believed in it. I still don't.
So are you a globe?
Fact. No, I'm not a glober either. It's a fact that Earth measures flat. So I just know that. That's knowledge. I observe that that's the case in life. I just try not to talk about my beliefs here. Yeah, every once in a while I end up doing it. Speculation rabbit holes. But
Yeah.
the main reason I came here, it's not the reason necessarily that I'm staying, but the reason I came here was to learn more about the reality that Earth measures flat, how to argue it better, how to, more so not argue it, I guess just inform people, how to do that better, and such, and hopefully maybe wake up some minds in a chat room or whatever. But yeah. It was basically when I found out that it could be flat, right? Because I hadn't measured it yet, but I had seen a lot of stuff, read a lot of stuff, heard a lot of stuff, so I just wanted to keep looking into it and be a part of people who were doing the same thing. So, but I guess to answer your question, it'd be 7 years, almost 7 years, with the flat Earth stuff.
Sweet.
And with that, I do have to go. I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Too.
So Estelle, you've been popping around these conversations for a minute now. You still on the fence?
I don't even know. I meant to go get my, well, actually think better of it. I was going to take handwritten notes of what people's findings are, but I think I'll do a Google Doc and then come to some sort of conclusion. But I haven't begun to take any, notes yet. Obviously I have to take into consideration that not everything that everyone in any server says will be true, but I want to get an idea of what certain people believe, and I'll make sure to note that certain people said what things. You know what I mean? That way it's almost like I'm, forming my own hypothesis. Maybe some things about some things I will understand. I don't know if that makes sense. Like some things I will, be likely to agree with, and then there will be some things about the Earth's shape that I might be like, that doesn't seem correct.
So there's only one way to be able to find out if something is true. If somebody says that.
Just to make my own tests, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if I make a claim and I tell you, well, this is how you do this. I mean, because this is how you measure it, and the way you verify it is by doing it yourself, right? So we tell you the measure is flat, and we tell you if there's been laser tests from certain distance is by, well, okay, well then I'm gonna have to go through that to see if it actually does measure. Otherwise, it would just believe that it's true. And there's a big difference between believing and knowing, right?
I remember when I went on a boat on one of the Great Lakes. I can't remember, and it bugs me, if I saw the horizon bend or not. But it was like, have you ever played this game when you were a kid called Roblox long ago? Where if you went to the edge of the map it would be flat and then you would just drop off the face of the earth. It's kind of what it looked like in real life, but it stretched for miles. It just looked like I was on the edge of the earth. Or like when you play Minecraft and then not enough pixels load in and it's just a line. It's kind of what it looked like to me. I would have thought maybe would have seen like something bend, even if it was like where the sky went from dark blue to like a little bit of a lighter blue near where the sky touches the ground, kind of. You would have saw some sort of curve or bend in the light, but it was just a straight line. It was really weird to explain. But again, I don't remember much of that day because I got like a 2nd-degree sunburn and fucking passed out when I got home and had to get, emergency care because I was like basically dying. So, but still, I do remember that much. I would like to go out there again and poke around a bit more, but that was like, I think I was like 16. No, I was 17 then. And I didn't even care to like pay attention or think about Earth shape at that point or anything. So now that I do, later on, I would like to go back out there and look around.
Yeah. So we don't also make a claim of the shape of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. I'm getting really tired. Probably should get some sleep. If you can't tell, I'm like dead. I'll be back in the VC tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll be a bit more awake then.
Sounds good.
Have a great night. Nice to see you guys.
Yeah, take care. Have a good night.
You too.
Slow day today. Only a couple globbers coming in.
Love, 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 love.
Love, 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 love,
I can turn it off.
love, 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 love. I met a girl named Bertha. She said she was a flat earther. On our way to the conference, I said, you know that's nonsense. She said, the shit's not nonsense. You don't even know. Have you heard my silence? I said, what about science? And she said, science don't give me no love. I got talking to Linda. She was out on a bender, flicking through Tinder. I said, how's that working for you? She said, it's not working. It's regret and embarrassment lurking. But it's late and I'm lonely and hurting. And where else can I get me some love? Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid, but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. I met a boy called Casper. He's a worldwide traveller, talking about ayahuasca as he stares into his pasta. He said I probably shouldn't fly so much, probably shouldn't get high so much, but I'm a lonely hedonist and my therapist says I need to find ways to love myself. How could I forget Brian? Open the floodgates without even trying. I missed my stop on that train cause I got a lot of time for a grown man crying. Well, he said she loves me and I love him and he loves she. Still spinning the bottle on the topmost shelf and looking for love like everyone else. Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. For dear life, for dear life, for dear like everyone else, like everyone.
Space is fake AF. Haven't heard that one in a bit.
You want to hear Space is Fake? AF?
Or Cartoon Ball. Your choice.
No. 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 No.
You okay?
Oh.
You alright, God Rogan?
I hope he was dreaming about the globe. But that didn't sound too good.
I tried playing Space is Fake, but the bot's not popping up. I don't know.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Bit dumb man said the sky was not the limit. He fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
I'll just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
During the fake ISS live stream, is there ever any fake satellites in view?
So has anybody seen the Flatlanders episode?
I have not. Is it good?
It's okay, yeah. For new content, it's good, I think. They did a laser test. Couple of they had a stretch at the salt plains. I don't remember where, but it's in America. But you can watch it. And they did a laser test. Shot the laser, stopped at 5 miles, looked at it, stopped at 10 miles, looked at it, 50 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. So the record is 35 miles along a stretch of railroad tracks. 35 miles.
Yeah, that's a lot of missing curvature.
Also has Jay Toad in it. Pretty cool. Only half an hour. Right? Most people are attention deficiency. So the OK production. It has a bit of music of Conspiracy Music Guru in it. Cool.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, let me pull it up in a second.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Let me ask your good morning, by the way, Roger. Let me ask your opinion. What are your opinions on laser tests over land, right? As opposed to a body of water.
Should be the same, right?
I mean, not necessarily. I could see the claim being, oh yeah, whip-de-doo, there's a section of 35 miles of land that may be flat, but overall, it's a globe. I feel like the tests over water are a little more definitive, or should I say, hold more water when it comes to kind of proof of claim, at least in my opinion, right? Because water should hold flat and level and shouldn't be bending.
I know, but the rebuttal was always, well, yeah, you shoot the laser over water and there's refraction and the water's colder than the air above it, and now it's over land. So
That's true. I guess it doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt to do it all over the place.
I mean, I can think of a rebuttal. So the starting point of the laser would be at it's just top of my memory, right? So I'm not quoting the numbers, but it's like 4,000 feet elevation, and then the target was at 4,200 feet, something like that, over 35 miles or 200 feet elevation difference, something. Don't quote me on it, but that would be a rebuttal. Yeah, but the end it was higher, and the globe is still curving away, but the end was higher. Yada, yada, yada. But over 35 miles, I mean,
Yeah, 200 feet difference. That's according to the globe geometry would be something more like 18 miles would somewhere around there. Would be kind of the 200 mile drop distance, right? Something like that, 18, 19 miles.
wow, overland.
Yeah, I feel like anytime really that laser tests are done, it just kind of goes on the pile of evidence, right? Regardless, I just see it's I understand that they can claim a refraction argument, but at least the elevation over water over a specified distance would not change, right? Because we base our elevation off of sea level.
Right, so that's why water is best, but the rebuttal, right, the refraction rebuttal is like, water is cold. So this one is overland, so they need a new one. They also, if I'm mistaken, right, I wasn't there, so this is all based on the video, but they also filmed the laser from a distance horizontally left to right. So you got point A, point B. Point A was the laser, point B was the camera, and then another person at point C looking at the laser that's shooting from point A to A to B, right? So they see the laser going from left to right horizontally.
So you even get kind of the orthogonal viewpoint.
Right, yeah. Correct.
That's a great idea.
It's at 28 minutes. That is where the furthest laser test is done.
Cool. I'm going to have to check that out. Maybe I'll pop that on as I go to bed.
It's only a half hour. It's the beginning is more like introduction and a bit of flat Earth introduction. Who are these people? And you got a little bit of Jay Tolan, which is cool. I never saw him
Nice.
in person.
He showed his face, huh?
Yeah. And then they go. They want to do a mirror flash on the day, but that doesn't work because they got a lot of miraging and stuff on the horizon, which blocks the mirror flashes. But with the laser test, it's a success.
Nice. Yeah, I'll check that out. Actually, I'm probably gonna head to bed here so I can get up for work at a decent time.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry to bounce. You keep it rolling. I feel like I've been in here all day today, so it's probably time.
It's okay.
But yeah, it was a fairly dead day as far as Globers coming in is concerned.
Tough, right? Defending the globe.
Yeah.
35 miles laser test. Ooh.
Why don't the Globers go out and do any of these things? You ever notice that?
He got one with, I think that's the Stephen Hawking thing.
Right.
Where
The production.
yeah, the Stephen Hawking. I think it's that one where there was a woman on the beach shooting the laser from the beach, and then they had this boat and a board. Ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
See anything of how they leveled the laser? How they nothing. Just like, oh, here's my board. Oh, I get my board higher. Yeah, look, the laser's higher.
Yeah, it's a production for sure. I'd like to see some, average Joe Glober go out and do some measurements, some observations, some laser tests, some mirror flashes, something.
I mean, in that series of Stephen Hawking, there was that helicopter thing, right? The helicopter where they edited the same piece of footage twice. You remember?
Oh yeah.
So after seeing that whole series is just bunk. Just like, how can you trust the whole series if they edit the bloody helicopter? I mean, come on.
Exactly. All right. Well, I'm gonna head to bed.
Okay.
Take care, Roger.
Good night, man.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
ranch dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci sound of the conch. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. And cream, you make that dough, the symbol show. Euthanasia, nightmare hippie girl. Blue wrench, Feppy Illuminati, got the VIP, cause I'm a 33. A bunch of important numbers. 3. A bunch of important numbers. 42. A bunch of important numbers. 484. A bunch of important numbers. 5. A bunch of important numbers. 0. A bunch of important numbers. 9. A bunch of important numbers. 23. A bunch of important numbers. 7. A bunch of important numbers. 11. A bunch of important numbers. 11. I'm in a cult. 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 I'm in a cult.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be chucking and jiving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would would they lie? Why 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 would they lie?
What you go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day and the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8-inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with a stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics, they always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
The truth is objective, but it's not always obvious, especially when we have preconceived ideas about what it is. Please wake up. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Or will it break you? It's about how we respond to new information, shutting down with curiosity and elation. It's the fear of new things blocking innovation, a fear of old things, a forgetful nation, a fear of facts, of moral resignation. As per design, it's the plantation. But I don't want that for you. Please learn logic and study creation. Then you can discern what is true for yourself with experience and experimentation. Called empirical verification and falsification. But it requires logic, since mankind is prone to fool itself with fallacious connotation. So the cabal simply removed logic from public education. Do you know the truth? 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 Do you know it? Do you know it? You don't have to know everything, just know the value of logic and objective evidence. You don't have to believe a thing, just do the work, know and note the righteous precedents. Simply take back your mind and take up residence in the objective reality. Don't let them rule you through decree, becoming an unwitting devotee, parroting religious zealotry. Let me give you the skeleton key. First part, logic and health, mental and physical deficiency. Sunlight, iodine, B12 and vitamin C. If you want to become an escapee and be set free, stop eating the fruit from the poisonous tree. And I know it might sound at the edge of crazy, and that the general first thought is,
you're lazy. My expert has the highest degree. Everyone knows it's totally outer spacey. You must be crazy.
That is an example of why we need logic, since that is an irrational red herring from what I'm communicating, combined with an ad hominem, ad vercantium, ad populum fallacies. That's not actually debating. That's being deceptively calculating, or in ignorance too accommodating to the fallacies on TV that have been indoctrinating. It's honestly nauseating, with fresh NPCs every day populating, an uphill battle, yet we're dominating. All we ask is for you to start investigating so you can start substantiating and articulating and perhaps a modicum of self-regulating. We had enough of the easy mode troll decapitating, just turn to stone with the truth illuminating. The truth can't be stopped because it's reverberating. You don't go back to the lie because it's liberating. Do you know the truth? 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 You're not a person, a fictional entity, a man or a woman is what you're meant to be. Your children are not kids, the offspring of goats. They're your treasure, your future, your freshly sown notes. Not to be given up for government notes. If you believe otherwise, you're very nice. Not wise, but very foolish. A bit ghoulish, cause you don't know and you cannot rule this. You're afraid of being idiots, I'm serious. It's insidious, it comes from the word idiosyncratic, meaning peculiar and distinctive. Like being Socratic or romantic. Epistemology reveals it, words have meaning, and most have no idea what they mean. The truth. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth?
My Icelandic brother from another mother, Drace. Let's play another one from Drace.
Yeah, We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs aren't out cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, Sprout. We know what it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would you lie? Why would you die? Who gave you rights? Why are there nights? Who gave you lights to take in the sights? Who has that almighty might? You gave up your rights for the stories of light. How about daytime tonight? In your box it up tight. You put up no fighters. That's not what you light.
No.
That's not too bright. Why would they lie? So you bow and comply. Thinking you knowing while only gas blowing. Meanwhile we over here flowing. The truth is showing. Denial's still ongoing.
But why?
Why would they lie? They got things to hide. Bound in their egos and pride. The science is misapplied. System designed to divide. Truth it gets denied before it is revived. Don't ask me why. I'm not the one who lied, my guy.
I don't know. Everything anyone sees could be an illusion under the control of an all-powerful demon.
Who's the conspiracy theorist now? You have no ground to stand on. Sad fact is, I don't think all of you can be saved. Some of you just need to go through some life changes before you're ready. We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs aren't out cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, Sprout. We know what it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would they lie? Don't ask me why. It does not apply. To blindly ask why, just let it all cry. It's okay, guy.
No.
Besides, you can review. It's long overdue. Don't let them subdue you using voo-voo like you do and poo-poo. With your mind ain't a thumbs screw. With your mind askew, it's hard to change your view. Sorry, we falsified our former worldview. There's nothing left but the glue. We broke free of the mental zoo and you can do it too. Just break through and learn the mental kung fu. To logic stay true and I thank you. We are your peer review. The earth is flat, stationary and the sky is still blue. Who knew?
Me?
Now you do.
Oh, me.
Welcome to the earth. Snacks on the left, drinks on the right, and toilets at the back. The DJ is spinning all day, 24/7, Flat Earth Discord.
So I win.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know them pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep Flat Earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number one to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men, if not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. Follow these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB, yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values, lobby gang, yeah. It's your boy CB. B in the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell 'em bounce.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic. Following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic. Made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Very nice, man. What are they gonna say? The fuck they gonna say? They're gonna say it's a It's not lies. It's not. They're not lying. They're not lying. That's what they'll say. Are they all in on it? They're all lying. Just a bunch of lies. Are you telling me everybody's lying? No, it doesn't work like that, Mongo.
Everybody's lying. Everybody.
Nah, it doesn't work like that, man. I used to use the water cooler at work kind of thing, man. If you watch the news, and there's something on there you can't verify 100%, and you go to work, say, hey, man, did you see the thing on the thing with the news? And you're spreading lies, potentially. They discovered a brand new planet with the spinning asteroids inside the planet. It's amazing. What? Fuck off.
Yeah. They found a star that's spinning at 7, was it 7 rotation a second, right?
Yeah, it's a 7 RPM planet. It's 27,000 times the size of Earth. And it's way out there. It's a couple billion years out. Okay. Yeah, that's a lie, see? That's a fucking lie, straight up. Because you don't know. You're making shit up. Or you're just spreading the lie. I don't know what's worse, man, making up or spreading the lies. Tough choice. Tough choice. It's wicked. It's a matrix either way. She's right, man. Man, those two make some of the best music, man. Those two are fucking awesome. Austin and Kai, man. What a team. Shit. What a team. That's good stuff, man. They got good taste. And they got good knowledge.
They got married.
Woo! All right. That's great. Yeah, I met them both last summer, man. Two great people, man. Just doing cool stuff, man. Thank you, guys. Hopefully they'll come back out here. They got a new tour going maybe this summer or something. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. I'm not hip on the details, but they got the motorhome. I know that. And I was going to sponsor a 24/7 Discord sticker. Somebody could walk up and, zap it with their phone and then get right in here. Like, join the conversation. Just point your phone at this little thing here. Little CR code on there or something, right? Come on down. The price is right, man. Come on down. Oh, it's free. Any of you Mongos out there in the live stream, man, want to join us? You guys know where the script. The link's in the description. Anyway,
Kenny,
it's Monday night. Yeah, Raj.
Have you seen the Flatlanders episode?
I saw it. I had to preview it. I saw the first full hour and a half of it when I was at Renee's house. Shelly was there. She brought a copy or something. But I was the only one in the living room. Everybody watched it, and then I came back in like an hour later, and I said, "Can I watch it?" And he turned it on for me. But it was a kind of a rough cut, the one I saw. So I'm going to go ahead and watch this new one. I heard Bob talking about it yesterday. They had Shelly on, and Dan. But no, I mean, yeah. But I did see. Hopefully they.
I just posted it in the. I posted it in the live stream.
Yeah, I saw it at whatever it was.
Post it again.
10:52. It's in there. I got it. I saw that. I went, oh shit, there it is. I don't know who Sovereign Supreme America is, but that's cool, man. Is that you?
Found it. I found it in the lobby. Box shops posted it, but
All right, cool.
oh well, doesn't matter.
No, I
Yeah,
want
30,
to watch it.
35 miles laser test, man.
Yeah. I know a couple people who was out there for the test, and that was pretty impressive, man. 35 miles, man. What's the curvature drop on that 35 miles? Like 200. Oh, wait. Shit. It's a lot, man. Fuck. It's like 600 feet or something.
Let me check. 682.
682. Yeah, I was close. So, yeah, man, that's a lot of drop, man. 682 feet, man. If you hike up a 682-foot mountain, you're going to feel it. You'll be like, fuck, it's tired. I'm tired. That's a long hike. Damn. I did 1,500 feet one day, a couple times. Totally wore me out, man. Just keeps going and going and going and going. But I'm no mountain climber, but 1,500 foot elevation change, that's a lot. Even for a youngster who's in shape, it's still a lot of. Probably take me all fucking day now. So yeah, 600 feet, 35 miles. That's pretty good. It's up there with some of the best of them. And that's pretty good. All right, what else is going on? I was in here a little bit today. Not too much. At a lunch break. I came in for a minute. But I heard Matthew on here when I was getting my pizza.
Oh,
Matthew. Hey, Raj, I think he's on our side. He can't admit it, but he's trying to help us. But he's trying to help us, clean up our arguments and stuff. And,
okay.
We'll just take it for what it's worth. There, I mean.
It's okay.
I've asked him, point blank, man, we're amazing, right? And he's like, you guys are amazing. I was like, thanks.
Right.
Yeah. And you guys are, man. I mean, I'll back him up on that for sure. But it's, it's always nice to have a nice, calm, opposing argument guy that, he can't come.
I think he's here for the ladies, to be fair.
Maybe. He gets I think he makes the ladies mad. I don't know how that's working.
Kicks on it. He get a kicks at it.
Oh, maybe.
He digs it.
It could be. He's it's interesting character, man. And people say, hey, man, you guys kick out Globies. I'm like, dude, man, Matthew's been hanging around here for like a year and a half. Nobody's kicked him out because he's cool. He's not abusive. He doesn't call anybody names or doesn't call anybody stupid or anything. He's pretty.
Yeah, we had Danny Faulkner like Sunday. Was it Sunday or Saturday? I don't know. It was in like for a half hour, maybe more, maybe a bit more. Talking to Paul.
Surprised he lasted that long.
I was talking to Paula. You know Paula?
I mean, I've said hi to her, I think, but I don't really, not too much time talking to her. But she's great. Paula's amazing.
She's awesome. She had they had a bit of a sort of flat Earth biblical discussion, and then he went. Then somebody asked him, "So what's your proof, man?" And he went into Aristotle.
Oh wow!
But
good luck.
Shadow on the moon.
Danny, good luck with that, Mr. Faulkner. Good luck with that. Oh shit! I go way back with Danny, man. He'd come on Poncho Pete's and just cause fucking havoc, just because he could or something. I don't know. Like, dude, really? You're a bit of an asshole. Sorry.
What I found, well, weird is a big word, but he told us, well, yeah, these flat earthers here in servers, they use curse words and be angry and blah blah. Right? It's just great.
Yeah.
And then he told other people, well, I have all the answers for flat Earth. I have all the answers. Right?
Right. Well, Danny. I call him Danny. Yeah, man. He's got all the answers. Bring it, Danny. I don't want to hear it, but he only came in for a half hour. That's pretty.
Something like
that. All right. Well, kind of glad I missed it. Yeah. But
yeah, I need to hop out, Kenny. I'm at my destination, so.
Yeah, go ahead. Drop out, man. I'm gonna piff out on being pissed off at the people who fed us this globe shit, man. I can be pissed off. That's why I might use some bad language.
Right.
Just, dude, are you kidding me? I had to go most of my life thinking I'm on some stupid shooting spinning ball thing, man, and universe ever expanding. It's amazing. I mean, the light we're seeing from the stars it probably burned out, a couple million years ago. Really? Damn, that's awesome, man. That's really cool. That's a cool story, bro. I like that one.
Talk to you later, man.
All right, Raj. Thanks, man.
Yo.
Good. All right. We got Sleepy Joe and Glatz out there. Anti-sophist. 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 I have problems saying that word. Man. Rupert's in the chat. Rupert. Power sign. What's up, man? Yeah, too bad we can't play that. I don't know. The Logical song? How dare you? We can't play that. I don't know. I'm not a DJ around here. I'm playing the music, so. But it's late at night. Kind of my time. I like to come out here. Pizza time. What's happening, man? So if the moon can eclipse the sun, why can't other objects cast shadows on the Earth? Like the so-called planets, space junk, meteors, comets, etc. Yeah, it's a good one. That's a good question. Why not? I don't know. They're too small. They're too small to cast a shadow, man. Come on, pizza time. They're too small. What's up, KJ? Well, I don't think I'll ever not be pissed at the people who lied to us about where we live. I don't think that's possible. I don't think I'll ever get over it. It's a bad relationship ended. It's bad. And it just ended bad. There's a lot of bad shit went down. So I'm going to be pissed off. Yeah, if I use some colorful language here and there. Because I'm not over it. And I don't think I'll ever get over it. So why? Because I live here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just giving you the answers. They'll give you a pizza time. I don't know. You know the answer. You know the answers. Anyway, pure blood. Pure blood. Good, man. Good on you. Don't be taking any experimental things. You want to keep it pure, man. Keep it pure. There's a lot of other shit I'm pissed off about, too. Besides, being lied to about where we live. there's a whole another list of lies and weird shit that goes on that it's absolutely cuckfuckery. Cuckfuckery. Write that down. And it, I've been down every cuckfuckery rabbit hole there's to go down and looked at it all. Came back. And I'm back and I'm still pissed. But one of the things we can do is just show other people, man, hey, man, you most likely don't live where you think you live. And it's always a fun thing to see how people will defend where they think they live. And if anybody wants to come in here and defend where they think they live, and I'll bring it, we're here 24/7. We're not going anywhere. We just ask a couple of little simple questions. If you got the answers to those, man, you can shut this server down. Shut it down, people. And we've been out here a good 5 years, 6, 7, saying, hey, man, where is the curvature, man? Where's the curvature? Where? Yeah, it's beer o'clock. It's beer o'clock, man, for me. Yeah, I sleep better, man. Have a couple beer skis and go to bed, man. I sleep like a baby. Takes it down a notch or two. Yeah, cheers. One plane, man. Own a plane. What's happening, man? Long time. Shit. Jump on in the panel, man. Come on. Yeah, come on, ballers. Send us packing, man. We'll pack this shit up. Put a big notice. Thank you. Big thank you. We're closed until further notice. Closed until further notice, people. Yeah, we're closed. Right on, power sign, man. Power on sign. Power on. Is it power on or is that the off? I can't remember. It looks like the on sign now. Anyway, it's an electrical schematic symbol thing. Yeah, after you answer the questions, man, we go. As long as you got the right answers, man. And, most of the answers are very, very vague. It's been proven. I know it has because other people did it. And it was done a long time ago. I don't know who did it or how or why or when. But they definitely did it. I know for a fact they did it because I know because somebody told me. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool story, bro. Yep. Yeah, it was a dude thing a long time ago. He figured it out. And it's true. And NASA went to space. It's all good. Tominoid 2. It's Tominoid 1 got rugged spanked. Tominoid, what happened to your down under? Guys, click the fucking link. Jump in here. Go to VC check-in. Get your asses in here, man. We need some early morning, late night, evening people, something. It's it's late evening for me. Anyway, I'll just keep rambling. Yeah, I got deleted hardcore, huh? Shit, that sucks, man. I've kind of, was on the verge of getting my channel deleted on YouTube so many times, dude. I had no less than 6 month timeouts. That's 6 month timeouts from YouTube, man. Like misinformation. I played Led Zeppelin one time, man. Like one song. Fucking 6 months. Here you go. It's like, damn, bitches. So yeah, Tominoid. Cheers to you, brother. You had good stuff on your channel, man. Good stuff, I remember. YouTube coppers. Fuck you guys. Anyway, I wouldn't have met a lot of you cats without YouTube. Just the way it is, man. It's kind of I guess it's a two-edged sword, right? Double-edged sword. And it's like, yeah, man, I met some great people through YouTube, and still friends today, and it's amazing. I still live stream here and there, but we're certainly shadow banned beyond ridiculous. You can find us if you know how to search for, search us. But if you type in Flat Earth, you ain't gonna find us. It ain't gonna happen. You might if you search for a while. If you just do a surface search, you're not gonna find this channel. No way. Yeah, no warning, no specifics, copyright, etc. They just blow you out, man. Like, no, you crossed the line. You didn't abide to the guidelines, and you're deleted. Thanks. Go away. Have a nice day, and and fuck off. That's how it happens. Yeah, so much shadow banning, dude. I got a couple thousand subscribers on my channel. I'd be lucky if I get 12 people to show up. And I get so many notifications from people like, dude, man, what happened, man? I didn't get a notification. Oh, fuck, yeah, you didn't get a notification. I don't live stream all that much anymore, but there was a time where I was doing a lot. It's weak ass out there, man. We're not going to get the crowds. And they know that, man. So they'll just let us fly out here and talk about Flat Earth or whatever, man. They don't give a shit about us 20, 30, 40 people watching the channel here, man. They don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck. It's not going to make a difference. They know it. But, if we can grab one or two great souls and say, hey, man, check it out, man, for yourself. The earth is flat, dude. Check it out. And it's about the best we can do, man. And when I was doing the shit in Hollywood on the street, live streaming it and everything, I was just hoping to catch one or two here or there. I was kind of shocked, man, how many people just walked by and said, hey, yeah, Flat Earth, man. Right on. And they would just keep going, man. I had that happen hundreds of times, and I was like, damn, there's a lot more Flat Earthers out here than I thought, man. I was surprised at that. So,
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
What's up, baby?
Hey, so Roger just posted at 12:52 the Flatlanders episode we see too far. Got some more laser action for you, Globers.
Over 30 miles, dude.
Yeah.
30. Yeah, it's a good one. I've met Shelly and Dan and a few other people that were actually helped out with that particular test. I wasn't there. I was invited. I couldn't make it. But, yeah, man, we see too far. Ain't that something, man? That was,
sorry, I was dealing with an important direct message. What did you just say? So sorry.
That's all right, man. I know Shelly and Dan and crew. I know the crew that went out there and did that test, man.
Oh, cool.
Met them.
But they're not real human beings with interests and families that they help take care of and stuff. They're just weirdos that think the Earth is.
Yeah, just a bunch of weirdos. Shelly's got a fucking PhD, man. Fuck off.
That's cool. In what?
I don't forget what it's in, man. But
do you know PhD means Doctor of Philosophy?
Right.
Which, I mean, you say like a cartoonist is a doctor of philosophy, right? I don't know.
They ask. I've been asked, how many PhDs you got in your crew, man? I'm like, well, I got Dr. Rodriguez. He's an anthropologist. We got Shelly. I'm pretty sure Jay Tolan's PhD.
Yeah, and I heard something about PhDs. They're not that easy to get. You kind of have to be smart a little bit, dedicated. It's not just getting a job at McDonald's kind of deal.
Yeah. There was a couple other PhD, or is it?
Couldn't be that any PhD holders are flat earthers.
That's
what?
Spectrometer guy, Dr. Dan.
I don't mean to be sarcastic, but I certainly do.
Yeah, I'm not.
That's cool. I'm gonna watch this here before the old Betty buy.
Yeah, check it out. I seen it last summer. I saw like an hour and a half.
Oh, so this is not brand new.
Well, this first time it's been released. I saw Shelly was at a party that I was at, a Flat Earth meetup, and she had like an hour and a half rough cut, and she let us all watch it, and I go, you got to cut this up a little bit. It's too long. I mean, so she cut it down to whatever, 38 minutes or something, 30 something minutes, and it's good. I go, yeah, you got to cut up some of this. Cut. But yeah, great work, man. Go out there, do it. Check it out for yourself. Don't trust anybody.
Yeah, once again, it's another place where your average Joe 6-pack, whatever that means, can go out and measure the Earth right where we said that we went. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to say we. Right where they said that they went.
Yeah, you can do it yourself.
I didn't do it. They did.
They did it. I've done other things myself, but that's a good one.
Oh, that's great, man. That's great.
I think the late, great Sydney is in that one. She's no longer with us. I think she went out there for that, too. Anyway, I don't know, man. We'll check it out. Drop it in the chat, somebody or something.
It's in the chat.
YouTube chat or something.
Oh, yeah. Let me see if I can get that going.
Maybe somebody can do that. I can't do that.
Me neither.
I'm not worthy of links. I'm not worthy of links. Anyway. Yeah, giving out too many wrenches, man. That's a problem. It always turns into a problem, man. I like Nathan Oakley style. Nobody gets a wrench. Fuck off.
Yeah.
All right. But that's his style.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
you got to trust people, man. You got to trust somebody, man.
Do you? Yeah, I guess you do. It's good to be able to trust at least one person in your life. Yeah. It's not like you got to, but I think it's nice, right?
It's healthy. It's healthy behavior.
Yeah.
Trust is earned. It's not given.
Well, the best trust is mutual, because then nobody has to work for it.
Amen, man. That's good. I like that.
Yeah, I just came up with that. When I get tired, man, it just kind of rolls out.
Right.
Do you know why? Because I did so many drugs that, like, when I get tired, I think some of them start coming back in a little bit. I'm just kidding.
A flashback?
Don't let them talk about us like that, man. Flat earthers are only drug addicts, alcoholics, nothing else.
Flashback, man. Totally. Well,
anyway,
it's nice to see people still putting out content, still going out doing experiments, doing.
Yeah, hey, I need to give a shout out to Flat Earth Saints because he posts a lot of stuff all the time, and he just came out with another video. Everybody needs to get on the Flat Earth Saints train, in my opinion.
Oh, I'm
got some great stuff.
I'm subbed up.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep. I knew you were.
Yeah. Let me look. Let's see if I can find new subs.
He's putting in serious work, which is so cool. And it's not your typical information. It's like a more fun way to absorb it, in my opinion. Anyway.
Huh. It came out today?
Yeah, here, let me post it. It just now happened.
Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm looking, man.
There, check the live stream voice text.
There we go. Got it. Check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, we got some hard workers and some good content creation going on now. Really, it's like, we're a real boy now, aren't we?
We're working, man. I'm kind of in the rocking chair cheerleader at this point. But, yeah, I might be doing something this summer. We'll see. My whole thing, man, I love doing street interviews with Globies or normies, whatever you want to call them. That's fun, man. That just tickles my fancy. And see how ridiculous they come up with, but that's most of the time in here, at least a couple times a day, man, there's somebody comes in and goes, well, it's gravity, man. Damn, don't you know that?
Sure. Don't you know? Never heard of it.
And we're all like, fuck, yeah, okay.
What's weird is if someone comes in and they use a gravity or something like that, and they think that we haven't already heard it once or twice. That's the weird stuff right there. It's like, come on, really? Are you sure that do you genuinely think I've never heard of gravity? Okay, come on.
That's what makes it fun, Say, wow, man, really? You're gonna go there? Oh my.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it.
Gonna go there? Oh, okay.
We're helping them play a game with themselves, the denial game.
It's the Cog Disc game, man. Welcome, Cog Disc.
Yep. Step right up.
Step right up. We got some gravity in the pocket for you here, man. What do you got?
I was being a dickhead earlier when I was describing anti-flat earthers as geeks at the circus. That was a little rough, but I mean, come on. They're so attitudey. They're so mad at it.
Well,
why do they get so mad?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they brought the fight to us. We weren't like, hey. Can you imagine?
Fight to us.
They did, dude. They came knocking on our door. What flat earthers going out there and being like, oh, by the way, like the first flat earther, you're a fucking moron. No, keep it to yourself. Hopefully others catch on. It's when, you're right, it's the Cog Disc. It's when new ideas, especially ones that go directly against your worldview, are presented.
Yep. That's it, man. When your worldview is challenged, man, you dig your heels in.
How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you make me think that I don't have everything figured out because someone told me that they all have it figured out. Okay.
I went to school.
Don't you dare.
They told me what's up. You guys are full of shit. Fuck off.
That's right.
What?
All right. That's what you want to do.
The other Mongos that come in here and go, well, you guys believe it's a disc in space flight. What? And I'm like, fuck. No. Where did you get that? Where did you get? Oh, you've been watching.
Well, it's kind of, okay, so they're like, hey, how do you explain gravity then? And so I think that's why they put the whole going upwards at a certain thing at the Flat Earth Society website. Because I think that they were trying to like mix stuff there, mix metaphors.
Yeah, it's just
to make it look ridiculous. I think that was the plan. But why didn't they involve a turtle in the pillars? That's what I want to know. Why didn't they just go?
So you're on the top.
Never go full turtle.
You're on full turtle. You gone full turtle on
That's so great.
Who's the famous turtle, man? It was like, there was that turtle, like
Ninja
cartoon turtle. It was like really like this. He wore glasses.
Oh yeah, smart cartoon turtle. Yeah.
What was his name?
He had the monocle.
Yeah.
I don't remember his name. I do Oscar or something. Oh shit.
Yeah. You guys don't live on my back? What's wrong with you?
Hey man, listen. Globers they think that our beliefs are that funny. We might as well believe that we're on the turtle. Right? So how do we dispel people of that? Because how much easier is it to point and laugh at something than to understand it?
So much easier, man.
And we do that to the globe, and they do that to us, and yada. But it's the thing, we understand it.
Yes.
And that's the worst part too about the anti-flat earthers. They understand it all. They're right there with us, knowledge-wise. They're just. I'm not even going to keep talking about
it. They're crying, and I'm selling Globe Tears, $5 a bottle. If anybody needs any.
Hey, man. Take that stuff, put on a little voodoo doll, make some cash.
Globe tear.
Take it down there to
I want my globe.
Louisiana.
What was it? Oh, fuck, man. You remember this thing? Yeah. It'll come to me. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shit. It's too fucking hot. I mean, if you ridicule us without investigation, it's kind of like what I was trying to say, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's sad. It's sad that people do that. Fuck.
I think the sad part is that it's like when I was a child, I had to be convinced that every day I had to go to school. I was pissed, right? But that was just the reality.
Yeah.
But it's something I had to, you know what I mean? It's the same thing. These Globers don't want to accept the reality is that it is not a Globe.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's a tantrum. Yeah.
Believe
about
me,
all I got.
When I accepted the reality, man, I was like, oh, shit, man.
Well, yeah, it's not the greatest feeling, right?
It's not. It wasn't like, oh, shit, I figured I'm great. No. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I was pissed.
I felt filthy, to be honest. I felt nasty for I loved NASA up until that minute and stuff. I just wanted to shower.
Hot shower, cold shower.
So I took a spiritual shower and manned up to reality.
Yeah, you gotta man up, you know. Just gotta say, hey, you know what? They fucking fooled me. All right.
Like how hard is it to just say, oh, you got me. All right, well.
You got me. That's it.
Really? Like, how hard is that?
So hard, apparently. And I mean,
that's weird.
Dude, the program is deep, man. I don't have to tell you how deep it is, man. Somebody was on here the other day, yesterday, maybe Sunday, I don't know, Saturday, I don't know who it was, but they were like, it might have been today actually. Somebody was saying, hey, man, you know what? Why I didn't do well in school because, I had a different way of thinking. Like they wanted me to do the math this way, and I did the math my own way. I came up with the same fucking answer. But they're like, nope, you did it wrong. And I was like, oh, fucking dick. Fuck you. So I kind of tuned out at school, man. I just kind of tuned out a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I was like so easy to go, oh, shit, they fooled us. Fuck.
Exactly. I didn't bow down. And everybody was like, oh, dude, you're being such a piece of shit, breaking the rules. I'm like, wait a second. Did I have any say in?
No.
But I'm just born, I got to follow him kind of deal. Weird. Yeah. Okay, well, I don't want to, and I'll kick and scream. I'll be one of those. So sorry, but integrity. If that's okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of a free flow musician, man. I'm not like, yeah, it's on the paper.
Be like water, my friends.
It's on the paper, but we just do a little something here.
See, you're cool. You're cool as a cucumber. I flip the fuck out at people.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, if it was a performance and we really got to nail it, yeah, I'm gonna follow the paper. But if we're just hanging out and playing,
right?
Fuck off.
Oh, I'm not talking about music at all.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about being in school and following rules as a child.
Yeah,
like you. What I'm saying is, you were probably a little cooler about it, walking around, kind of, take it water off a duck. But shit would get to me, man. I got in trouble for that.
Yeah, I didn't.
Everybody was like, dude, it's the way it is. You have to keep your mouth shut. That was what I heard the most growing up. Keep your mouth.
Keep your mouth shut. Pass your test. Study for your test. Just pass your test. You're a test passer. You can pass the test. You can go to college. Great.
Yep. And then, at that age, you're legally allowed to start thinking for yourself. It's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, and then you go to higher education. Get your paper. Get your fucking paper.
Get that paper.
I need my papers. Papers, please, papers. And yeah, most of the PhDs I've met.
You mean the beginnings of your Masonic degrees?
That's right.
That's right.
That's why they call it a degree. Come on, folks, wake up.
Now we're going into some deep fucking rabbit holes.
Now we're getting gravy style. Speaking of, I got to eat something. I love talking to you guys. I'll talk to you here in a bit.
Why don't we get some meat and potatoes?
Nope, it's pizza and wings.
Pizza and wings, Monday night. Cool.
That's right, Monday night. Well, it was Monday Night Football, if you care. I'll be back.
All right. Well, dealing with fantasy is so easy. Just so easy. Dealing with reality, much harder situation, man. Where you got to think and react and think and do shit and make it happen in the real world. Like, if you want to feed yourself, it's a lot of work, man. You got to dig and water and, you know, kill animals, whatever you got to do, man, to, you know, most people will just, you know, I can go to the store and get my meat and my veggies and I'll do whatever you tell me to do, man. Because I don't have to go out and I don't have to milk the cow at 5 a.m. Cool. I'm down with that. That sounds good. They want it easy, man. Most people got it really easy.
Yeah, you're right. But when you chose to come here, you wanted to get all that stuff done because you couldn't do any of it in the place you were before.
All right. I think I'm tracking on that. Flatter Saint, what's up, man?
What up? What are you doing?
Glatt just told me to drop something cool. I got it.
Oh, right now? Yeah.
I got it on my playlist here.
That's
man.
right.
Check it out.
Yeah. Yeah. All my research, I put it into like 5 or 7 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah. It usually takes me like hours to make a video because the longest part about it is just going through and recording the video. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, they've been I got a lot of B-roll footage that I found actually. It was really nice. It was like quite a surprise because it was right when the event was taking place. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right.
And
cool.
so like 2 hours after it took place, I got like an hour and a half, 2 hours of B-roll footage that I think they're gonna delete off YouTube if they haven't already.
Oh shit, man.
Yeah. Sometimes those things are like little gems, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've seen some of the shortest things last 2 minutes on YouTube and it's gone and you're like, damn.
Gone, yeah. Yeah. So funny. They show this cop walking down the street and then he's looking one way and then he changes his mind and starts walking another direction. Then whoever's in charge of him comes up and talks to him. And then they both start one points one direction and they kind of look and then the other points the other direction and he walks away and then the cop sees that the camera's on him. So he kind of walks over to a tree and he hides behind a tree for a little while. So funny.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's funny, dude. It's like Naked Gun.
Everything else good with you, man?
Yeah.
All right.
Did some guy, I don't know if you were in the thing all day, some guy who's a flat earther who's on my messenger or whatever, I was like, hey, have you ever gone to Discord? And he's like, no, I never even heard of it. So I told him how to get in there. Hopefully he got in there. His name is Nilo or something.
All right. I haven't seen him. I only been here for like an hour or so.
Yeah. Hopefully he comes though. I'm gonna start telling everybody in my who's on my messenger that's a flat earther. You know what I mean? Like if they respond good to my videos, I'm gonna be like, hey, you ever go to Discord?
Absolutely, man. Let's just keep sending people over here. If you can, man. You know, message, link, whatever, man.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to, because there's a lot of people who've been hitting me up about like, not a lot, but I get at least like 20 people hit me up a day or something. You know what I mean? And they're all flat earthers. You know what I mean?
This is a cool place.
Yeah.
Hang out, talk about Earth. How dare you?
Dude, one thing I'm really thankful about this place is that whenever I'm talking, especially if I'm talking to my dad or something, because my dad's pretty smart as far as like worldly things, and I'll get to something where like I won't really have an answer, and I tell him like I don't want to just give you my opinion on this, so let's just hold off for a second, and then I can go and type in the comment like basically any time as long as it's not like too late at night, and somebody usually responds like within 5 minutes, dude. It's really cool.
Yeah, this is a nice little crew putting information out, man, daily, 24/7.
Yeah, it's like the antithesis of Google. I guess you'd call it that, or the anti-venom of it.
Anti-venom. It's
It's the anti-venom when you get a snake bite.
And yeah, man. I mean, your dad's gonna hit you with something stupid you don't know nothing about or something like what? I don't know. Hold on, but if it has to do with the Earth, man, I think you got it covered.
Yeah. It's just it's frustrating when he keeps going back to like the whole like it's too big for anybody to ever do a smaller science experiment and test it like on a smaller level. She's like, I don't really know how to respond to that. All the ways I do respond is just like when you can make it up as you go along, it's kind of hard to deal with like the story, you know what I mean? And counteract it sometimes,
The too big argument. It's too big. It's like,
it's like color by numbers,
I'm gonna go, hey man, you, me, let's go to the beach. Tell me what you see, man. What do you see? Nice day, stand there.
Isn't that like a Nicki Minaj song?
Is it?
You, me, let's go to the beach. Something like that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Probably something like that,
She stole that shit from me.
Right?
Damn it. I don't know. You, me, baby. Let's go out to the beach. Tell me what you see, man. Tell me what you see. Looks like it's curving away from us and curving left to right for sure, man. No doubt. I can see it. Okay, cool. I know a good optometrist. Help you out, man.
Oh, for real. It's crazy.
But no, it's fun. Kind of in the flat earth rocking chair at this point, man. Just enjoying the fun, man. It's pretty fun still. And it's fun to see people come in and go, hey man, I got it all figured out because some dude told me years ago in school. What?
Yeah.
You ain't got fuck all. We know it. You ain't got shit. Come here.
I just checked it. It's a Nicki Minaj song, and you know what it's called? It's called Starships.
Oh,
there you go. There you go, man.
All their videos are references to space and stuff, dude.
There's so much space coming out nowadays, man.
They even have space Coca-Cola, space flavor.
Should we concern that that's what
Coca-Cola
he said?
space flavor? Get the fuck out of here.
Out of all the songs,
they really do.
That's the one that you said.
The disgusting song Dark Horse. You know that
I
Katy
sent
Perry
that?
song? Ugh.
No, not you, the other guy.
Yeah. What about?
I've heard it, yeah.
Dark Horse?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it's like sex with aliens, basically.
Great. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Yeah, it's gonna work out well for me. Yeah. Good night, pizza time.
Right.
But yeah, it's crazy out here. But I want to just, I've seen enough of the other bullshit. I'm like, okay, I got that figured out pretty much. I don't need your fucking Masonic shit at every fucking TV commercial there is. I'm like, fuck off. Like, I want to come talk to some people that think they live on a spinning ball. That's my favorite thing to do. I was like, hey, or just listen to people talk to people that think they live on a spinning ball. I love listening to these guys come up with their cucky fucking answers and shit. Well, it was a refraction of the thousandth of a millimeter of the inch of the diameter of the thing with the trip, and it was outside the sphere's fucking globe thing, man. And you're
Hey, do you
like,
want to hear something funny, bro?
fuck off.
So, probation is trying to like they've been trying to force me to like get a job because there's like a job like agency that's actually inside the freaking probation department that they get like it's something like I'm guessing around $6 or $7 per person they sign up who actually goes and works the jobs they have, right? Now they're doing it. There's absolutely no background check. There's no drug testing for the jobs, and the job is I'm not going to say what it's for a filtration system in the V. That's all I'm going to say, and it's a company. It's a company that uh let's just say the company's name starts with an M, right? And they make these things, right? And I go, so you don't have to be drug tested or they don't check your background to go and work in this medical facility where he goes, you have to be bootied up, like the booties on your feet, like a homicide, basically, gloves, everything, the whole 9 yards. He said it's a germ-free environment. And I go, but they don't do a background check or nothing. Right now, they start off at like almost 20 an hour, and then you get like a raise after like 3 months. And I was like, and then I thought about it a second. I'm like, oh wait, there's one catch, huh? Do you have to get and he's like, oh yeah. And I was like, well, what you on your first day on the job, if you don't have it, they give it to you. And he's like, oh bro, it's easier than that. You can go to like any CVS or Rite Aid and get it. I was like, yeah, I understand that. And I go, but I'm surprised they don't drug test people there or anything. And he goes, this is what he said. And he legit believed it. He goes, they have machines there that check the air every 30 seconds. So if you're on drugs, the machines will just know it automatically. I was like, yeah, right. But that's what they got these people believing. That's what they have them believing there. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's
You
bullshit,
know, you
man.
should go for the job and just say you have it, the jab.
I know.
If they ask.
I know. That's what I was thinking, because I was thinking about like, oh my god, imagine if I just like pulled a Tom Green in there. I'm like, I work at the cheese sandwich factory. Just start breaking everything.
Yeah, because they can't get your medical records because it's protected by confidentiality, right? So you can just say that you had it, and
That's what you'd think, right? But who knows though? I mean, I know that the whole operation, what they're doing isn't legit. They're hiring people who just got out or who are on probation. You know what I mean? And basically,
it's good.
Probation's getting money to send these people in. Basically, these people are like, oh, if anything goes wrong, they're like, well, look who was working here. Or like, Operation Warp, they're like, well, look who was president. He's an idiot, Because these people are expendables, bro. Like the people who dig the tunnels from Mexico to San Diego. You don't see them 30 years later. They're like, this is my retirement plan. I got a wife and kids now. Oh, they're gone, bro.
Yeah,
they're
Just
expendables.
take the money and run.
Well, they're expendables. Sometimes they might not even get the money. That's it. That's their last job. You know what I mean? Think about it. It's killing two birds with one stone. You literally don't have to pay anybody, and there's no loose ends. You know what I mean? And nobody's gonna miss them anyways. You know.
I don't think you're gonna die at this job.
I know what you're saying. I'm saying like, if anything goes wrong, though, like they're gonna look back later and be like, well, who was in charge of this? Well, who was working there? All these fingers pointing in different directions.
They're not gonna They're not gonna blame the convict that was given a job.
No, I understand that.
Even if something something does happen, then you're just out of the job. You're back where you are, plus the money that you made. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, none of the employees.
You cut out.
Yeah, he dropped Saints. Yep. You went dark. You went to the dark curvature side of the earth. Dark curvature. Well, the system is jacked. So many landmines in the system, man. Landmines after landmines. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the way they planned it. I don't know. I could be wrong. Yeah. Check it out for yourself. Yeah, for them to require a certain thing for you to go to work, man, it's kind of interesting, man. I remember back in the day when they were gonna piss test you at work, man, see if you're smoking weed, man.
Right.
We're gonna
I wouldn't
piss
be able to
test
just
you.
shoot
I remember all my buddies and everybody, I'm like, they came up with these fucking cucky fucking concoctions that they could drink and fucking their pee would come back clean, or it was a nightmare, man. And I go, I'll never piss in a cup for a job, dude. Fuck off. And I never have, and I never will. And I'm certainly not gonna fucking take some kind of fucking experimental thing to get a job, man. Fuck off.
It's flat. Hey, the only time you'd ever piss in a cup for a job is if you got a job for NASA, and then they'd want you to piss in the cup because they're making some coffee. You know what I mean?
Chugga chugga chugga.
That'd be cool. That'd be a cool job. I'd piss in a cup for them all day.
For the chugga
That's that
chugga
water
chugga
world
machine.
technology. Remember that?
Hell yeah.
Water world technology, man. Yeah.
Stephen Colbert says he would love to drink an astronaut piss martini. Save money on the hotel sheets.
Well, you got to have a distiller there up there in the old ISS. I wonder how that would work in 0G. Might not work out, man. There's nothing coming out of the tube, man, over here. What can you do? Distilling, man. Everybody should be able to allow to distill whatever you want, man. But
distilling like a villain. You know what I mean?
like a villain, man. But I'm all about freedom. I want to be free. If you can distill your front lawn or grass or weeds or whatever and make some whiskey, have at it, man. Don't blow yourself up. Don't, be careful.
Hey, will NASA's still distilling? I'm dissing them still.
You're gonna diss this fucking shills.
Diss the still where they're still dissing.
Can we de-shill some shit?
Right.
I was talking to my buddy about Flat Earth Bar the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And I showed him the Tesla car studio deal, and he said that looked like CGI to him. And then this was surprising. I guess he's been somewhat curious. He talked about some videos that he made it sound like maybe Flat Earth is doing laser tests or something like that. But in this case, they were like, the dude was like, "Oh shoot, the test didn't go as planned. I guess I proved the globe," or some nonsense like that. I was like, I don't know what videos you're talking about, man.
I know what video he's talking about.
Really?
Yeah, it's from the documentary film. It came out on Netflix called.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, he was.
Jeranism was trying to work out a laser test over body of water there. It didn't quite work out the way we thought, but
yeah, anyway. I bet that's the only thing he's seen.
Yep.
That's the way it works. Bam.
Yeah. Behind the curve. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, I was out interviewing the guy that made that movie. I was doing a live stream in Hollywood, and one of my Flat Earth buddies came up to him and said, "We're in front of the curve, you bitch." It was live, man. I was like, and he fucking dudes ran off. He just fucking ran off because my friend's kind of intimidating. You might know him as Renee from.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He kind of has like a accent.
He's got a bit of an accent, but he's kind of buff too, man. He's pretty buff.
Yeah, he's short with long hair, right?
I don't know if he's got the long hair too much, but He's buff as fuck. Oh man, he's in shape.
Yeah, he's like is he Filipino?
It's like South American, like Brazil.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first time I met him was at the Griffith Observatory.
Yeah. He's been out there a few times doing some flat earth activism, man. Right there, we're right there where the observatory is. Yeah, he's ran into some hostile people, let's just say. But he's pretty buff. So yeah, I go out there with him, man. Yeah. I ain't worried if I got him with me. He'll kick your fucking ass. But Dell,
sure.
I'll take Dell from Imaginary Curve. Yeah, let's go flat smacking, bro. Come on, let's do it. He's really smooth though, man. Dell's pretty smooth, man.
Yeah.
And he's out there talking to people on the street, saying, "Hey, man, what's up? I want some demonstrable evidence. What do you got? Demonstrable, repeatable, observable. What do you got?" I got nothing. I got a CGI picture on my flat screen television. Check it out. Globe, 100%. No. That's not how it works, man. It's not how it works, people. We need some evidence. Something we can go out and check out for ourselves. How dare you ask for such complicated things? We're such cocks asking for something we can go check out ourselves. Fuck. That's weird. But we'll keep rolling along around here. It's been a fun ride here with you guys, man. This place is great for wanting to bring people in every day and go, "Hey, man, what do you know about the Earth? What do you know?" And we know what they know. That's the funny thing. We already know what they know, but they haven't checked it out for themselves. That's all. They just haven't checked it out. And we're just here to help you go check it out, man. Not here to convince you or join a club or stand under some weird pentagram and swear an allegiance to some shit or something. Fuck that. No. It's not a cult, not a fucking bullshit. Gotta wear an apron over my fucking cock. Boys club. That's fucking creepy, bro. Why you do that? You don't have to do that. Anyway, yeah, it's not like that, man. We're just here to say, how much do you know about where you live, and what evidence do you got to back it up, man? It's simple. Couple 3 questions, in and out, man. Check it out or don't. And that's what this place does day in, day out, every day. There's some long conversations about it. Some real heady schoolboys come in here, man, try to blow one over on you guys with their refraction measurement mathematics shit. And we just we don't let it slide, man. We just like, well, no. We already know you're.
Hey, Flat.
Yeah.
Hey, would you agree with me if I said that if the Earth really were flat, just hear me out, and there was a dome over us, they would tell us we live in outer space, right? But if there really was outer space, and just like how they say it is, they would probably say there's a dome over us and the Earth is flat, huh?
Yeah. Absolutely. That's what they would do.
I realize they like to. It's the complete opposite, They like to. They love those opposites so much.
It's the duality, man. They love the duality. Up, down, left, right, good, bad.
So the opposite of outer space in a globe would be flat Earth out of the dome. I guess that's the closest thing to opposite, huh?
Yep. So, well, there's something holding all this air pressure in. I don't know what it is, but most likely it's a dome. Most likely. But I don't have any.
Yeah.
I got fucking zip shit whole evidence, but I do got pretty good evidence for a fucking ice wall. But
hey, can you imagine? Can you imagine if somebody's you come in and like you see your neighbor or something like on the front yard and their whole face is turning blue and you're like, oh my God, and you call an ambulance, you call 911 and they go, can you tell me what made them turn blue? You like, I don't know, I just need an ambulance, I'm telling you, they're dying. They're like, how do you know? Do you have proof? I'm like, dude, I'm looking at them, they're dying. And they said, well, if you can't tell us how they died, we're not going to send anybody, we don't believe you. I'd be like, what? You know what I mean? Like what do you call it?
That's a good point.
About being independent of replacement, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Falsification's independent of replacement. Imagine if they wanted you to give them a reason why the person was dying, otherwise they didn't trust you and they wouldn't send an ambulance.
Right.
All right.
Well, he's choking on an orange. Oh, okay. What kind of orange? Is that a navel orange or is that just a regular? What?
Right.
Right.
Sure.
Well, I don't give a fuck what kind of orange it is. It's got
I know.
Dude's choking on orange, bro. Check it out.
Hey, you ever wonder where the emergency number 3 digits you dial when during an emergency or whatever?
Yeah.
You ever wonder where those came from?
I watched a video on that years ago. I can't remember.
It comes from some town in Alabama, dude, some little town. I'm not going to say the name, but every year since then they've had a parade on that day that those 3 digits are, because they were the first ones. It was it's so hokey. It looks like an old episode of like Leave It to Beaver, and like the sheriff made a call to or somebody made a call because of car accident or something to this number. And, you know what I mean? They broke ground, and then now they have a parade every year. It's so weird, dude.
Was that in the 60s, or am I off?
I think it was like early 60s. I can't remember the exact date. I was just looking at it though. I might make a video on it. All these things are so weird, dude.
Dude, there's so much weirdness, man. I mean, I could go down 100 weird channels.
I know.
Yeah, they got
weird fucking
magical numbers. Who knows what they do with them?
It's all in the numbers, bro.
A bunch of numbers.
You know what I mean?
Very important numbers. Very important.
Bro, have you guys ever looked, like, ever examined, not even examined, really, just glanced at like an astrology with the zodiac sign calendar and the wheel?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know when the date that starts is actually the real? I've come to believe, this is my opinion, that's the actual real first day of the year, and it's around 322. It's either 321, 322, or 323. So the average would be 322, right?
Yeah.
Which is, you know what the 322 is, right?
That's bone.
Yeah. And so, like, hey, think about this. When the last day of the year, the very last 10 seconds of the last day of the year, you go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom, Happy New Year. It's 322.
Yeah, if you count 0 as a number, sure. There you go. 322.
Wait, what do you mean 0 as a number?
Well, if 0 is a number.
0?
I don't know.
I don't get it. What do you mean?
So 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0.
Oh,
well, the 0 is the next year.
They don't go 0. They just go 3, 2, 1, and then the atom drop, or the apple drops.
The ball drops.
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, they drop the ball, literally.
0?
Huh?
They don't take it down to 0.
No, they go 3, 2, 1, just like with a rocket launch. 3, 2, 1.
No?
Do you think they say 0?
No, they don't, man. I don't know why they don't. They don't. That's just.
You know they don't use zeros. They put slashes through them. They're all synonymous with O's or blanks. Anyway, does that make sense of what I said?
I think so, man. I got to smoke on that for a second, man. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Let me puff that one. Put that one in the bowl. Smoke it for a minute.
You ever looked at the old Roman coins where he's wearing the olive branch on his head, the head of Caesar? And on the bottom, you know what it says on the bottom of the coin?
No, I don't.
It says EIDMAR, which stands for the Ides of March. Right?
There you go.
So the Ides of March is the 15th, right? March 15th. So from the Ides of March to the 22nd is exactly 1 week that they celebrate the last day of the year. And because if you reverse the letters Ides of March, you have the words die ram And dying of the ram represent Aries. And since everything is reversed, it's not the death of it, it's the birth of the ram. 322 is the first day of Aries, the ram.
Well, I just
That makes sense?
I just saw some shit the other day. I don't know where I was looking, but they had mentioned that the first day right now would have been April 1st. Would have been like the Fool's Day was kind of the beginning of the new year. That was like
Okay, so they call April Fool's Day April 1st. Really? It's the inverted. It's actually the day that they celebrate like their geniuses and stuff.
Right. The fools. The ones that get to fool all the people. Yeah, thanks, assholes. Fucking cocks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do it, man. They fooled.
It's somewhat close
humanity.
to spring, right?
Right on the date, man. That's actual equinox.
Yeah.
Or the
Dude,
Spring,
there you go.
spring, yeah. Like spring ahead, fall back.
Yep.
You know what people do when they first start out? They start marching. Because look at every astrology sign ends around the last week of every month. None of them. How come none of them end at the exact month? Like ending, it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? And why would they start March 22nd? It's just too weird, dude. They've had that astrology wheel way longer than we've had our Gregorian calendar. You know.
So what do you
The months, the days, the years? Shit, man, we don't know where we are when we
What
are.
do you guys think about 13 months, 13 moons, 28 days? You got 28 phalanges on your hand. If you count the little separations in the back of the turtle, this is really cool. I just learned this last week, man. On the back of a turtle, you got, if you count the little sections on the outside, there's 28, and then there's 13 of them right there in the middle. It's like, and this happens on every fucking turtle, just like it happens on every human in their hands. You got 28 phalanges on your hand, man. Period. Boom. It's right there in your fucking hands.
Right.
28 days for fucking menstrual cycle. So yeah, 13 months, 28 days. The first of the years. They got all the names of the months all fucked up. I don't have to tell you guys about, October. That's not fucking
The
10th
octagon?
month, bitch. That's oct is fucking 10. It's 8, motherfucker.
So if you think about it, October 8th is a very significant day then.
But that,
because it's 8/8.
Our calendar is so fucked, man. It is so fucked up. If there's 13 moons a year, I'm going with that bitch. First of all,
Don't you think it makes sense though to the zodiac calendar? They haven't changed it.
yeah, I'm gonna smoke on that one for a minute. Yeah, that's pretty odd.
Well, what if the 12 zodiac signs are the 12 apostles, the 12 months? I mean, it's a possibility. I could be wrong. It's just my opinion,
Yeah. We're just spitting. Nobody's laying anybody to fucking task here. Where's your citation? God damn it! Fuck! Give me a citation. Fuck! Give me. Oh fuck!
Well, think about this: the C and the V. A C is 3, a V is 22, so that's 322. But the C and the V is the dome and the pyramid. The symbols, if you turn them sideways,
Interesting. Turn them sideways.
I'm just saying, man.
Turn them upside down.
In every other window in the White House, one's a dome and one's a pyramid. The dome and the pyramid's in everything they have. All architecture, basically.
Thank you, RV, for that one. Russian vid. Yeah, he did a whole thing on the White House. I was like, damn, bitches.
Did he bring up the CV?
Don't think he brought that up, but this is probably 5 years ago. But he was noticing the domes and the pyramids. Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Years ago, I lived in Vegas. I ran into a guy, man. It was kind of spiritual, hippie, fucking cool dude. Had a lot of money. But he had me over to a party for his house. He's like, dude, I got this thing called man, I tried a lot of different things, man. I got this thing called a negative ion generator. And ever since I started using my negative ion generator, I've been making a lot more money. I was like, oh, shit. Cool, man.
Really?
He goes, but man, I tried the pyramid thing. I was sleeping under pyramids, and that just fucked me up. Be careful. Don't do that. Don't do that shit, man. And then one day, my buddy E, man, he's like, dude, your house is a fucking pyramid. You fucking got a pyramid on your roof. I was like, motherfuckers. They got me sleeping under pyramids. It was fucking cock. Yeah, they got you sleeping under them, they're kind of, not cool. But the negative ion generator thing was cool. That was the first time I ever heard about it. And I was like, and I got one years ago.
Yeah.
Man. Just put it next to my bed. Yeah, man. Started making a little bit more money. That's weird. I was
really?
Like, yeah, not much. I'm not greedy, dude. I like just being able to get through, man. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with working a little bit,
Yeah.
Good things happen to good people, man. You're out there doing good shit. It'll happen.
I got one of those pyramids right here on my dresser, but it's a shungite pyramid.
I'm okay with the organite pyramid.
Yeah, I make organite.
Yeah, me too.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Funny, man. I go to rock shops, man. I'll be like, hey, you got any organite? And they're like, what's that? I'm like, you're a rock shop and you don't know what organite is? Come here.
Right?
Yeah, it's just like the Globy thing. They don't know fuck all sometimes,
Yeah.
Yeah. Try it for yourself, man. Go to a rock shop, see if they got any organite.
No, I have before. The only time I'll ever go to any shops like that is pretty much never. Once I found out about the fairgrounds, and I probably spent like in the last 2.5 years, I spent at least like $5 or $6 grand at the Gem and Crystal shows at the fairgrounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got all kinds of stuff, but because I was using it to, like, I would have never ever collected that stuff before. Once I started getting into it, I didn't care about that stuff before, but then I realized, like, I'm actually seeing what this stuff does, and as they're spraying overhead, I watched that thing just completely break up wherever. Like, I've broken up ones where the whole cloud is overcast, and it breaks up into like the exact shape that I put out there. Like from the bottom it would be like a square shape, and it made like a square shape right above me, and everything else in the sky in all directions was all overcast. Like, bad, dude. It's a trip. That stuff's trippy.
Yeah, it is trippy, man. There's definitely something to the crystals and the energy and the rocks and all that cool shit, man. Hey, I got a shout out to Democ in the chat.
Yeah.
Democ, get your ass in here ASAP. I want to hear your voice. I miss you, brother. Anyway.
I know my voice gets annoying after a little while.
No. You're fine, man. No, your voice is fine. Democ's just he's got this deep voice, man. It's pretty rad.
And
yeah.
My voice definitely doesn't put people to sleep.
No, you got more of a mid range. Yeah. Super bassy.
I know.
And he uses a shitty microphone. Imagine if him on a really good mic, it would be crazy.
Right?
You're like rattle your.
I just use the mic on my phone, dude. It would probably sound way better with a regular mic, huh?
Oh yeah. Of course it would. You know that. But I got a regular mic here, man. But I'm not always on here. Sometimes I'm on my phone. So can you tell me how nothing at all can be something that exists? I love that question.
Are you have a cigarette?
Yeah.
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking anybody, man.
I was gonna say, I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
That's a pretty tight one, man.
That would be purely speculation on my part.
100%. Hey, that's what they do. All they're doing is
Yeah.
speculation.
No. Hey, if all your friends jumped off a cliff, would you go with them? I'm not. God.
All right. Flatterday's got some company. Sounds like.
You what up?
You got
No,
company?
my lady and the dogs every day.
That's all right, man. I mean, if you gotta handle it, handle it.
We got some dogs scratching from outside wanting to come in. The other ones are barking from the inside wanting to come out.
All right. If you gotta handle it, it's cool. It's cool. Democ, get your ass in here. Shit, man. I want to know how to wash dishes better, man. Come here. I need your help. Come on. He's not coming. All right. But no, yeah, the mysteries of where we live, man, are interesting to contemplate and to examine and experiment, and because we live here and we can check it out, man. And when they say out there in space, trillions, billions, fuck off miles, we don't. No. We're not there, dude. We're here. Let's check out what we're at, man. And if these cocks can't come to that conclusion and say, hey, yeah, I want to check out this place that we live with you, and we can go to the beach or the mountains or wherever. Deserts. I live in an amazing place. I got everything. I got deserts, mountains, and beaches. What more do you need to check out Earth? If you need more than that, man, rivers, oceans, lakes, we got it all, man. Tell me where are we going? And that's the simplest thing I can do, man, is check out where we live. If you can't, you're not willing to do that, man. Sad. But I got it here, and it's in my book, and it tells me exactly where I live. And it looks right when I go outside. The moon comes up, it goes down. The sun comes up, goes down. It all makes sense because we're spinning. It totally makes sense because we're spinning. What else could it possibly be? Oh, those things are spinning around me. Oh, no. That's not what I learned. It's not what I learned in school. It's not what I learned in school. That's not what I learned in school, man. So if you didn't learn it in school, man, it's not real. Not real, man. You can't go to the beach and go surfing. Good 5-foot swells, man. Catch a little. Pretty hairy, man. A little 5-foot wave come crashing down your head. Pretty hairy, man. That's a lot of water, man. Yeah. A lot of force. A lot of things pushing you down. Pushing you down. Gravity. It's gravity, 100%. I know it's gravity. How do you explain waves? Is Democ banned from fucking 24/7? For fuck's sake. That's what he's saying. Fuck off. You're not banned. You might have gotten timed out, but you're not banned. Come on. Is anybody going to help me out here? Anybody? Nicely. I'm asking nicely. Cool. I'm banned. He's banned. He ain't banned. Come on. Any mods in here? I'm not a mod, man. Not a mod. I did get a gold membership pass. Very nice. I don't look good in gold. When I type something, it comes out in gold. Let me check mods. I need some help.
They're all asleep.
You gonna help me out here? My name comes up in gold. Looks cool, but threw me off, man. It's throwing me off. It's gonna take me a while to get used to that.
Makes sense, man. You're next level.
I'm next level.
Next level flatter.
I'm not next level, man. I'm first wave. I'm first wave flat earther, man. I'll say that. I was
What
here
up?
at the first wave in 2015, man. I was like, oh shit, here we go. This is crap. Oh shit, it is flat. Fucking A, bitches. Anyway. Any mods in here? Any mods? I'm looking for a mod. Fix this. Hold on, I gotta fix this Democ thing, man. Democ and I go way back, man. So I'll stand up for him. He's a great flat earther. Gets a little out there.
Okay. Let's take a knee for him. Everybody take a left knee.
Take a left knee for Democ. He would appreciate that. I know he would. He might have done something I don't know about, man. He might have, man, but let's help me fix this situation. Dude, the link's in the description there to Mock. You know that. Link. Yeah, shit. I think you can go to VC check-in at least. I got maybe you're banned, server banned. I don't know, man. I have no way of knowing how this shit works, 100%, man. I can barely unmute somebody or mute them, barely, and that's only in usually the VC check-in. I'll unmute somebody. Otherwise, I don't touch shit. I'm just here hanging out. I might mute or not mute or deafen or whatever. But as far as letting people do things around here, that's not in my ballpark, man. It's not something I do. I'll rally for somebody like Democ and say, hey, man, what's up? Or Jen. Jen's been